Hello, and welcome back. This is Gabriel Marrero. Welcome to Collapse Talk. I know it's been a long time waiting, so I do apologize. Just got caught up with some life stuff. But also, it's kind of nice to just take a quick break. It is summertime. I got work, and I'm still getting settled in with a new place. And also just like thinking on next steps, just planning ahead. Of course, that has to come with, saving money first. But yeah, it's going all right. I feel like I'm in a better place, and this is a good time to get a recording in, especially with so many events that transpired, and there's a lot to discuss, so I'll get to that. Because, it's easy when, like, things are popping off to just, like, jump on and be like, oh my god, we gotta, get on it while it's hot off the press, but, it's a lot, and I like to take my time and actually understand it, because the episode, especially the last episode I released, I made comments about Iran and Israel, and then less than like 5 days actually, we had that little war, the 12-day war that they're calling it. So, which obviously is gonna escalate soon, like probably very soon. So, yeah, again, that's for later, because with this show I discuss domestic issues, geopolitical, and natural events. So I'll have to divide that up. But yeah, it's quite a bit, and I have to get my production schedule in order along with my full-time job that I have. Yeah, it's I like it. Keeps me busy. It's like one of those things where you kind of take a break, just to relax for a bit, and then you're trying to get back in, and it's a little slower to get back in because it's a lot of work to edit this and record. Like, it really is. And I'm not exactly in the position to hire an editor, which honestly I like having my control over the recording, so that's kind of what I prefer. But yeah, that's just what I'll say, just to open up with. I will say, because I always forget, definitely check out my Spotify. If you're listening on Spotify or some other platform, leave a review. That helps a lot. I need to get those reviews up, although they're good for now. And certainly check out my Patreon. I record and release my Patreons there early, for 48 hours. It's exclusive access on Patreon, so definitely check it out there. As little as $1 support, that helps. Otherwise, you'll deal with the ads. But yeah, certainly leave a review. Check out my Instagram, because my Instagram, what I'm doing lately, and this is sort of a face reveal, but what I'm doing is this project called Names of Gaza. So what I do is record for 20 minutes, because it's a 20-minute limit on Instagram, and I just read names of victims, the recorded victims that have passed in the Gaza genocide. Yeah, because what I wanted to do first was create a separate Names of Gaza Instagram page, and not put it on my Collapse Talk page. But then because and I guess this is a bit of my fault, because I was just adding random accounts, whatever. So I guess I got flagged for spam. Because it was weird, because at first it said, oh, your account is compromised, change your password, and then I would try to change the password, then it would give me an error message, and then now when I try to log in, it's just completely dead. The page is a ghost account, but you can still look it up, so it's not completely wiped out, it's not completely deleted, but I can't access it on my end. So that's why now I'm going to release those videos on the Collapse Talk page, and I wanted to do it every day, but it's a lot, to keep up with, and then also with my mental health, and that's another consideration that I have to have now, is sometimes I get really stuck on something, and then I'm very dedicated, and I get burned out, and I don't want that to happen, especially with this this issue, Gaza. Again, I'm already speaking on it quite a bit, and I don't know, I get treated at least, sometimes I'm having a breakdown, and I'm no, I'm not. Trust me, I've had breakdowns before. This is nothing. And this is me trying to at least manage it. So that's what I'll say. That's just new developments. Oh, and also I turned 29. That was a bit of a break that I had. My birthday's in June, so I'm now 29 years old. I have one more year of my 20s, so this is going to be an interesting year, to say the least. And it's already August. It's crazy. That's just life right now. What else? Just updates. My best friend, he just had a kid, so that's nice. I haven't seen them yet, but I want to plan that trip, because now I'm an uncle. Unc, or Theo. I'm gonna start teaching that kid Spanish. But it's just nice to think about because like time is moving, and I still feel. I mean, I guess I am a bit of a man child, right? So I do feel like very young, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, but got to plan things ahead. But I can't really do much else, just for now. And I like doing this. I have plans to expand it. I just need more money. But yeah, that's what I'll say for now. Again, that's just to open things up. And, of course I could like talk about certain pop culture issues or like social media drama. Of course, there's a lot to discuss there, but I want to keep things concise. And I really want to focus on these major developments because a lot has happened since I last recorded. And boy, oh boy, like what, like, it's like, you got Elon Musk and Trump, right? They're split, and Elon Musk trying to form a new political party. Then, of course, you got Jeffrey Epstein, the debacle that's happening there. Again, Trump just can't keep his mouth shut. Are we still talking about this guy? It's just like, again, like, he's so funny, he can't help himself. And like, you probably got all his lawyers trying to tell him, just don't say anything, let Pam Bondi handle it. Come on, this is a hoax, it's a Democratic hoax. Like, it's just so ridiculous. Oh my goodness. And then, of course, we got Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, she was doing an interview, and then now she's been transferred to a prison, like a minimum security prison. I think they said in Bryan, Texas, which is like an hour away from me. And she's on a work release or something. Like, it's so wild. So that alone is like crazy to think about. Then you also have to deal with the escalations of the ICE raids that are happening. So, of course, we had like the protests in LA and the deployment of Marines, the military. Of course, like, it's kind of, I mean, they're obviously in LA and other major cities like that, there are groups and activists doing their work on the ground, trying to protect their people. But at least the mainstream media hasn't kept up with it. Because again, like, there's still protests in LA. They just don't report it now. Now the focus is on DC because Trump has deployed the National Guard. Although there was like, he's deployed the National Guard and he federalized the police. But then I guess they quietly returned control of the police. But they're still deploying National Guard. In fact, different states are sending in troops. So it's wild to think about, like, just troops like occupying Washington D.C. and turning it into like a mini fort or something. Yeah, and then also again, just circling back to ICE, like there is the Alligator Alcatraz and these other like camps that are starting to open up. At least there's some good news in the respect of like Mahmoud Khalil has been released, so that's been good to see him out and him doing his work. But it just goes to show that like this isn't about immigration. This is very much going to be weaponized against political dissidents, particularly non-Americans or like those with like visas, So even if they are like in the process of passing it, they'll just take them. I mean, that's what they're doing. They're just like getting these ICE agents at the court hearings, and then when the fucking judge, okay, remember judges? The judge says you're free to go, and then a fucking ICE agent just like snatches them in the hallway. It's like, what? I'm just, it blows my mind. And again, like some of these agents, they don't care at all about they really don't care. Even when they straight up arrested a judge because she just said, "Oh, go out this way. These agents are gonna arrest you," and then they called that obstruction. Unbelievable. It's out of control. Of course, like I think I've read that. Not that I think. I have read that that the Alligator Alcatraz was built on tribal land in the Miccosukee, I think was the name of them. They actually was able to get a court order to halt construction. But it just goes to show, like, they're just making such open moves and such authoritarian moves, and there's really nothing we can do about it. Like, it's just, we're just kind of just watching, again, like the National Guard deployed into the street, even though crime in Washington, D.C. has been going down, and there's nothing we can do about it. And then also, I live in Texas, so there's other issues to talk about in Texas, particularly with the redistricting, because, see, the redistricting that usually happens is through the census. So that happens around every 10 years or so. They do the census, and that's how they're able to get the population, demographics, and then, address the districts. Of course, I live in Texas, so it's heavily gerrymandered. Well, they wanted to do an impromptu redistricting proposal, and it's just like that's highly unusual, and obviously it's a power grab, a ploy from the Democrats, a ploy from the GOP and Trump, and the Texas Democrats decided to leave, and they went to Chicago, and they were able to deny the quorum, right? So they just didn't show up, and then of course the session had to be nullified, right? But now they're going to go into a new session. Again, I'm not too fully in the loop on this, because like the Texas political system, I just have no faith in it whatsoever. But these Democrats, they did what they could, so I do respect that. And they're of course going to have to reappear now for a new session. And what is being reported is that the GOP, of course, because this is Texas, so the GOP controls the state legislature, government, everything. They are assigning state troopers to surveil these Texas Democrats in case they try to leave again. Well, one of the representatives, hold on, let me look up her again, because her name just slipped my mind, and she just spent the whole night like in the Texas House. Let me see again. So Nicole Collier. So I hope I said her name right. So Texas State Representative of the 95th District. Yeah. So she spent the night in the State House because she refused to allow a state trooper or Texas Ranger, whichever state trooper they send them, to escort them and like keep an eye on them. She's refusing it, and they refused to let her leave. So now she's staying there overnight, or I think until Wednesday, because that's when the vote is happening. But again, it just goes to show, like, because like you have these Republicans saying like, oh, these Democrats, they're just trying to disrupt the session. Oh, they need to go to jail. And then it's like, and then you just look inside, and oh, they're just like making I mean, basically it should be illegal, but like, yeah, they're just trying to make this redistricting proposal to deny Democratic control. Again, it's like you see other like elections in, say, like New York, right, with Zohran Mamdani, who I like him. Of course, I have to be measured when it comes to electoralism, but I like what he represents. And of course, the issue is affordability, rent control, that sort of thing. So of course, if I had something like that here, I would be in high spirits about that. But this is Texas, bro. Like, it's just so bad here. Anyway, so that's just like a brief summary of what I wanted to speak on this domestic segment. Just like the main story points that I want to focus on. But yeah, there's just so much. And then of course we have to get into geopolitics, but that's for later. So yeah, that's what I will start touching on. So first I want to get sort of like, it's sort of big, but at the same time, it's like not surprising at all that this split happened between Elon Musk and Trump. If you know these two personalities, it's just like, this was bound to happen. Again, I don't know how Trump was even like tolerating Musk for that long, but like, it's just, he's such an obvious like loser, creep, and still the richest man in the world. Like, it's just so wild to live in this time. Fucking like freaky, like breeding cult fetish, fucking Nazi, like space, like fantasy that he wants to build. It's just so such a weirdo. But yeah, so here I just want to touch on Trump, Musk, the split that occurred, and Elon Musk proposing a new political party, the America Party. Imagine if you called it the X Party. Anyway, So, yeah, this is from AP News. So I just wanted to touch on Elon Musk and his split from Trump, and yeah, this new third party. Which, I mean, we'll see. Especially with these midterms, we'll see, because he tried to inject himself into that Wisconsin Supreme Court election, and that didn't work out. So yeah, we'll see here. So here, and this is the headline from AP News. Musk says he's forming a new political party after split with Trump over tax cut laws. So this has a lot to do with the big beautiful bill, the split there. But I'm sure there's like other like simmering issues, because supposedly like he slept with Matt Miller's wife, and also not Matt Miller. Who am I? What the fuck? That's somebody else. That's not him. Stephen, hold on, what's his name again? The fucking neo-Nazi guy. Stephen Miller. That's crazy. I got confused with Matt Miller and Stephen Miller. What? That's so weird. And they're both weirdo freakazoid, like weirdos. So I don't know if they're related. That's kind of weird. Anyway, so Stephen Miller, supposedly Elon Musk slept with Stephen Miller's wife. And then also Elon Musk and Scott Bessent, they were going at it. Like supposedly they were even fought in the White House, which is why Elon Musk was suspected of having a black eye. And that might have been the reason for the split, which Trump tried to like do an amicable breakup where he gave Elon Musk like a medal or like some sort of like weird gift, like golden gift. It's so fucking stupid. It's just like it's like when you give the autistic kid like a fake trophy because he kept losing. So you're just like, here's literally a participation. That's why they made it, because these fucking autistic kids would freak out. Okay, I'm sorry, because I was that autistic kid, so I don't mean to be ableist, but so yeah, the split that occurred over the tax cuts and other issues in the White House, because I mean, there's only so much time you can tolerate around Elon Musk, like his presence. That's why like the people he hangs around with are like assistants or like people he pays, So yeah, anyway, so here, Elon Musk said he's carrying out his threat to form a new political party after his fissure with President Donald Trump, announcing the America Party in response to the president's sweeping tax cuts law. Musk, once an ever-present ally to Trump, as he headed up the slashing agency known as the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. My God, I can't believe that's still a real thing still. And of course, like, one of the reasons for the occupation, the National Guard occupation, is, the fucking big balls, like DOGE staffer getting his ass beat by a bunch of, like, YNs. Like, what the fuck is happening, dude? Oh my God. So yeah, Department of Government Efficiency broke with the Republican president over his signature legislation, which was signed into law Friday. As the bill made its way through Congress, Musk threatened to form the America Party if, quote, this insane spending bill passes. Quote, when it comes to bankrupting our country with waste and graft, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Musk said Saturday on X, the social media company he owns. Quote, today the American Party is formed to give you back your freedom, end quote. Again, it's so fascinating how like you have these billionaires who own these social media platforms, which are basically like the public forum, right? Like it's like the way that people receive their news now. Like, pretty much basically that's how people get their news. And then you have these tech billionaires who just like own it, so they can say whatever they want, and then like people have to just deal with it. I mean, I've blocked Elon Musk on X, like totally, so I don't get any of his tweets, but like, I bet you it's going to get to a point where like he's going to like just create some sort of code where like he can't be blocked. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like now, like you can see other people's pages that have blocked you. You just can't respond to them. It's kind of odd, but okay. But yeah, anyway. So that was his, sort of proclamation on X, public proclamation that everybody has to listen to. So here, Asked about the effort by reporters on Sunday afternoon as he prepared to return to Washington from his home in New Jersey, Trump called Musk's proposition, quote, ridiculous, going on to tout, quote, a tremendous success with the Republican Party, end quote. Quote, the Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system, end quote, Trump added. Quote, And I think starting a third party just adds to the confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties, end quote. Third parties, Trump said, have never worked, although the Republican Party used to be a third party. Anyway, so here, the formation of new political parties is not uncommon, but they typically struggle to pull any significant support away from the Republican and Democratic parties. But Musk, the world's richest man, has spent at least $250 million supporting Trump in the 2024 election, could impact the 2026 elections, determining the control of Congress if he is willing to spend significant amounts of money. His reignited feud with the president could also be costly for Musk, whose businesses rely on billions of dollars in government contracts, and publicly traded company Tesla has taken a hit in the market. It wasn't clear whether Musk had taken steps to formally create the new political party. Spokespeople for Musk and his Political Action Committee, America PAC, didn't immediately comment Sunday. As of Sunday morning, there were multiple political parties listed in the Federal Election Commission database that has been formed in the hours since Musk's Saturday X post with versions of America Party or Doge or X. Oh my god, he really did that. Oh my god, in the name. Or Musk listed among people affiliated with the entity. So yeah, he really just put, it's going to be the Doge Party. What heckin' awesome sauce. This is epic bacon time. Come out and vote, register. It's going to be so dumb. Oh my god. And so this might get some people, like, I don't know. Like, I don't really know what to think anymore, because there are, like, anybody can get a following now. Like, people actually still like Elon Musk. Like, really. So here, but none appear to be authentic, listing contacts for the organization as email addresses such as, quote, went snowboarding at yahoo.com or untraceable Proton Mail addresses. Musk on Sunday spent the morning on X taking feedback from users about the party and indicated he'd used the party to get involved in the 2026 midterm election. Last month, he threatened to try to oust every member of Congress that voted for Trump's bill. Musk had called the tax breaks and spending cuts package a, quote, disgusting abomination, end quote, warning it would increase the federal deficit among other critiques. Quote, the Republican Party has a clean sweep of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches, and still had the nerve to massively increase the size of government, expanding the national debt by a record $5 trillion, end quote, Musk said Sunday on X. His critiques of the bill and move to form a political party mask a reversal from May, when his time in the White House was winding down, and the head of the rocket company, SpaceX, and electric vehicle maker Tesla, said he would spend a lot less on politics in the future. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who clashed with Musk while he ran Doge, said on CNN's State of the Union on Sunday that Doge's principles were popular, but if, quote, you look at the polling, Elon was not, end quote. Quote, I imagine that those board of directors did not like this announcement yesterday and will be encouraging him to focus on his business activities, not his political activities, he said. Yeah, that's another consideration. The shareholders, I don't think they're too happy about everything. So it'll be interesting to see what unfolds. But he has some pretty firm control, so I don't know. But, that's Elon Musk and Trump, and, people had already suspected that they were going to break up sooner rather than later. So the fact that it happened now, this early in, it's kind of wild. But I don't know. I don't know what to really think of it, because obviously, Elon Musk is a clown. Obviously, he's a joke, but he holds very real power and sway. At least, in the respect of just like being around Trump, like again, I don't know why Trump was hanging around with him in the first place, because like his vibes are obviously off, but who knows? I mean, I had suspected earlier that like Trump is that kind of guy who likes having losers around him because it makes him look better. I mean, that's a real thing that could, be the case. Maybe he actually somewhat enjoyed Elon Musk's, like as a friend. I don't fucking know, man. It's so wild, especially considering the friends that he has past association with. So, yeah, but obviously it wasn't going to work because they're two narcissistic egomaniacs, and yeah, man, it's just wild to watch this happen, especially considering that Elon Musk did a whole Nazi salute for this guy. It's so wild. And now they're just like, now they're at each other's throat. I don't get it. It's just so wild. So here, pivoting now to another associate of Trump, probably much closer, actually. Here we're talking about Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not one of those podcasters who does too much focus on the Epstein stories, and like obviously it's a big one. But you got real conspiracy podcasts, right, that just follow every waking minute of it, as they should. I mean, obviously there's some people who try to take it into a weird route, trying to make it about, because Epstein was Jewish, and of course he has allegedly associations with Israel and Mossad, so they try to make it about how Jews own the media and they are owning the bank systems and now they're trafficking children. Like, that's not really the case. Like, I'm not going to spread those like actual anti-Semitic conspiracies, but it's still important to follow because he did have connections with Mossad and the IDF and Israel, and so did Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, these are real connections, so obviously we still need to focus on that, but then we can't make it about how Judaism is like this global cabal. Anyway, so just to recap here, because I'm not, as I just illustrated, I'm not like a dedicated Epstein podcaster, topic, host. But I wanted to at least do a quick timeline of Trump and Epstein, their associations together, and this sort of like the uncovering and the cover up, right, of this conspiracy, because it's so wild that the FBI now and the Department of Justice are actively covering up the Epstein files and Trump's association. It's wild. And then of course they're talking with Ghislaine Maxwell, and it's just wild. It's just wild and so open, right? It's just Trump's just like, I wish her well. I wish everybody well. It's just like, are you kidding me? Oh my god, dude. It's just so wild to see. And then of course they had that the birthday like message that they have, right? Like a little poetry like between Trump and Epstein. It's just like, we are good friends and we have many secrets. Like, it's just like, what is happening? He's the guiltiest man in the world and he can't shut up. Are we still talking about this guy? It's just so funny. Oh my god, we're in hell. So yeah, this is just from the CBC. This is like a Canadian paper or news agency. This is a quick timeline of Trump and Epstein and their associations together. So just reading this here. So U.S. President Donald Trump keeps facing questions about Jeffrey Epstein, the multimillionaire sex offender who died in jail in 2019 while facing federal charges of trafficking underage girls. As media outlets reveal new information about the Epstein case and his long ago personal relationship with Trump, the U.S. president and his administration have tried to shift the narrative. Here's a quick guide to the Epstein saga and how it has intersected with Trump over the years. So here are the 1990s. Trump, then a wealthy real estate developer, and Epstein, a hedge fund manager, move in the same elite of social circles in Manhattan and Palm Beach, Florida, and become friends. So 1992, a video from a party at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort shows the two men together. 1993, Epstein attends Trump's wedding at Marla Maples, according to video and photos obtained by CNN. 1993 to 97, Trump travels at least 7 times on one of Epstein's private jets, according to flight logs that eventually become evidence in lawsuits. However, none of the flights go to Epstein's private island in the Caribbean. Just a side note, this was a private island in St. Thomas, which is where I lived as a child, or I lived in St. Croix. So I live in the Virgin Islands, just like a couple miles, pretty much. Well, not a couple miles. I mean, it was, separate, ocean, right? But yeah, just like right over the horizon, this shit was happening. Like, that's kind of wild to really think about. Because I remember growing up, and I don't think people were talking specifically about like a private island in the Virgin Islands that were close to us, but I remember growing up hearing people say stuff like that, like, oh, there's billionaires that have islands and they bring women and girls, but like, I just didn't fully understand it, and it wasn't made obvious that this shit was happening like right next door to us. Like, it's kind of wild, but anyway, that's just a side note. I don't want to inject my personal, like, how close it was, but it's just wild to think about this was happening. And I'm just thinking about the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, when Frank is just like, oh, I went to the island, but just for the snorkeling. It's just like, that's how Trump is sounding like, right? But wow, that's just so wild. So here now, the 2000s, Trump rises to national fame with his reality show, The Apprentice, while Epstein is charged with sexually abusing teenage girls. 2002, in a feature about Epstein in New York Magazine, Trump is quoted as saying he'd known Epstein for 15 years. Quote, terrific guy, he's a lot of fun to be with. And Trump said, quote, it's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. Oh my god. This is so funny. And he says that as a brag. End quote. So right here, 2003, for his 50th birthday, Epstein receives a leather-bound book containing letters from friends. One message is from Trump, featuring an outline drawing of a naked woman and text suggesting the two men share a secret. Ooh, a little secret. The Wall Street Journal recently reported Trump has denied he wrote the letter and is suing the newspaper for libel. It's just so funny. And that's the weird thing, too. A lot of this is very homoerotic. Like, what? It's so weird. Like, huh? But yeah, it's just so ridiculous. And then it's like, here's the wild thing, okay? Because even if he never went to the island, and even if he never actually had sexually abused any young women, any young girls, children, and obviously he did, but even if he didn't, just like all of this is so guilty. And he's such a scumbag. It's just like, it's something that you would do. That's why, like, you really gotta, like, not be a piece of shit. Because one of these days you're gonna be accused of something that you didn't do. But if you're such an asshole and people believe it, it's like, well, I mean, I don't know what to think. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't, but I can't be around you. Like, it's so wild, dude. Of course, he absolutely did that kind of thing. And, like, there's so many accounts of other sexual abuses that he made, right? The grabbing by the pussy, remember that one? That was, like, such a shock before. People thought that was going to be, oh, he's dead in the water, and now look where we're at. And also, like, so many videos of him being like, well, if I wasn't related to my daughter, I'd be dating her. Like, it's just like, what are you talking about, dude? It's so wild. He definitely did that shit. Alright, so here, mid-2000s, Trump and Epstein have a falling out, and the reasons are unclear. Most recently, Trump has said it was triggered by Epstein, quote, taking people that work for me at Mar-a-Lago. He was poaching, like sex workers at, I don't fucking know, man. It's so wild. Other accounts have blamed a 2004 bidding war over a mansion in Palm Beach, or Epstein harassing the daughter of a Mar-a-Lago member in 2007. That's so fucking wild, man. It's like pimps fighting over a worker on the corner. It's just like, now listen, how, like, it's just like, you're taking my woman. Oh my god, dude. So here, 2008, Epstein is under investigation for sexually abusing underage girls at his homes in Florida and New York. From 2002 through 2005, He avoids federal prosecution and a potentially lengthy sentence by pleading guilty to lesser state charges of soliciting prostitution from a minor under a secret plea deal. The 2010s, Trump's life journey takes him to the White House, while Epstein abruptly ends in jail. 2017, Trump nominates Alexander Acosta to be his Secretary of Labor. Acosta was the U.S. attorney who oversaw Epstein's then secret plea deal revealed in 2018 by the Miami Herald. He resigns in 2019 shortly after federal prosecutors revived the criminal case against Epstein. 2019, on July 8th, in federal court in Manhattan, Epstein is indicted on sex trafficking charges. He pleads not guilty and is held in federal jail. The next day, a reporter asks Trump if he still thinks Epstein is a terrific guy. Trump responds, quote, "I don't think I've spoken to him in 15 years. I wasn't a fan," end quote. On August 10th, Epstein dies in custody. His death is ruled a suicide. So yeah, yeah, it goes from, wait, what was this? Yeah, 2002. "I've known him for 15 years, a terrific guy." And then 2019, "I'm not a fan. I wasn't a fan." So, yeah, that's wild. And who knows? Maybe those are genuine, like, falling outs that happened. I mean, who fucking knows, dude? But still, it's just like, it's just so wild, man. So wild. And it just goes to show that, like, you know, to those who are in the White House working for this guy, like, he does not value you at all. Like, you know, like, if he's willing to do this with Epstein, like, "Oh, I don't know the guy. I'm not a fan." And, you know, maybe order his execution. Like, that's what he's going to do to all these other people who work under him. You know, it's just wild. Yeah, so here, 2020s. Despite Epstein's death, or perhaps because of it, questions about the scandal continue to swirl. 2023 to 24. During Joe Biden's presidency, key players in Trump's MAGA movement lead a push for more details of the Epstein case to be made public. Some go on to play key roles in Trump's second administration. Vice President J.D. Vance, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Attorney General Pam Bondi. 2025. February 21st, a month after Trump's inauguration, Bondi is asked by Fox News whether the Justice Department will release Epstein's client list. Quote, "It's sitting on my desk right now to review," she responds, adding that a truckload of previously withheld evidence was being examined. July 7th, the Department of Justice announces that no more files related to the Epstein investigation will be released and declares that no list of his clients exists. This angers some MAGA supporters, but both on social media and in exchanges with reporters, Trump tells people to stop talking about Epstein. "Are we still talking about this creep? Come on, guys. This is so old news." Oh my god, he's just so funny. He's so funny. Can't handle it. Can't keep his mouth shut. He really is like a child. It's wild. Yeah, so July 23rd, the Wall Street Journal reports that Trump has been briefed in May that his name is among many that appear in the Epstein files. The paper notes that this does not indicate any wrongdoing by Trump. August 2nd, federal prison officials say that Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking, has been transferred to a minimum security prison camp. This comes just days after Maxwell met with Deputy U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche, previously one of Trump's personal lawyers. So yeah, that is the most recent news. And from that, she was also given a work release of some kind. It's just kind of wild. And again, they said that she was transferred to a prison camp, a minimum security prison in Bryan, Texas, which is not too far away from me. I would not be surprised. Like, it's like she could have very likely been transferred out here to Huntsville, which is kind of fucking crazy to think about. But yeah, that's wild. So yeah, so reading now just to focus a little more on Ghislaine Maxwell, because she's another factor, especially with her father. Like, she's actually sort of like people don't really don't think about it, but she's kind of like the one that got Epstein really like involved in this, because her father was a former asset, most likely for the CIA, MI5, Mossad. Yeah, man, it's crazy to think about. So she's really like, in many respects, like the real puppet master behind this, if you think about it. So yeah, So here, Ghislaine Maxwell told the DOJ Trump never did anything concerning around her. Sources, and this is from ABC News. Of course, now she's going to she was willing to testify in front of Congress, so that would have been wild to see. But yeah, obviously she's going to say whatever she needs to. It's like the sex trafficker. We have to believe the words of a sex trafficker. It's like, well, she's a sex trafficker. There's not that much that we can trust her with, right? Like, anyway. So yeah. So reading here from ABC News about Ghislaine Maxwell and the sort of interview that they had with the DOJ. Well, not even the DOJ, really. Like, Todd Blanche is like Trump's personal lawyer. So, like, yeah, it's kind of wild. Like, again, this corruption is so open. It's like really like third world banana republic, really type corruption. But obviously, like, we're America. So anyway, it's just wild. So here, ABC News. During her 9-hour speaking with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche last month, Ghislaine Maxwell said nothing during the interview that would be harmful to President Trump, telling Blanche that Trump had never done anything in her presence that would have caused concern, according to sources familiar with what Maxwell said. Again, like, she's a sex predator. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are we talking about here? What? Like, she is the danger. What the fuck are we talking about, dude? So the Trump administration, meanwhile, is considering publicly releasing the transcripts from the interview. Multiple sources familiar with the internal discussions told ABC News. Maxwell's meeting with Blanche took place for 9 hours over 2 days. There is also an audio recording of the interview, the sources said, but it's not clear whether the administration plans to release the audio to accompany any public release of the transcript. The public release of the transcripts could come as soon as next week, sources said. Maxwell, an associate of the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, was convicted of sex trafficking and other charges and sentenced to 20 years in prison in 2022, which she was serving at a federal prison in Tallahassee, Florida, until her recent move to a more relaxed federal prison camp in Texas. She's appealing her convictions to the U.S. Supreme Court. Again, this is going to blow my mind if they actually, like, vote, like, 6-3. She's acquitted. Like, it's just so wild. Oh, my God. So ABC previously reported that it was Maxwell who requested the interview with the DOJ, according to sources familiar with the matter. Maxwell's also asking the Supreme Court to review her conviction, and Trump has not ruled out a pardon for her. Maxwell's lawyer, David Marcus, said following her meetings with Blanche that Maxwell, quote, would welcome any relief. He also said Maxwell was asked about, quote, 100 different people and said she didn't hold anything back. Trump, asked Tuesday whether he approved the prison transfer for Maxwell, said, quote, I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did. It's not a very uncommon thing, end quote. Trump also just said that anything Blanche discussed with Maxwell during his meetings with her would be, quote, totally above board. Following his first day of meetings with Maxwell, Blanche tweeted that, quote, the Department of Justice will share additional information about what we learned about at the appropriate time. CNN first reported the administration was considering releasing the transcript. In an interview with Newsmax last week, when asked when Americans could hear about the contents of the meeting, Trump said, quote, I don't know because I haven't spoken about it, but he's a very talented guy, Todd Blanche, and a very straight shooter. And I think he probably wanted to know, just to get a feeling of it. Because we like to release everything, but we don't want people to get hurt that shouldn't be hurt. And I would assume that was why he was there. I want to release everything. I just don't want people to get hurt. End quote. Neither the White House or the DOJ immediately responded to a request for comment from ABC News. Again, I'm sorry. I have to read it in this voice. I really apologize, but I hope it's entertaining for y'all. And I really like that they whenever they transcribe his quotes, they write it in his like cadence. So great. It's so perfect. But it's just so wild to me that it's like people are pointing to Maxwell being like, look, she said that Trump didn't do anything inappropriate. And it's like, she's a child trafficker. It's like, what the fuck are we talking about, dude? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, this is so wild, so crazy. What is happening right now? Anyway, now this is the last article I'm going to focus on in concerns to Epstein and this debacle, because they're also trying to pivot and trying to like pin the blame on other associates, because it's not just Trump, okay? Like, yeah, there are a lot of Democratic establishment folks and celebrities who also hung out with Epstein. So it's kind of crazy to see like the list of people who hung out with Epstein. It's actually kind of crazy. Like somebody like apparently in his mansion, he had a picture with Fidel Castro. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what? Again, he's just hanging out with anybody. It's crazy. Now I do hope Castro never went to his island. So let's just hope he never went. But nah, he did. But it's just crazy to see that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, you know, in order to deflect from Trump's association with this, they're trying to point to other like Democratic and so-called left-wing billionaires and politicians that Epstein hung out with. Again, it's just projection and deflection. But hey, you know, if they were like, say the Clintons or Bill Gates, that were actually there with him doing that thing, yeah, throw them under the jail. I don't care. And anyway, that they just think that that's like an effective like distraction, but it's just like, yeah, I'm for it. I think most leftists are okay with that. So, I mean, nobody likes the Clintons, you know? So yeah. So I'm reading from The Hill, and this is the headline because they're focusing here on J.D. Vance and his response. So Vance, in his headline, Vance, we know Epstein had connections with left-wing billionaires and politicians. So The Hill, Vice President Vance on Sunday accused the Biden administration of refusing to release files on Jeffrey Epstein because of the financier's connection to Democrats. Quote, we know that Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of connection with left-wing politicians and left-wing billionaires, Democrat billionaires and Democrat political leaders. Went to Epstein Island all the time. Who knows what they did, said Vance on Fox News' Sunday Morning Features with Maria Batriromo. Quote, I laugh at the Democrats who are now all of a sudden so interested in the Epstein files. For 4 years, Joe Biden and Democrats did absolutely nothing about the story. End quote, he continued. The Epstein saga continues to be a political mess for the Trump administration as the White House faces pressure to release files the president promised to unveil during his campaign. Trump and his allies continue to claim that they are being fully transparent in the process. Attorney General Pam Bondi has pushed for the release of the grand jury testimonies of Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. However, the Department of Justice reportedly told President Trump in May that his name appeared multiple times in documents. Senator Dick Durbin, the ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, also claimed that Bondi pressured FBI agents to go through the files and flag the name of the president. Quote, now President Trump has demanded full transparency from this, and yet somehow the Democrats are attacking him and not the Biden administration, end quote, said Vance on Sunday. House Oversight and Government Reform Committee Chair James Comer, Republican Kentucky, issued subpoenas to the DOJ and a number of high-profile former government officials, including former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, to get to the bottom of this investigation. This came after a House Oversight Subcommittee voted in a bipartisan manner to subpoena the DOJ to turn over all materials they had on Epstein. Moreover, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche met with Maxwell twice, but neither the audio nor the written transcript has been released to the public. Vance continues to defend Trump. Quote, the president has been very clear, we're not shielding anything, said Vance in July. So just to reiterate, because I'm recording on the 19th, and this happened about like a week ago, so they haven't released anything as of yet. So again, that's just, that's just food for thought. But yeah, so that's sort of like the Epstein scandal that's happening now, and the DOJ response, the attempt to cover it up. It's just they're doing what they can, but obviously it's too much to cover up. It's so open. Anyway, it's kind of wild. It's funny. Again, like I have this dark sense of humor, but it's just like, what can you even do with this? Like, how can you even cope with it? I don't know. I don't know. It just proves even more so that our system is bought by pedophile billionaires, who basically, I mean, yeah, like he's a financier. You know, he was certain. I would certainly imagine him involved in like real estate development. You know, that's how I would imagine how he met Trump. So it's just like you got this class of pedophile billionaire like ruling elite who are buying up all the housing, right, and all the real estate, and just doing all kinds of stuff, doing weird stuff. I mean, they caught Epstein, but there's somebody else now. You know, there's a new Epstein that we just don't know about for the moment. Man, it's just crazy, man. And of course, you know, we had like just now with P. Diddy, right, the diddler. You know, he got convicted, but then he got convicted for like prostitution, like not necessarily trafficking, but just like transporting with intent, but not like he didn't get the full like human trafficking, like sex trafficker charges. It's a weird like loophole that just happened here, but it's just wild to see how like you have this ruling elite, even when they do get, you know, in trouble, it's sort of like a slap in the hand. You know, like he's going to be out in like what, like 10 years or something. It's crazy. I mean, dude, it is crazy. The diddler, right? But then you got Epstein, right? And you see how he dies under mysterious circumstances, right? The whole like video that they released, 11-hour video, and then there's a minute missing, and then the response is, well, you see, the system reboots at the midnight mark, so there's a minute that gets scrubbed away, and it's like, oh, how convenient. Just so convenient. Like, a lot can happen in a minute, okay? And then of course they show supposedly like the metadata again. Like it's just so crazy that in the government you have people making these moves, right? And like they certainly had to either hire like somebody or like some sort of intern to scrub the video, but then like not check the metadata. I mean, that's like some amateur shit that I do all the time. I forget to check the metadata. But still, like, you would think, working in the government, you know, federal conspiracy cover-up, at the very least, you would know about that, okay? It's so wild. It's so funny. I don't even know how to cope with it. It's just like, you just gotta laugh. You're just like, wow, they're so sloppy, too. They're not even good at it. So, yeah. So, that's Trump and Epstein. And, of course, there's more to come out from that. And, of course, he's just gonna make more comments because he can't help himself. Because, like, that's what happens when he is guilty and he knows he's in trouble. He's just going to be on the defensive. He can't play subtle. He can't let his other subordinates or his lawyers handle it. He just has to attack, right? Are we still talking about this guy? It's just, oh my God, it's so funny. Anyway, so that's what we're going to move on now. You know, at least we got that sort of exciting stuff out of the way. Now I'm going to talk now about Trump and the big beautiful bill. The BBB, you know, we love our big beautiful bill, don't we, folks? I'm sorry, man. It's just so funny when you see on Twitter and then you see BBB, and I'm like, I'm no gooner or anything, but I see, you know, BBB, and I'm like, hold up, like big beautiful what? Like, okay, I'm sorry. So here, with CNBC, we got Trump here, and they're sort of breaking down, the big beautiful bill, what it really means, and the tax breaks that are occurring for these high earners. Has a lot to do with like charitable donations. So again, it's like a lot of tax bullshit, which I still don't fully understand, but I'm just going to read it here. So at the very least, you know, we can go over it. So yeah, so Trump's big beautiful slashes this tax break for high earners in 2026. And of course, this also has effects for social services and Medicaid, SNAP. Like it's gonna be phased in, so it's not like immediately. And also student debt repayments and just all kinds of stupid bullshit, man. Oh my God, dude, it's so wild. I don't even know, man. So yeah, so Trump's big beautiful bill and the slashes and tax breaks. So Here, President Trump's Big Beautiful Bill enacted trillions in tax breaks that could benefit wealthy Americans, but some will see a smaller deduction for charitable gifts starting in 2026, experts say. When you itemize tax breaks, you can claim the charitable deduction depending on earnings and types of assets given. But Trump's spending package added two key changes for itemizers. Starting in 2026, there will be an itemized charitable deduction floor, which only allows the tax break once it exceeds 0.5% of your adjusted gross income. The new legislation also caps the benefits for filers in the top 37% income tax bracket beginning in 2026. These changes require proactive planning for 2025, while the more generous charitable deduction is still available. According to certified financial planner Edward Justream, Chief Planning Officer at Heritage Financial Services in Westwood, Massachusetts. For example, some clients may consider, quote, bunching in multiple years of donations into 2025 via a donor-advised fund. He said, this offers an upfront deduction and works like a charitable checkbook for future gifts. Trump's legislation also added a new charitable deduction for non-itemizers who donate cash starting in 2026. The tax break is limited to $1,000 for single filers or $2,000 for married couples filing jointly. In 2025, gifts aren't time sensitive. You can claim the benefit by holding the donation until January, Justream said. Reduce taxes with a, quote, simple solution. Very simple solution, end quote. Justin Miller, partner and national director of wealth planning at Evercore Wealth Management, said the changes in Trump's new legislation could be significant for top earners. For example, if your adjusted gross income is $1 million, which is the 37% tax bracket, and you donate $100,000 to charity in 2025, the charitable deduction could save you $37,000, he wrote in a LinkedIn post last week. By comparison, the same $1,000 gift may only be worth $33,250 in 2026 under the two new provisions enacted via Trump's legislation, he said. Here's how it works. The 0.5 floor cuts the $100,000 gift by $5,000 to $95,000. The second new provision reduces the $95,000 donation by 2/37. That's such a weird fraction. So 2/37, which is $5,135.13. When added together, the limitations drop the deduction to $89,864.87. That figure, multiplied by the 37% bracket, is about $33,250, which is $3,750 less than $37,000. Again, I just read a bunch of numbers to you, so again, I hope that wasn't too hard to follow. But yeah, so here, quote, many people, even those making $1 million, care about saving $3,750, Miller told CNBC, quote, especially if it's a very simple solution of giving that money away this year versus next year, end quote. Miller also recommends using a donor-advised fund in 2025 to, quote, front-load the next 3 to 5 years of charitable donations. In many cases, high earners already have these accounts set up so they can easily fund them by year end, he said. So yeah, again, there's a lot of numbers and tax codes that I just read, but just an idea of the changes that are occurring. And of course, these are incentives of like charitable donations. Again, it's just like a one big racket. It's just like, really think about it, these charitable donations is just a way to wash money. You know, that's really what it is a lot of times. But, you know, it's a big club and you ain't in it. And, you know, that's part of the thing about our financial system. It's like, it's complicated on purpose. It's supposed to be exclusionary because, like, how can you even, like, again, like, a low-wage, like, service worker like myself, like, why would I read this and give a shit? But, of course, this has consequences because you see here, I'm going to read now about possible SNAP cuts that are going to occur. So, it's like, yeah, man, you see tax cuts for the rich, and then, of course, the poor suffer, and they lose their access to food, and Medicaid, right? Like that's big. That's a big deal. So reading here, I just read from CNBC. I'm going to read another one now from CNBC. So Trump's big beautiful bill will cut 186 billion from SNAP through 2035. Which states might handle the changes? So again, this is a change that's going to occur over 10 years. So the 2030s are going to get rough. That's all I'm going to say. Like this bill that just passed is really like sort of like things are going to change in a way that we're not going to recognize. It's so bad. Like it's really bleak. But of course, because it's going to affect poor people, that's all that really matters. But it's so wild. Like you see like this animosity and judgment against like the poor working class, but the general like wealth standards is in decline. So it's like we're all broke. Like why are we judging people on SNAP when we're all broke and struggling with grocery bills? Again, that's the whole thing about our class hierarchy. It's just we need somebody to look down on. And a person like myself, I mean, in my own personal life, I have to deal with judgment because I'm not like some corporate office worker. I'm a service kitchen worker. And I'm looked down on, even though I work in a retirement home. It's like I'm seen as less than, less deserving. Again, it's so wild. It's so wild. And I don't do SNAP and all this sort of, stuff. Like it's crazy to think about. Anyway, again, no class consciousness. That's what we need, man. We need more class consciousness. But in America, if you're broke, you're a sucker, right? And people need to look down on broke people to feel better about themselves. Anyway. So here are the SNAP benefits that are going to occur. So the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program helps more than 42 million people afford groceries each month. Again, 42 million people. That's crazy, man. That's so crazy. And there's still people that are food insecure. Like unbelievable. Again, they talk about they talk about communism and people starving under communism. But then when people starve under capitalism, it's because they're stupid and they don't know how to manage their money. So I guess it's more like what? It's just such a weird argument, man. Anyway, so 42 million people, and it makes it. Okay, I'm gonna start from the top. So the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program helps more than 42 million people afford groceries each month, making it the largest anti-hunger program in the United States. But due to President Trump's tax and spending mega bill signed on July 4th, that support is set to shrink dramatically, experts say. The big beautiful bill will cut about 186 billion from SNAP funding through 2034, according to estimates from the Congressional Budget Office, or CBO. Cuts to the program and significant cost shifts to states will leave millions of low-income Americans without some or all of the food assistance they need to put meals on the table, says Katie Berg, senior policy analyst at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, a nonpartisan research and policy institute. Quote, for decades, SNAP has been there for low-income families, and as a result, we have largely eliminated severe hunger and malnutrition in this country, Berg says. Quote, but that's not a guarantee without the support that this program provides to help low-income families afford groceries. Currently, people who get SNAP benefits receive an average of $6.20 per day distributed through an electronic benefit transfer card that reloads monthly and can be used at authorized grocery stores and retailers. These amounts could decline or reach fewer people under the Big Beautiful Bill, Berg says. So some of the changes to the program include able-bodied adults ages 18 to 64 without dependents must now meet expanded work requirements of at least 80 hours per month to remain eligible for benefits. Previously, this requirement only applied to adults ages 18 to 54. Veterans, unhoused people, or those recently aged out of foster care will no longer be exempt from certain work requirements. SNAP benefits will be more strictly limited to lawful permanent residents and U.S. citizens. Up to 15% of benefit costs will now be covered by states, depending on a state's payment error rate, in addition to a 25% point uptick in administrative costs from 50% to 75%. So, again, these are interesting changes. Of course, a lot of it has to do with work requirements, able-bodied people that want them back in work. It's just kind of crazy to think about where they're like, oh, you need to meet these specific work, hour requirements per month. But then it's like, okay, but I can't find a job. Can you give me a job? Like, it's so ridiculous, man. Oh my God. It's just like, just give me a job. Like, that was how it was for a long time before I had this job. I'm just like, just give me a job. Any job. And that's why I'm working here. And I actually like my job. That's the other thing too. I'm very lucky that I like my job and I like taking care of people at this position. So that's why I don't mind staying here for, a couple years. I don't know, however long it takes me. It's just crazy to think about, like, especially this job market. And of course, I have people telling me to move back to Houston. And I'm just like, nope, I'm holding on to this job for dear life. Especially with the job report that just came out. And then they fired the head of the labor statistics. It's just like, oh my God, these boomers don't get it. Like, it's not like before, man. I still think, like, I need to check, because I remember I applied to, like, a PetSmart, like, store. Again, I just needed a job anywhere. And, like, I would be checking back, like, a month later, and, like, my application was still pending. It's just ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. Ugh. Anyway, so let me get back on track. So, yeah, these are now talking about the state costs, because now more of the budget from the state has to, because each state has different, like, program requirements, and also they're talking about the error rates. It's crazy to think about. And they're talking about how if the costs are too high, they just might scrap it entirely. Like, it's just, like, people are really going to lose their food benefits. So states on the cost, states on the hook for higher costs. The new budget bill increases the amount of administrative costs states need to cover, and for the first time in the program's history, requires states to foot a portion of the cost for food benefits too. Those higher costs for SNAP could threaten the future of the program in some states altogether, according to the CBPP. That's because states need to balance their budgets annually, and if a state cannot make up the percentage of SNAP it needs to cover, officials will be left with few options for making adjustments, Berg said. Officials will be left with few options for making adjustments, Berg says. The percentage of SNAP benefits costs a state will have to cover depends on its SNAP payment error rate. The error rate is the percentage of benefits incorrectly paid out by a state by giving too much or too little to recipients. If a state's error rate is at or above 6%, it will have to cover 5 to 15% of SNAP benefit costs determined on this sliding scale. In 2024, the average state error rate was 10.9%, according to a report from the Department of Agriculture. Any state with an error rate above 10% will have to cover 15% of its benefit costs under the Big Beautiful Bill. If California has to cover 15% of benefit costs, it will owe $1.8 billion for SNAP funding in 2028, according to estimated projections from Feeding America, a national network of food service programs. Other states could owe hundreds of millions under this cost shift, Berg says. Here's what could happen if your state can't foot the bill. So, funding cuts from other state programs. So, to continue providing SNAP, some state officials may slash funding in other areas to make room in the budget. That could result in cuts to housing or public safety programs, according to a report from CBPP. Tax hikes could also be on the table, Berg says, though changes would vary based on state budgeting. Eligibility restrictions. States looking to cut costs may significantly restrict SNAP eligibility to reduce the number of people who qualify for the program, according to the CBPP. That could be done by adding red tape that makes it harder for people who are eligible for benefits to access and keep them, Berg says. She says administrative barriers tends to impact, quote, the most vulnerable people, end quote, such as seniors and people with disabilities, as well as working families who lack the time to go back and forth with the SNAP benefits office. Complete program termination. In the situation that a state cannot come up with the money to compensate for federal funding it's lost, state officials may decide it's necessary to cut SNAP entirely, Berg says. It is not immediately clear how many states are at risk of losing benefits altogether, as error rates fluctuate from year to year and could change significantly before the benefits cost shift to states goes into effect in October 2027. Because food banks are, quote, already overburdened, are already, because food banks are, quote, already overburdened, end quote, Berg says, quote, they absolutely cannot fill the hole that losing SNAP would leave in a state, end quote. That means millions of low-income families would be left without basic food security if their states lose SNAP altogether, she says. What SNAP recipients should know. Policy centers and state officials are still awaiting additional guidance from the Department of Agriculture on the steps states need to take to comply with the new provisions and what timeline for implementing changes will be, Berg says. Although this is an unprecedented time, SNAP recipients should feel reassured that changes to SNAP aren't going to happen immediately or all at once, she says. Quote, it is very hard to say at a national level what the impacts in particular states might be, Berg says, but, quote, nothing is going to change overnight, end quote. As states await updates, it's best for recipients to confirm their contact information is up to date so they don't miss any important notices per recommendations from state officials. So yeah, so that's quite a bit there. But again, that's, the real consequence of the big, beautiful bill. This is Liberation Day for our economy. Yeah, that's the real consequence of it. And of course, we got like children in school, with lunch debt. We still have to argue whether or not it's okay to pay free food for children. Well, that's the parents' responsibility, not mine. I don't, fuck them kids. So that's just more stuff that has to unfold. And I just wanted to follow up here because this is just now released information. So I'm reading from this page on Instagram. I just checked my Instagram just randomly. But apparently now, and this is from Atlas News, so this is an Instagram page. So today, Representative James Comer announced that on Friday, the House will begin receiving files related to the Epstein case from the Department of Justice. Comer, a Republican who chairs the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, said, quote, there are many records in DOJ's custody, and it will take the department time to reduce all the records and ensure the identification of victims in any child sexual abuse materials are redacted, end quote. This follows the House Oversight Committee's subpoena to the DOJ for documents connected to Jeffrey Epstein, with the focus on potential ties between the late sex trafficker and American politicians. President Trump has faced criticism for his past association with Epstein and denies any involvement in Epstein's crime. Lawmakers from both parties and the public remain interested in the release of sealed documents. The committee's top Democrat called the DOJ agreement an important step towards transparency and justice for victims. The Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche has reportedly met with Epstein's former girlfriend and convicted co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. No official records from any such meetings have been made public. Alongside the expected release of records, the committee has issued subpoenas to multiple former law enforcement officials and to former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. While both Clinton and Trump were acquainted with Epstein, neither have been charged with Epstein-related crimes. This comes as Melania Trump has threatened a $1 billion defamation lawsuit against Hunter Biden over his claims in an interview with Andrew Callahan, that's the interviewer from Channel 5 News, that Epstein introduced her to President Trump. Her counsel sent a demand letter, and Biden has declined to apologize. Yeah, it wasn't just him. He read it from was it Michael Moore, or who was it that because what their contention was that it was the biographer for Trump. Let me see again. So biographer, is it Stephen Moore, I think? Whichever, because they threatened a lawsuit for defamation, and then of course what they're trying to say is that, well, this wasn't us saying it; it was this biographer by the name of Moore. So I guess it's Stephen Moore. Yeah. Anyway, so oh my God, that's quite a bit. It's important to follow, but also I don't really care too much because all of it's fucked up and evil. So yeah. So that's Trump and Epstein, and also the big beautiful bill and the spending cuts, tax cuts that are going to happen particularly with SNAP and other social services that are going to affect the working people, poor working people. Oh man, it's going to be wild to see what the tax changes are going to be this year and the years following, because they're going to make tax breaks for the wealthy, the ultra wealthy, but then working poor people, they're going to see their taxes increase. It's ridiculous. So yeah. So here, now this is more recent, because the articles that I was reading earlier are, older, dealing with like the past couple months, especially with Epstein and Trump and Elon Musk. So here is more recent, with the National Guard takeover in Washington D.C. and also Trump like vowing to kick out all the homeless people. It's a weird move, but his whole point is that like, oh, it's bedlam and bloodshed and mayhem has taken our city over. Like it's like he just watched Escape from New York, and he's just like, oh my god, we gotta clean these streets. Like, it's ridiculous, and it's wild too, because like DC has like a good nightlife. Like, people obviously were comfortable enough to go out at night. Of course, the big reason why he's doing this is because the Doge staffer, Big Balls. Okay, that's I don't know what his real name is, but that's his alias, right? Big Balls. Got his shit kicked in by a bunch of teenagers, and now of course we got to send the troops in. Got to send in the National Guard. We got to put bayonets and clear these neighborhoods. And I mean, DC has like a big black community. It's kind of crazy to think about. They're in the belly of the beast of this machine, and they're going to be the first targets of it. Especially considering DC not being a state, but a federal district. So Trump has a lot of leverage that he can do here. It's not like he can send troops into New York, at least not yet. But this could be a first step towards that. It's crazy. And then also there's another report that they have trying to establish like sort of like a federal like military force to deal with civil unrest, like a rapid response force. So yeah, man, they're making moves. This isn't about crime. Just being straight up, they're making moves here. Just like slowly like putting tanks in and like in MRAPs and Humvees, and then setting up barricades, and just like, it's just a security measure, an indefinite security measure. So yeah. So here, just to read from Reuters about Trump, because a lot of this also has to do with the homeless. And this is my main concern, because I feel that they're going to make an even greater like nationwide attack against the homeless. And, these ICE motherfuckers, they want to snatch, they got quotas to meet. And they're not going around being like, oh, that it's not about immigration. It's very much about like attacking political enemies and about, internal repression. I mean, now they got a bigger budget than the fucking Marine Corps. Like what? It's so wild. But yeah, they're just turning into like the personal army of Trump. That's what's happening here. And the Customs and Border Patrol. Again, it's just so wild, like just seeing all the different like agencies, right? Like all the different law enforcement agencies. Like it's just there's too many police forces and agencies. Like it's too much. But yeah, man, it's just like you got all these like high school jocks who didn't amount to much. Now they have an opportunity to put on a badge and a gun and go out and start harassing people. And it's just so wild to me how like, especially now, because they don't give a shit about procedure, they don't care about the law. Isn't that crazy how like you got these cops who join the police force, but then when people are saying, hey, could you follow the law because you're a cop and that's your job is to uphold the law, they get mad and then they bring out the guns and they start pepper spraying people. It's so ridiculous. Like, these are thugs, state thugs, okay? If they weren't cops, they would just be bandits, like hijacking people on the street. Like, that's who they are, okay? But they're state thugs. And of course, Trump now, it can't be any more obvious what their intentions are. With the homeless particularly, because homeless people don't have passports or identification. to like identify themselves. So if they're going to go out and clear out these encampments, and usually they just straight up like bulldoze the camps with the people inside them, okay, that the people have died from this. Yeah, destroy all their belongings, whatever few belongings they might have. Like, you know, like sometimes the people have like photos of their families, and that's all they have, and then they just go in and destroy everything, and that's it. And these people have lost everything, and then they're just told to leave, leave, and you're like, I have nowhere to go. You just destroyed my home. And then now they're saying like, oh, well, we're gonna put them in jail if they don't leave. We're gonna put them in jail. Yeah, I can certainly imagine what ICE is gonna start doing is harassing homeless people, and if they can't prove that they're citizens, and putting them in alligator Alcatraz, like that's what's gonna start happening. I mean, this is a genocide against the homeless. This is class war. It's so ridiculous, dude. So anyway, again, it's so infuriating and honestly scary, because this can happen to any one of us. You know, again, there's a lot of people who think it can't happen to you. It's like, oh, I got my money situation. No, you don't. It can happen to any one of us. So, yeah. So from Reuters, I'm reading now on the deployment of troops to Washington, D.C. So here, President Trump pledged on Sunday to evict homeless people from the nation's capital and jail criminals, despite Washington's mayor arguing that there is no current spike in crime. While details of the plan were unclear, the administration is planning to deploy hundreds of National Guards to Washington. A U.S. official told Reuters, a controversial tactic Trump used recently in Los Angeles to tackle immigration protests over the objections of local officials. Trump has not made a final decision, the official said, adding that the number of troops and their role are still being determined. Unlike in California and every other state where the governor typically decides when to activate Guard troops, the president directly controls the National Guard in Washington, D.C. Past instances of the Guard's deployment in the city include in response to the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol by a mob of Trump supporters. Quote, the homeless have... Oh, this is Trump. Quote, the homeless have to move out immediately, end quote, Trump posted on his Truth social platform. Quote, we will give you places to stay, but far from the Capitol. The criminals, you don't have to move out. We're going to put you in jail where you belong, end quote. Again, it's so fascinating how, like, homeless people are treated. Like, this is their home. Like, they don't have a house to live in, but this is their community. This is their people. You know, and like homeless people are a part of your community, and they're just like, just move them away. It's so dehumanizing, and this is a far more like normal attitude that people have. Okay, that's the thing too. This sort of attitude is far more prevalent in like your average liberal suburbanite, yuppie suburbanite. Okay, like Kamala Harris could be doing this, and they wouldn't be saying a thing. You know, again, it's so ridiculous. This is like. Again, this is something that Gavin Newsom, right? Like he was recorded, like photographed, like just pushing a cart from this encampment, and then he was treating it like, you know, he was like smiling like a photo op, and it's just like you're just like destroying somebody's house. What little they have. Again, you know, it's just so obvious some of these things and how in common a lot of people have that want to pretend that they're not in common, but. Hey, a lot of liberals also agree with this sort of thing. So here, the White House declined to explain what legal authority Trump used to evict people from Washington. The Republican president controls only federal land and buildings in the city. Trump plans to hold a press conference on Monday to, quote, stop violent crime in Washington, D.C., end quote. It was not clear whether he would announce more details of his eviction plan then. There are 3,782 single persons experiencing homelessness on any given night in the city of about 700,000, says the Community Partnership, an organization working to reduce homelessness in D.C. Most such individuals are in emergency shelters or transitional housing rather than on the street, it says. A White House official said on Friday more federal law enforcement officers were being deployed in the city following a violent attack on a young administration official following a violent attack on a young administration staffer that angered the president. Again, the Big Balls incident. Alleged crimes investigated by federal agents on Friday night included, quote, multiple persons carrying a pistol without license, motorists driving on suspended licenses, and dirtbag riding, a White House official said on Sunday. The official said 450 federal law enforcement officers were deployed across the city on Saturday. The city's police department says violent crime was down 26% in D.C. in the first 7 months of 2025 compared with last year, while overall crime was down 7%. The Democratic mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, said on Sunday the capital was, quote, not experiencing a crime spike, end quote. Quote, it is true that we had a terrible spike in crime in 2023, but this is not 2023, end quote, Bowser said on MSNBC's The Weekend. Quote, we have spent over the last 2 years driving down violent crime in this city, driving it down to a 30-year low, end quote. Bowser said Trump was, quote, very aware of the city's work with federal law enforcement after meeting him several weeks ago in the Oval Office. The U.S. Congress has control of D.C.'s budget after the district was established in 1790 with land from neighboring Virginia and Maryland, but resident voters elect the mayor and city council. For Trump to take over the city, it is likely that Congress would have to pass a law revoking the law that established local control. So yeah, that's just a quick read there from Reuters. Now I'm going to continue even more because that was kind of more focused on the homeless situation. And again, obviously the so-called crime spike, violent crime spike, that is actually like a low, like record low. And just nationwide in general, like to try to say a lot that crime is getting worse. It's not. Violent crime has been declining. There was an uptick during COVID, during the pandemic. So yeah, there was a violent crime spike then. But yeah, in general, it's still on the decline. So it's just crazy to read about. Yeah, I mean, they just lie. They just lie, even when the stats are not in their favor. And it doesn't matter. The people, the real hardcore believers, they eat it up because it's just, it's just whatever they want to believe. So yeah, that is at least, just a read on the homeless situation. But here now we'll focus more on the violent crime, so-called violent crime spike, and the deployment of National Guard troops. Again, this article is a little older because they were saying that Trump took direct control, federalized the police. But as I've read, he's returned control, but he's still deploying National Guard troops, and getting it from states, neighboring states. So, yeah, it's interesting to see. So here from AP News, the headline here, Trump's takeover of Washington law enforcement begins as National Guard troops arrive. So, yeah, this has more to do with the DC Metropolitan Police, system. So here, the new picture of law enforcement in the nation's capital began taking shape Tuesday as some of the 800 National Guard member troops deployed by the Trump administration began arriving. The city's police and federal officials, projecting cooperation, took the first steps in an uneasy partnership to reduce crime in what President Trump called, without substantiation, a lawless city. The influx came the morning after the Republican president announced he would be activating the Guard troops and taking over the district's police department, something the law allows him to do temporarily. He cited a crime emergency, but referred to the same crime that city officials stress is already falling noticeably. By evening, the administration was saying that National Guard members were expected to be on the streets starting Tuesday night, according to a White House official who was not authorized to speak publicly and spoke on condition of anonymity. The Army said there were no specifics on the location they will be patrolling, according to an official who spoke on condition of anonymity for the same reason. Mayor Muriel Bowser pledged to work alongside the federal officials Trump has tasked with overseeing the city's law enforcement, while insisting the police chief remained in charge of the department and its officers. Quote, how we got here, or what we think about the circumstances right now. Quote, how we got here, or what we think about the circumstances. Right now we have more police and we want to make sure we use them, she told reporters. The tone was a shift from the day before when Bowser said Trump's plan to take over the Metropolitan Police Department and called the National Guard was not a productive step, and argued his perceived state of emergency simply doesn't match the declining crime numbers. Still, the law gives the federal government more sway over the capital city than in U.S. states, and Bowser said her administration's ability to push back is limited. So here now is the crime statistics from last year and this year, so the percent changes. So here, overall crime has declined by 7%. So from 2024, it was 16,941. In 2025, it's 15,740. Homicide is down by 11%. Sex abuse is down by 50%. Assault with a dangerous weapon is down by 20%. And robbery is down by 28%. So yeah, overall violent crime has declined by 26%. So from 2024, violent crime was 2,142. 2025, it is 1,588. Of course, we're in August, so I'm not sure if it includes like the same time frame, like 2024, 2025, but we'll see. Yeah, but again, it's just from a year ago. So the only increase in crime that's being reported here is an arson. It went up. 2024 there were 3 arson incidents, and in 2025 it's 4. So that's the 33% increase from 3 to 4. But yeah, everything else is down. Property crime is down by 4%. But yeah, again, those are pretty stark numbers, and he tried to say, there's bloodshed and bedlam, mania. It's a lawless city. Again, it's just like he's like describing Escape from New York. Yeah. So here, continuing, Attorney General Pam Bondi posted on social media that the meeting was productive. The law allows Trump to take over the D.C. police for up to 30 days, though White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt suggested it could last longer as authorities later reevaluate and reassess. Extending federal control past that time would require congressional approval, something likely tough to achieve in the face of Democratic resistance. About 850 officers and agents fanned out across Washington on Monday and arrested 23 people overnight, Leavitt said. The charges, he said, include homicide, drunk driving, gun and drug crimes, and subway fare evasion. She didn't immediately provide further information on the arrests. Again, it's just like, because they're pointing to homicide and drunk driving, and it's like, yeah, some violence is going to occur. It's a city, but overall, it's still down. But again, they're just going to focus on like these very sparing incidents. So continuing, the U.S. Park Police has also removed 70 homeless encampments over the last 5 months. She said people who were living in them can leave, go to a homeless shelter, or go into drug addiction treatment, Leavitt said. Those who refuse could face fines or jail time. Again, it's like, oh, you can go to a homeless shelter, but then also they want to cut homeless shelter funding. And again, as you saw, SNAP benefits are going to get cut. So yeah, it's just wild. So here, the city and Trump have had a bumpy relationship. So I can just imagine being some of these like city council people and like having to deal with Trump the first time, and now he's gone, and you're like, oh, thank God. And then he comes back and he's even more unhinged. It's just, wow, man. So here, while Trump invokes his plan by saying that, quote, we're going to take our capital back, Bowser and the MPD maintain that violent crime overall in Washington has decreased to a 30-year low after a sharp rise in 2023. Carjackings, for example, dropped by about 50% in 2024 and are down again this year. More than half of those arrested, however, are juveniles, and the extent of those punishments is a point of contention for the Trump administration. Resident Gerard Tyree, who's lived in Washington for 15 years, said he does see crime slowing down. He's worried of the National Guard troops who don't have the same local knowledge as the city's regular police force. Quote, I feel safe walking through the city each and every day. The police are doing a mighty fine job, he said. Bowser, a Democrat, spent much of the Trump's first term in office openly sparring with the Republican president. She fended off his initial plans for a military parade, through the streets and stood in public opposition when he called in a multi-agency flood of federal law enforcement to confront anti-police brutality protesters in summer 2020. She later had the words "Black Lives Matter" painted in giant yellow letters on the street about a block from the White House. So yeah, that's quite a bit. Yeah, the protests in 2020, especially, like, remember again, like, we have such short memories, and I know it's hard to keep up, but remember the protests, and they had that Australia crew, like, following it live, and then the cops just go out, they charge everybody, start beating people, just for Trump. Remember Trump to walk out of the White House with the huge security detail, stand in front of a church with a Bible. Just like a whole photo op. Like, it was like, it was really, like, jarring to see that, you know? Oh my god, like, I'm just like, it's sort of like PTSD thinking about it, because it was truly one of those shocking moments where I'm like, oh my god, like, he really just did that. Like, what other president can you imagine, like, sending troops out to attack protesters so he can have a photo op? Unbelievable. That just came back to me. I really, yeah, just crazy, but again, like, that's what he wants. I mean, it's so obviously authoritarian. And also with the military parade, I totally forgot about that too. Like, the whole, like, oh, it's 250 years of American freedom, you know, American military might. And it was such a weak ass parade. So weak. Like, it literally felt, again, like, the third world comparisons are not lost on me. You know, it's like something like, I don't know, like, what's some, like, African nation, like Ghana or something, like, just having a weird, like, what was it? Like, there was, like, an African, like, military parade where they made, like, fake, like, mech suits. Like, this is just how it feels like. Oh my god, dude. And it's the U.S. military. And you see now, like, oh my god, like, so many stupid posts from the Pentagon, or the Department of Defense. Like, they're just straight up groyper posting. Unbelievable. It's so stupid. And, like, they're trying to be all tough and macho. We're bringing back the war fighter. Like, that's just the attitude. Okay, let me get back. I'm just like, it's just so many things came to me at once. So, yeah. So they had the military parade, and also with the protest that occurred, you know, this mayor trying to, like, hold things together. Yeah, that was, like, in her first term. So now here in her second term, we're going to talk here. So in Trump's second term, backed by Republican control of both houses of Congress, Bowser has walked a public tightrope for months, emphasizing common ground with the Trump administration on issues such as the successful effort to bring the NFL's Washington Commanders back to the District of Columbia. She watched with open concern for the city streets as Trump finally got his military parade this summer. Her decision to dismantle Black Lives Matter's plaza earlier this year served as a neat metaphor for just how much the power dynamics between the two executives had evolved. Now that fraught relationship enters uncharted territory as Trump has followed through on months of what many DC officials had quietly hoped were empty threats. The new standoff has cast Bowser in a sympathetic light, even among her longtime critics. Quote, "It's a power play and we're an easy target," said Clinique Chapman, CEO of the DC Justice Lab and a frequent Bowser critic. Here, where the power actually lies. So Bowser contends that all the power resides with Trump and that local officials can do little other than comply and make the best of it as long as Washington remains a federal enclave with limited autonomy under the 1973 Home Rule Act. She said, "It will remain vulnerable to such takeovers. Trump is the first person to use the law's Section 740 to take over Washington's police for up to 30 days during times of emergency. For Trump, the effort to take over public safety in D.C. reflects an escalation of his aggressive approach to law enforcement. The District of Columbia's status as a congressionally established federal district gives him a unique opportunity to push his tough on crime agenda. Though he has not proposed solutions to the root causes of homelessness or crime. Trump's declaration of a state of emergency fits the general pattern of his second term in office. He has declared states of emergencies on issues ranging from border protection to economic tariffs, enabling him to rule via executive order. In many such cases, he has moved forward while the courts sorted them out. Bowser's claims about successfully driving down violent crime received backing earlier this year from an unlikely source. Ed Martin, Trump's original choice for U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, issued a press release in April hailing a 25% drop in violent crime rates from the previous year. Tom Power, resident of the hip Logan Circle neighborhood, is for over a decade, said he occasionally hears about shootings or car breaks-in, but he's never been a victim himself. Quote, I never felt threatened. I've never given much thought to it. End quote, he said. Washington native Shayna Taylor said the troops are putting her on edge. Quote, it's more fearful now because even though you're a law-abiding citizen here in D.C., you don't know, especially because I'm African American, she said. Trump's newly confirmed top federal prosecutor for Washington, one-time judge and former Fox News host Jeanine Pirro, argued that violent crime remains high and a significant issue for victims despite recent decreases. Quote, these were vibrant human beings cut down because of illegal guns, she said. So, yeah, man. It's interesting. And again, it doesn't matter, really. They can just make up whatever, whatever the stats say. And, of course, the inputs from the residents where it's like, you're under attack and your life is being destroyed and threatened. And it's just like, no, I'm pretty chill. Yeah, man. Really, a lot of the times, a lot of that violent crime, like, it only really happens, like, the real bad violent crime only happens to those that are in the game, Like, it doesn't really affect people, like regular people, Like, if you're getting break-ins, it's usually because people cased your place and they can sense that you got something there. Or maybe it's a stash house or something. Or, if there's a shooting happening, it's because of some beef on the street. But it's not like and of course it does affect regular people, but they're not being targeted, if that makes sense. Anyway. It's DC. There's a very real, like, underground there. Very real, like, crime scene. And it's so interesting that you got these, like, so-called, like, elites talking about crime and drugs and all that, but they are the ones who profit off of that. There's a whole market. That's why there's a whole underground. It's, again, there's a lot of economics with, drug trafficking and all this, like, underground, smuggling. There's a demand in that city. I mean, again, one time, right, they found, like, cocaine in the White House under Biden. Like, there's people pushing that stuff. So there's a demand for it, especially with these, like, Ivy League staffers who want to get, a quick key. Like, yeah, they can find it. It's the fucking nation's capital. So, yeah, that's just my input there. So I spoke quite a bit about Trump and Epstein and this takeover in DC, which they're still, moving troops through, National Guard troops, and now they're making plans to have them patrol with weapons. Like, I don't know what they're planning to do. It doesn't make much sense. I mean, it's obviously a power play, but still, it's sloppy. So here, that's what I was reading. But in the last week or so, and this is more to do with geopolitics, so that's why I'm leaving it towards, like, the end of it, to transition into the geopolitical segment. But I still wanted to speak on it because Trump met with Putin in Alaska. This is a historic summit, really. Yeah. So he met with Putin in Alaska. They had their meeting. It was quite interesting to watch, especially with Putin just being like, he'll say stuff like, not Trump. Like, Trump will be like, Putin told me that the mail-in ballots, it's a sham. Nobody else does it. That's not true, but still, it's just wild to see. But it's just like, Putin, he's a great guy. He's a great friend. Oh, man. I just don't get it, dude. So, that was, interesting to watch. And there are discussions over Ukraine. Of course, the main details that are coming out is a proposed partition. And this is what I've said, too, for some time now. Unfortunately, it's looking increasingly like Ukraine is going to be partitioned, where a lot of those eastern oblast regions, so Crimea, he's saying also the Zaporizhzhia region, Luhansk, Donetsk, they're all going to be effectively annexed by Russia. And of course, Ukraine is it's a rough war. And just recently now, again, I don't keep too much on the like tactical situations, but there've been recent breakthroughs and recent breakthroughs in the lines, some collapsing of the lines. It's just, things are developing. There's also been, with Ukraine specifically, they've made moves. So they had that drone operation against the strategic bomber fleet, against Russia's strategic bombers. So that was interesting, and of course, that was an effective operation, at least for that time. Who knows how much it really hampered them, hampered their abilities to move. Again, it's just, that's really what it is. It's just like Russia is pounding Ukraine, and then Ukraine sends an occasional drone into Russia. And I mean, hey, a well-placed drone hit can cause a lot of damage, so it's not to deny that. But yeah, it's just their capabilities are not really the same. Very much lopsided. And of course, now this is a war of attrition, so Ukraine is very much getting ground down here, having manpower issues, and they're sending old men now to fight. Yeah, it's not looking good for Ukraine. And of course, they want to maintain their sovereignty, which, in principle, they have a right to defend themselves. But then you can consider how the United States has, sort of pushed them, not just the United States, NATO, the West have sort of pushed Ukraine into this moment since 2014. And they went and took Donbass and Crimea, and they continue to arm and support the Ukrainians to, continue with their war. It's like a civil war, but also a proxy war that they had. But now it's just a straight up war, and now they lost more land. I mean, it's slow moving. The front lines are slow moving, but the longer this drags on, the worse it's going to get for Ukraine. Not to say that Russia isn't experiencing heavy losses, but they can take those losses. Yeah, man, it's just not looking good. And this is just the unfortunate reality. It's like you could have just lost Crimea and Donbass. It would have sucked, but at least, these are two strategic positions that Russia has always coveted. So it's it's a suck, it sucks, it's a loss, but at least, it's one that you can swallow your pride with. But now it's, Russia's taken more land. And the longer that Ukraine refuses to make a settlement, the more land they're going to lose, the more men that they're going to lose in the field, the more damage that they're going to experience in their cities, because they're also getting hit with missiles and drones, and far worse, worse attacks that are happening. Yeah, man, it sucks. It's unfortunate. It's not that I want Russia to expand and take territory. They're just doing it. There's nothing I can do about it. That's just all I can say. It's this is what's going to happen. They kept saying for years, we're not allowing Ukraine to join NATO, and then NATO kept sending in trainers and weapons. It looks like they're going to eventually put a NATO base in Ukraine. So then Russia has to do what they do. It's an imperialist state. So they're going to be imperialist. It's not good, but that's what they're going to do. Yeah, man. And it's so interesting how people get very hung up about Ukraine. I get it if somebody is Ukrainian that they would be heavily focused on this. Absolutely. It's your homeland, it's your country. But then you got just a lot of other NATO heads or EU, European Union, sort of posters. And it's just they're super focused on Ukraine. And it's you're kind of the reason why this is happening. So yeah, it's just interesting to see how people are very focused on this, especially now with Gaza, which is a far more pressing crisis that's unfolding. Far, far worse, far more consequential than what's happening here. Not to say that the people who are living here aren't dealing with, extreme circumstances, they're not dealing with a real war, but it's not like Ukraine is going to be destroyed, right? It's not who knows? Because Putin has said some weird things about Ukraine. It's sort of a weird nationality, ethnic discussion to have, because it's they're Russians but not Russians, and you have to go into the Kievan Rus times, and it's a deep historical discussion to have. Something that I'm not fully qualified. I mean, I have made comments before, but again, it's not like I'm fully qualified to speak on Russian history. It's like when the U.S. invaded Yugoslavia, or bombed Yugoslavia. It's like, why are we injecting ourselves? We're making things worse. That's how it feels sometimes. Anyway, so let me get off track. So the summit with Putin. Again, I don't mean to bring up the Yugoslavia issue, because that's a whole separate thing. But my point is, Western interventionism. That's really why this is happening. It's because of Western meddling and interventionism. So here, reading MSNBC on the summit that Trump had with Putin. I mean, it's still kind of weird to follow what the outcome is. And also yesterday, I specifically waited for the meeting yesterday to go through with Zelensky and Trump and other European leaders, because it's a big meeting, it's a big summit, and there's a lot that's being determined. Yeah, man, it's the lives of millions of people, right? So yeah, so here from MSNBC, and they're talking on their takeaways on the Trump-Putin meeting, which it's kind of weird to see, because Trump is obviously the kind of guy that needs his ego to be stroked, and Putin knows that, and he's just going to say what he can to appeal to Trump. It's just wild. So yeah, so reading from MSNBC, right? So President Trump flew to Alaska hoping he could pull a diplomatic rabbit out of his hat, although he kept his expectations low and described the high-stakes summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin as a way to determine whether Moscow was committed to participating in a serious peace process to end the war in Ukraine. It was clear from the get-go that Trump wanted to leave the meeting with some kind of ceasefire in hand. Quote, "I will be happy if I walk away without some kind of ceasefire," end quote. Trump told Fox News' Brett Baier. If those were Trump's true feelings, then he must have been sulking on Air Force One as he headed back to Washington, D.C. Trump not only failed to get the immediate unconditional ceasefire he was pinning for, but he also got bludgeoned by foreign policy commentators who faulted him for gifting Putin international legitimacy for nothing in return. Trump sounded downright solemn during his 12-minute press conference with Putin, admitting straight away that while unidentified progress was made, there wasn't enough common ground to hash out even a rough preliminary outline of a deal. Quote, "We had an extremely productive meeting and many points were agreed to," end quote, Trump asserted. Quote, "There are just very few that are left. Some are not that significant. Only one is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there," end quote. It doesn't take a genius in international affairs to understand that, quote, the most significant item he was referring to was the one issue that prompted him to organize a summit with Putin in the first place, the war in Ukraine. None of this should be shocking to anybody who has been monitoring the 3.5-year conflict. Trump may have an inherently oversized opinion of his capacity to will peace deals into existence, but on Ukraine, at least, he's not the most important person in the story. That honor goes to Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, two men who not only have a visceral hatred towards each other, but more importantly, a set of goals that are as close as irreconcilable as you can get. Trump believed he could use his hours with Putin as an opportunity, if not to move Putin closer to the higher ground, then at least to begin a high-level diplomatic process that would get Putin into the same room with the Ukrainian leader. Despite the hyperventilation surrounding the Alaska meeting, Trump wasn't wrong to extend an invitation to Putin to determine whether a path forward existed. This isn't the first time a U.S. president has shaken hands with a despot, and it won't be the last. Trump greeting Putin on a tacky red carpet wasn't the problem. Rather, the problem is that Putin remains committed to fighting, still believes he can achieve more by continuing the war than he can through negotiations, and has prioritized success in Ukraine over everything else, including an improvement in U.S.-Russia relations. Unfortunately for everybody who wants the war to end and a diplomatic settlement, Putin doesn't have much of an incentive to sign up to anything when the battlefield has shifted in Moscow's favor. Although Russian troops continue to die at an astounding rate, the Russian army has made more territorial gains over the last week than it has in months. One can't say the same about the Ukrainian army, whose manpower issues are getting more serious as the war persists and whose population is increasingly supportive of a deal that ends the war over slugging it out until victory. The Ukrainians may not want to cede a chunk of their territory to the Russians, but neither do they want to continue a war that is exhausting the country economically, socially, and demographically. Again, it sucks, but you might have to give up that land. And these are already predominantly Russian majority areas. They don't really like the Russians that much either, so it's just kind of weird. It's just the land, okay? It's not about saving the people there. Anyway, like all wars in human history, the facts on the ground, not any individual's deal-making ability, will determine when the war ends and what type of settlement is reached. And for any settlement to stick, the combatants must both come to the conclusion that a good enough peace is preferable to more war. Right now, those elements aren't available. Look no further than Friday when Putin reportedly told Trump that he would sign up to a ceasefire and freezes the current battle lines in Zaporizhzhia and Kherson if Ukrainian forces withdrew from the entire Donbas region, 30% of which the Ukrainian army still controls. It's a proposal Zelensky is bound to reject, and Putin knows it. The question now is what Trump will do going forward. There are several options on the table. One is to simply persist on the diplomatic front, hoping that with the passage of time and enough creativity, Putin and Zelensky will eventually get to yes. Zelensky and a group of European leaders will meet with Trump at the White House on Monday for a full debriefing of what Trump and Putin talked about in Alaska, and it's likely the Trump administration will try to entice both sides of the conflict to participate in a bilateral summit to keep the process moving. The second option would be to double down on the Biden administration's own policy, which consisted of sanctions on the Russian economy and providing ending supplies of military equipment to the Ukrainian army with the presumption that Putin would over time sue for peace on Kiev's terms. That policy killed a lot of Russians and allowed the Ukrainians to hold their own on the battleground, but failed to move Putin in a direction Washington sought. If anything, the more the United States became involved, the more resources Putin committed to his own war strategy. Why would Trump give his failed strategy a second chance? A third option, and the less painless one for the United States, would be to hand over the Ukraine file completely to the Europeans, who have a greater stake in the endgame than Washington does. European governments are already stepping up in a big way for Ukraine, both in terms of financial assistance they are providing to Kiev, as well as military aid they are willing to give. Washington is already moving in that direction. In July, Trump agreed to sell U.S. weapons to Europe and allow those weapons to be transferred to the Ukrainian army. Regardless of which policy the United States settles on, the summit in Alaska demonstrates it again. That is Putin and Zelensky driving this train, not Trump. So yeah, that is it's just one of those things where it's like Trump is just, he wants the he wants the Nobel Peace Prize. That's his big thing, right? Like he wanted the Nobel Peace Prize, right, for so-called ending the Iran-Israel war. It's like, I bombed the nuclear facilities, I deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. Like, this is his whole thing. Oh, man. Yeah, man, it's just wild to watch. Like, he's really not, out of his depth in this respect. Like, it's a real war, man. And he's just trying to, inject himself. Oh, I can fix this. I will save Ukraine and get the Nobel Peace Prize. And Putin was like, Putin, he's just like, oh, maybe we can go to Moscow and we can have a chat there. And he's like, Trump is like, you know what? This doesn't sound like a bad idea. And then, of course, yesterday, as I'm recording, Trump and Zelensky met. And, it's a bit interesting to see because it's just so funny, man. Because, when you got Putin there and you got his translators trying to talk with him, I think Putin does know English, but he mainly, uses translators. But, here you got Zelensky, who does speak English. he's talking to Trump, and he's just like, "Oh, Mr. President, Mr. President, I must defend my country." And and it's funny too because he's also a comedian, so like he can kind of snap back. Like he had, Trump had the map of the the Russian controlled areas. That's supposedly the proposed deal that I want to make is, again, partition those areas that are under Russian occupation. And then Zelensky is just like, I'm glad that you had the map because I am trying to work to take it all back. So it's just like, you know what? I can appreciate that Zelensky isn't like totally submissive with Trump. Like, again, like I understand his position as the head of state, the president of Ukraine, like doing what you can to take back and defend your sovereignty in your country. But then, of course, there's like the moment where you have to bite the bullet, so this is like the one thing. I mean, sure, he might be hated by his country, but at least he ends the war and no more young people die, although he might lose his office. So that's another thing. But yeah, man, it's just, again, Ukraine is a whole other issue, which like domestically is like a can of worms that I'm not fully prepared to open. So yeah. Anyway, so here I'm just gonna read now from the meeting that Trump and Zelensky had and other Ukrainian or other European leaders spoke with. Which again, it was kind of a weird thing because supposedly in like the middle of the meeting, Trump called Putin. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's so wild. It's like these are highly secret level talks. Let me just call Putin real quick and see what he says. Like, it's just so stupid. Okay, so reading from ABC News. So here are the key takeaways from Trump and Zelensky's meeting and pivotal talks with European leaders. So here, President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky sounded positive as they met at the White House on Monday as Trump pushes for an end to Russia's war on Kiev. Zelensky was joined in Washington by a remarkable delegation of European leaders who rushed to the U.S. and supported Ukrainian leader in the wake of Friday's talks between Trump and Russia's Vladimir Putin in Alaska. The last time Zelensky was in the Oval Office was February when he received a verbal lashing from President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, who accused him of not being grateful enough for U.S. military assistance. Monday's meeting was a more cordial affair with Trump and Zelensky sharing smiles and Zelensky thanking the president for his personal efforts in bringing this conflict to a close. Have you even said thank you even once? And surprisingly, J.D. Vance was not there. That's wild. Yeah, that's wild. Have you even said thank you once? Okay. So afterward, they sat down with European leaders who, before news cameras, pressed Trump publicly on the need for security guarantees for Ukraine as part of any deal. After Trump made a new commitment on that point, some also said a ceasefire would be necessary before further negotiations or any trilateral meeting between Trump, Zelensky, and Putin. Here are some key takeaways from the high-stakes meeting. Trump says U.S. will give Ukraine very good protection. President Trump on Monday said the United States will be involved in security assistance for Ukraine, but did not elaborate on what exactly that would look like or give any specifics. Quote, we're going to be discussing it today. Sorry, hold on. I gotta do the voice. Quote, we're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security, end quote, Trump said. The president later confirmed that Putin said Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine. Trump didn't go quite as far as Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who told CNN that Russia agreed to, quote, Article 5-like protections. Article 5 is the agreement of collective defense among NATO nations stating an attack against one member is an attack against all members. Here, Trump said Europe would need to shoulder much of the burden when it comes to security guarantees, but that the United States will play a role. Quote, they are the first line of defense because they are there, end quote, Trump said before adding, quote, but we're going to help them and we'll also be involved, end quote. So Trump walks back ceasefire demand here. So after previously pushing for a ceasefire and threatening severe consequences for Russia if Putin did not stop the war, President Trump appeared to back off that demand. Quote,
I don't think you need a ceasefire, end quote. He said in the Oval Office, quote, I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically, like, well, you know, one country or the other would want it. Oh my God. He continues that he likes, quote, the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you stop killing people immediately, end quote. Jesus Christ. This guy's the fucking president, dude. So, like, a ceasefire is like when you cease firing and then the people stop dying. Isn't that beautiful, folks? So Trump pushes for a trilateral meeting. Zelensky says Ukraine is ready. So here, Trump continued to push for a trilateral meeting between himself, Zelensky, and Putin, something he had hoped to set up immediately following his summit with Putin on Friday, but was unsuccessful. Zelensky said Ukraine is ready for a trilateral discussion. And then here, quote, I think it's going to be when, end quote, Trump said, not if. Later Monday, Trump posted on social media that he began planning for a meeting between Putin and Zelensky, after which he said a trilateral meeting could take place. Quote, I called President Putin and began the arrangements for a meeting at a location to be determined between President Putin and President Zelensky, end quote, Trump wrote in the post. Quote, after that meeting takes place, we will have a trilat, which would be the two presidents plus myself. Again, this was a very good early step for a war that has been going on for almost 4 years, end quote. So European leaders back up Zelensky on security guarantees, ceasefire, and then, so this will highlight the other European leaders, heads of states, really, that were there. So Trump and Zelensky sat down with a host of European leaders in the East Room following their bilateral talks in the Oval Office. At the table were NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, French President Emmanuel Macron, again, I gotta do the accent, General Chancellor Friedrich Merz, United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and Italy Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and Finland President Alexander Stubb. So again, these are all the major heads of NATO, okay? So this is basically an emergency NATO meeting, okay? Nearly all the leaders stressed the need for security guarantees for Ukraine, with several saying it should look similar to Article 5 obligations. Ukraine is not a part of NATO, but the nation has pushed for membership, something Russia is strongly opposed to. Again, like the whole reason this war's happening is because of NATO encirclement. So it's like we need a ceasefire and also we need a guarantee of NATO encirclement. Like Ukraine won't be a part of NATO, but they still have NATO protection. So that's being a part of NATO. Like that's the whole point of it. Anyway, so here, quote, the fact that you have said that I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough. NATO's Rutte, I don't know how to pronounce it, told Trump, quote, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that, end quote. Francis Macron and Germany's Merz challenged Trump on a ceasefire, insisting it's a necessity for moving forward. Quote, the next steps ahead are the most complicated ones now, to be honest. We all would like to see a ceasefire, Germany's Merz said. He cannot imagine a trilateral meeting would be able to occur without a ceasefire in place. And then he spoke with Putin after the meeting. So Trump spoke with Putin after the meeting. Trump said he would call Putin after his meeting with Zelensky and European leaders at the White House. Quote, he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting, Trump said, while he sat with Zelensky in the Oval Office. During a Fox and Friends interview on Tuesday morning, Trump said he stepped away from his meeting with Zelensky and European leaders to speak with Putin. So like in the middle of it, he spoke with Putin. Trump said it was 1 a.m. in Russia when he and Putin spoke. Quote, I told them that we're going to set up a meeting with President Zelensky and he will meet. And then after the meeting, if everything works out okay, I'll meet and we'll wrap it up, end quote. It's so simple to him. I love it. It's so simple. It's like, what's the big deal? Just end the war. We'll just sit in the room, have a couple beers, and it'll be over. It's so easy. Like, he really wants that Nobel Prize. So, last bit here. Quote, if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons, end quote, Trump said, I'm potentially ending the war. Oh my god. Oh my god. He is so funny. You gotta love him sometimes. I'm sorry. It's just like he's probably just sitting there like the song like, why can't we be friends? Like that's this whole thing with this war. Oh my god. Wow, man. That's crazy. That's a lot. Again, a lot of Trump news. Obviously, he's making a lot of moves. Yeah, man, it's just crazy to follow. But I want to wrap up this last bit because this is a domestic segment here. Before I go speaking on geopolitics, I did want to speak on positive developments because, again, I know it's easy to be all bleak about things in the U.S. right now, especially with our elections. The Democrats are really asleep at the wheel right now. So it's looking bleak, obviously. It's not looking good. But then there's obviously positive developments. So here, and I mentioned this earlier, in New York City, there was the primary elections for the mayor, nomination, right? The Democratic nomination. So Zohar Mamdani came out on top. And this has caused a bit of a row between like the populist, Democratic base, right, that wants to, afford to survive in their city, their home, and then of course you got the corporate Democratic establishment, the differences there, and of course the corporate establishment is not budging on this, and they feel threatened, and instead of adjusting their policy platform to win voters, they're just going to smear Zohar Mamdani. Again, I don't want to be too optimistic because, again, like, if you're running for office in America, there's just certain things that you have to say and you have to appeal towards. So, of course, it's hilarious, too, because it's for it's the mayoral election, okay? And you see in these debates, and all their questions about, especially with Zoran, is like, would you visit Israel? Like, what? Like, I'm the fucking mayor of New York. Like, what are you talking about? Or why don't you visit Israel? Are you going to visit Israel? Do you believe Israel has a right to defend themselves? And he's like, it's like, I think, like, that's what he has to say, So it's like, okay, yes, I believe Israel deserves to exist, but it shouldn't exist as a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. And then they get all, like, up in arms about that. Whoa, what do you have a problem with a Jewish state? You have a problem with a Jewish state? And it's like, yeah, it's an ethno-state. That's wrong. Like, it's so crazy. But at least, he stayed on point with his messaging. Okay? He stayed on point with his messaging. And he's also, like, won heavily with Jewish New Yorkers. So, like, they're trying to smear him and saying, oh, he's problematic and, a lot of Jewish New Yorkers feel unsure. He won by wide margins. Okay? And that's posing a problem, especially for Chuck Schumer and Richie Torres and Hakeem Jeffries. There are big shot, Congress people who are heavily in the pocket of Zionist interests and lobbies. Yeah. So, again, even when you play by the rules, right, and you win the primary, right, so he is the Democratic nominee, they're still casting doubt against him. Even like supposedly Bernie Sanders was trying to coach him on like his Israel messaging, which is crazy. Because if I were on the stage, I would be like, no, glass Israel. Like, that would be me. Like, fuck Israel. I don't give a shit. Okay? So, but that's what he has to say. He has to say that. Like, yes, I think it deserves to exist, but of course, not as a Jewish apartheid state. Like, and still, even when you say that, they get upset. It's wild, man. It's so wild. And again, these are like conversations that I have in my own personal life now. Like, I couldn't avoid the issue anymore. I just had to say something. I'm like, listen, this is fucking weird. Especially certain relatives of ours who still support Israel so heavily. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, not to get off track. But yeah, I just wanted to bring him up because I have high hopes for him. And it's good that he has, like, again, the things that they're trying to dig up on him, it's like, it's nothing. It's like really, that's why I don't run for office, because there's a lot of stupid shit that they can dig up on me, rightfully so. Because yeah, I'm human. I make mistakes, but yeah, I could never run for office because it would be so easy to smear me. But again, you need a guy like this, right? The golden retriever, personality type, just pure hope and happiness, and that's what we need, Like again, like when I see a guy like Zohar Mamdani, it makes me wish I could live in New York to vote for him, So, but who knows? He could easily disappoint us. So it's just a matter of like him actually winning, and then what does he do in office, Because you see lately another elected official, New York elected official. You see with AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she's been under a lot of flack lately because she voted to give military aid to Israel for their iron defense spending. Or to be more accurate, what it was is there was an amendment that Marjorie Taylor Greene had proposed, which is crazy that this was coming from her. But the proposal was a $500 million cut in iron defense spending. So, like it was such an easy thing to do, and she voted against that. AOC voted against a $500 million cut towards iron defense spending, and it's like, I don't understand what her thinking was. I mean, her statement was basically, oh well, I just don't want innocent civilians being harmed in Israel or whatever. Like that's basically her logic, trying to prevent deaths, right? But the whole reason why Israel does what it does is because it has the Iron Dome to protect them, and they need to face consequences. They should be not having any kind of aid. Okay, like it really doesn't matter. There's no distinction. So yeah, that's what she's been under fire for, and it's just interesting to see how things have transpired, because she was seen as sort of like the golden, opportunity for the left. And obviously now she is, a bit of a disappointment. I mean, that's what she's trying to posture herself as, is like these leftists and their purity tests, they're trying to undermine, like that's what she's trying to do. Like she's trying to shift towards. And it's like, no, man, like you shouldn't have voted for that. Like that was a stupid vote. Like you didn't even have to vote. You could have just abstained like so many other Democrats did. Okay, like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, they voted in favor because at the very least it's a $500 million cut, and she couldn't do that. So, yeah, it's like you see now in this moment of crisis where people really stand, and that's sort of like the concern that I have for Zohar Mamdani, is that he's gonna obviously campaign and win a lot of hope and energy and a lot of support. But then when he actually takes office, like, what is he actually going to do? Yeah, man. Is he actually going to, like, freeze the rent? Or is he going to cap it? Is he, like, especially with the police, right? The police are a whole institution on its own. Like, what's he going to do to make it so that they don't go out and start harassing people, stopping frisking people? Or, again, there's so many factors, okay? So that's, like, why, when I think about electoralism, it's like, when I see a guy like Zohar Mamdani, obviously I have high hopes and I want to see them succeed. But, it's like there's that pessimism I have where the system is so entrenched that even if you do take power and if you do win, it's like an uphill fight. There's probably very much little that he will be able to do when he actually gets into office. So, yeah, man. And then, of course, you got Trump calling him out personally, calling him a communist, and people saying that they want to deport him. Like, there could be real retaliation. He could become a very real target. It's looking bleak, I'm just thinking now, because Trump, part of the reason why he was able to get so much, political legitimacy on the right, especially with Republicans, is that he was part of that birther movement when Obama was in office in 2008, which was part of the joke that he made, because he invited Trump to that press conference, the press correspondence dinner, and Trump was roasted by Obama, okay, because of his role in the birther movement, calling him this African Muslim socialist. So now it's so funny how life works. So now you have a real, because he was born in Uganda, so he is African. Okay, he's an African immigrant. So you got a real African Muslim socialist taking over New York, which is Trump's hometown. It's just so funny to see how life works, you know? Anyway, I'm getting off track. I'm trying to wrap this up because this is just like my first segment, domestic news coverage. So, yeah, man, it's just, it is wild to see things here. And, you know, with Trump and Epstein and all that debacle and Elon Musk starting a new political movement, it's just like, you don't know what's going to happen. And then, of course, you got Sohar Mamdani, another socialist. In fact, the DSA, not that I follow the DSA too heavily, but the DSA had a convention and they actually voted to declare themselves an anti-Zionist organization, which is wild because like 43% voted against that. Like, I don't know how it works fully. I would like to get more involved organizing, but, you know, I need a car first. But, yeah, it's just interesting to see these developments occurring because people are moving. You know, these activists are doing what they're doing. So things are happening, and especially if you're in your local area, do what you can. You know, I wish I could be more involved, but I'm like the worker that's like on the edge of the knife, right? Like, you know, one missed paycheck away from eviction. So that's my situation. And that's the situation for a lot of other working people. So, you know, it's just, I can do what I can do. But yeah, man, it's just crazy watching this news and then like going to work. And then like you got like, luckily not too many people on my job are conservative or anything like that. But there's one guy and he's weird. I mean, I try not to be too judgmental because like he has some sort of like mental incapacitate. Yeah, he's obviously special needs. Like I think he has like the fetal alcohol syndrome. Like, because I'm starting to notice those features now. Like he kind of has that. Anyway, I don't want to talk bad about him, but it's like I try to be patient with him. You know, try to be cool with him. Because obviously he's special needs, but then he'll talk about Trump or some other conservative bullshit, and I'm just like, oh my god, and it's just like, what do you even say when you're dealing with a person like that who's like clearly, you know, incapacitated in some respect, you know, mentally incapacitated. It's just like, I'm just like, of course you would believe those things. I don't know, man. It's just wild to see sometimes when you're like dealing with somebody who has obvious issues, but then they believe in like horrible things, and it's like, like actually one time, I don't mean to get off track, but like the other day, like I was just like in the break room, and I don't really talk with him like too much. I'm just like, oh, okay, all right, whenever he says something. But like the other day, I was eating my lunch, and he's like listening on his phone, and he gets mad, and he's like, that's bullshit. And I'm like, what happened? And he's like, because in Texas they're passing like this anti-lolly like anime law where like, because that's what people do, like they make like lolly content to you know, circumnavigate child abuse material. So he was getting mad because he was reading about the because he thought it was going to be like a blanket ban for anime, and I'm just like, oh man, that's wild. Like I had to pretend like I didn't know what he was talking about, but I'm like I don't know, because sometimes I see him watching VTuber streams, so I'm just like, please don't be a lolicon, like please. I'm like, just don't. I don't want to get into it, but I'm just like, you see stuff like that, and then it's like, and he talks about Trump or some other like illegal immigrant stupid bullshit. It's like, this is the base. This is the Trump base. It's you know, special needs, possible fetal alcohol, you know, syndrome. Yeah, it's just wow. It's just crazy, dude. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up because I'm getting off track. So that was the domestic segment that I'll speak on here, and getting into geopolitics and a lot of you know, war coverage that I'm gonna touch up on, you know, because yeah, I mean, Israel got hit pretty hard. Obviously, Iran did as well, but I don't know. I mean, it's obviously one of those things I had to take some time to really research on and like to really form an opinion on. And there could be new developments because this is just, it's like a boxing match, right? It's like this is the first round of fighting, and there'll be more fighting to come. And it's just wild that like Israel really thought that they could make this huge strike, surprise attack strike. They really believed that they were going to cut off the government, all the major heads of the military intelligence, and they really believed that the government would collapse. That's what their plan was, and then it didn't happen. In fact, the public rallied around the flag because they're very proud. It's a very proud nation that we're dealing with, Iran. And despite whatever critiques people have of the Iranian government, the theocratic government, they hate Israel more. So it's like you see Netanyahu just like, to the people of Iran, we are not attacking you. It's just like, meanwhile they're bombing apartment buildings. It's stupid. So that's what I'm going to touch on. Again, a lot to unpack there. But yeah, so thank you, and we'll get into the next segment. Okay, so in this instance, on the geopolitical segment, there's been much that has transpired. Of course, we have a lot to discuss in terms of Israel and Iran, their little war. That was certainly something to watch unfold. And again, as I've said before, the reason why I kind of like took some time to release this episode, considering all the events that were happening, was because I really wanted to take some time to like just watch things. Again, like if I'm going to be a serious like analyst, like you got to be patient. You got to watch how things unfold, because in the first episode, and I even noticed this too, not the first episode, like the most recent one, so the recording before this one that I released on June 8th, it was interesting. So I made some comments, right? I tried to like, because like things were heating up, so it was kind of iffy whether or not things like Israel would strike, and then they did. They tried to do like decapitation, precision strikes of like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the intelligence, military. Like they tried to get the chief of staff and all the major generals, all the nuclear scientists, all at once. And there were, of course, like serious like concerns that they would target the Ayatollah, which is just crazy. Like that. Like, could you imagine if he actually, like Netanyahu and Trump killed the Ayatollah? Like, could you imagine like just the consequences of that and the precedent, right? Like a head of state being targeted by war, like by a precision military strike. Again, like if Putin killed Zelensky, right, in a precision strike, that would be like unbelievable. Like that would condemn the whole world, right? It would condemn Russia and Putin. But then if Trump and Netanyahu did that with Ayatollah, of course the West would be concerned. Oh, we're deeply concerned, but nothing would happen. Like it's such a double standard. And anytime you try to point this out, not just geopolitically, but also just like in personal dealings with Zionists, obviously like you're on the losing side in that instance, because people don't really care. Like even when you do point the double standard, they don't care. But anyway, so yeah, so of course there's a lot to discuss militarily in that instance, and like in the most recent recording, as I was trying to say, I saw an uptick in playing, like over like 200, right? I mean, I don't get too many plays, but in that particular episode, a lot of people replayed it because there were certain comments that I guess I made considering Israel and Iran, and like Israel, of course, in their strikes, they wanted to decapitate the military and the intelligence and just try to, they really thought that they were going to like hit all these like major officers and generals and like all these scientists, and that would be enough to just completely topple the state. All the people would rise up and overthrow the government, blah, blah, blah. Didn't happen. Okay. So it's just like, it was like obvious from the start that Israel bit off more than they can chew. And of course, it was interesting, like watching like the first 24 hours as Israel was just pounding Iran. And of course, they were hitting a lot of the sites, the air defense sites, radar sites, the actual like missile launcher sites, and also the nuclear sites, right? Yeah, they were trying to just pound them as much as they could. And they did a lot of damage, okay? This is not to say that Iran, like, didn't come out of this bloody. Like, they suffered heavy casualties. And, you know, I actually had a friend she's interesting. She's Persian and Peruvian. So it's like, it's interesting. You know, I just kind of hit her up because she talked to me about her father being from Iran. And, like, he actually, like, was a child soldier in the Iraq war. So I really think about that. Like, I kind of wish I could have met him. I mean, he's still alive, but, like, I don't know them that well. But, yeah, I mean, you know, I just kind of hit her up being like, hey, like, if you got family out there, you know, I hope the best for them. Because it's like, Israel will fucking kill, like, they will just kill anybody. They don't give a shit about casualties. So, yeah, man, it was deeply concerning. Of course, you got Netanyahu being like, oh, to the beautiful people of Iran, our fight is not with you. Doing it in English, obviously. I'm just like, there's just so much to say. There's just so much, and obviously I'll get into some articles about that. But, you know, the last episode that I was saying was like, my thinking is that they're going to try to, like, a long drawn out war, a war of attrition with Iran is going to be terrible for Israel and the United States. And that's not what they want. I mean, you kind of saw it even with, like, Netanyahu and, like, the defense ministry. They're saying, this is not a war of attrition. Like, you know, like, that, of course, like, because the Israelis are not built like that. And, like, these missiles from Iran, as we saw, are hardcore. And, again, we only saw the tip of the spear, right? Like, wow. Again, like, it's just astounding. Again, I don't want to sound like, because I don't like anybody getting bombed. I don't like it. But there is a sense of gratification watching Israel do what it does without any consequences, and then finally getting a taste of what they're dishing out. But of course, you know, as a Zionist, they're fucking pussies. You know, it's just like, I can't believe, why do they hate us? They're bombing hospitals. It's like a military, like, hospital next to, like, a Mossad headquarters. Can you believe us? The audacity. Where's the UN? Like, oh my God. It's just so infuriating. So infuriating. And you know, it just, this is what Zionism, like, I guess does. Because it just, like, it is so despicable. It's so evil, and, like, it's just gross and annoying and just immature. These people are children. They're like the snotty-nosed, like, brats that, like, cry anytime, like, somebody says, hey, you're kind of, you know, like, when you're playing with, like, your kids, and, like, you know, you're just out on the street, and then, like, the one kid who owns the ball is just like, it's my ball. Oh, it's just like, dude, like, what the fuck? Like, oh my God. Anyway, I'm gonna get on track, and you know, I'm gonna discuss more about the Iran-Israel war. Sometimes I call it the 12-day war, and also talk about Trump, right? Because Trump did the strike on the nuclear facility with the B-2 bombers, which is like, it's just truly like, again, I was at work, like, closing, and I just look at my phone, and I'm just like, oh my God. And I was just like, and I even, like, pulled aside a guy, like, I don't know, I just had to tell somebody about it. I'm like, holy shit. It's like, we're going to war. And I mean, like, this war is still ongoing. Like, they're already talking about doing it again, like, bombing Iran again. They're like, oh, they're 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. And then it's just, oh my God. All of this is so stupid. So stupid. And obviously people saw that they were playing the same playbook with Iraq. But again, it doesn't really matter what kind of, like, PR, like, campaign that they have to make. If they want to bomb Iran, they're going to do it. And obviously you saw the Democrats, they're just saying, this is a ridiculous escalation. You need congressional approval first to bomb Iran. It's just like, what? Oh my God, dude. I don't know, man. It's just ridiculous. And it's just a lot. A lot could happen. And of course, you know, the reason why it's the 12-day war is because Israel, ultimately, this is a strategic defeat for Israel. Like, they're going to try to claim that, oh no, we did their damage. We just took out their facilities, and we took out blah, 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 this and that. We killed certain scientists and officers, and, like, okay, yeah. But their real strategic goal in that war was to decapitate
the heads of the agencies, the defense forces, and like when they talk about regime change, they don't want regime change. They want total state collapse. They want what happened in Syria to happen in Iran. And the fact that like a lot of people really believe that like regime change in Iran is going to be a positive development, it's just like I really don't get it. It's frightening, honestly. It really is that like people would like they want to turn an entire geopolitical region into a Mad Max like war zone. Like it's just what? Like imagine like because we have like the Sudanese civil war that's ongoing that people kind of like, and I don't really touch on it too much. I probably should, but it's like imagine that sort of fighting, or like Syria, right? Just total devastation, like warlords like roaming the place in Iran. That would be so destabilizing, okay? And honestly, man, like this work shows that like Iran, again, I'm not a fan, obviously, ideologically I'm not a fan, but it really shows that they are so restrained. It's like it's like one of those places where like, again, it's a theocratic state, right? So it's one of those places where like honor actually means something, when they say we've issued a fatwa not to build nuclear weapons. It's like they kind of mean it, like a fatwa isn't like a little like, it's not like, oh, we're going to issue this fatwa but still secretly build it. No, like that's like a religious decree. Like, that's the thing, because like the West projects our like corruption and taboos onto others. So we think that like, oh, well, Iran is obviously lying because if we were Iran, we would build nukes. It's like that's the way we think. And that's why, like, again, with Israelis, they make all these like horrible accusations about Hamas and Palestine, like, oh, they rape babies and they dissect and mutilate women. It's just like that's what Zionists do to Palestinian women and children. Yeah, but like it's just anyway. So I want to touch up on that again. Again, I have a lot of comments on that. But really, the more pressing issue is Gaza, and I'm recording. Again, it's a couple days after my domestic segment recording, but I'm recording on the 21st of August. What's currently underway in Gaza is the mobilization of the, assault, like official like occupation that they're planning of the Gaza City, which is like the northern half of Gaza. So Gaza City, they are planning to occupy it and displace, so-called, evacuate, right, the civilians out of the area, neutralize Hamas. That's their goal. And what's happening as a result of that is the mobilization of the reserves in Israel. Now, the thing about Gaza, so far in this operation, I think they've only deployed at least like, let me see again, like what are the full like operation numbers? So, because I think it's something like 40,000 just in this operation so far. Okay, so yeah, so I'm just reading from Wikipedia. So the Israeli invasion of the Gaza Strip, and they're estimating about 40,000 troops. So again, this operation so far has been over 40,000 reserves. And then now this mobilization into Gaza City, again, this is the northern half of the Gaza Strip. They're mobilizing an additional 60,000 reserves. So now we're seeing, again, this is what I've said before. It's like they have to mobilize. Like again, I guess that's what they're trying to like weather the sort of war exhaustion that comes from this sort of thing. Because again, it's a small country. Israel's like only about 10 million people. So they a mobilization of like 100,000 troops is a big deal, And they're also trying to do Lebanon and Syria. So again, 60,000 just for Gaza, and they already have 40,000 so far. That's big, And that also comes with like some internal strife. There's protests. There's protests ongoing, against the mobilization. Yeah, but again, it's like it's mainly self-centered. It's like, I don't want to go to Gaza, but then it's like, hey, there's also genocide. You against the genocide? You against the apartheid? Like, that's obviously not part of the discussion. So it's more just like, I don't want to go, but I still support the genocide. Like, that's kind of like what it really is. Anyway, so yeah, they're mobilizing, and so far there's been reports of the initial assault into Gaza City, and we'll see what comes out of that. Again, it's just terrible altogether. Now, the most like consequential action, however, because of this, the proposal, when they announced the proposed operation into Gaza City, they made a drone strike against the Al Jazeera team, namely the lead journalist Anas al-Sharif. Yeah, they just killed all the Al Jazeera journalists in Gaza, pretty much. So that's kind of why like a lot of coverage has been gone. If you go onto Al Jazeera, like you're not really going to get on the ground reporting because they killed all the journalists. Because coincidentally he was Hamas. Oh wow. And coincidentally, Al Jazeera is a terrorist news network. In Qatar, they're terrorists and blah blah blah. Like it's just it's just ridiculous. But again, it's just so fascinating how this war, this specific conflict, Gaza Strip, okay, an area no more larger than Manhattan, okay, basically, right? It's like been the deadliest war for aid workers, the deadliest war for journalists, like. No question whatsoever. And again, everybody they kill who has worked for the UN or who's been a journalist, Hamas terrorists. They're Hamas. And of course, they try to point to like some Telegram photos, or they said like he had selfies with Yahya Sinwar. I mean, again, it's just like, it's just so dumb. Like, the fact that like whenever you have like a news agency saying, well, Israel said this, it's like they're lying. They're fucking lying. Like, I don't even care if he was. He's still a journalist. Like, what the fuck? You think he's actually, like, helping, like, fighting? Like, that's the thing. That's the rules of war don't apply to a terrorist, right? You're a terrorist, and then you don't have any protections in the Geneva Convention or whatever. It's just ridiculous, bro. I just... Again, it's like, I don't even care if he was. This is still fucked up. Like, I don't care. Like, anyway. And yeah, man, it's just crazy too. This guy was 28 years old, and I'm like, I'm 29. That was another thing. I just turned 29. Yeah, like, I'm just aghast because I'm like, obviously, I'm grateful not to, live in a war zone like Gaza. Fucking genocide, right? But then it's like, you see people, born in the similar age range as you in these circumstances and what they're able to accomplish and the legacy that they're going to leave behind. And this man, he just recently had a daughter also. It just really makes you think, man. And I'm like, damn, I'm only 29. I'm already like having these like thoughts. So we're going to discuss here on Reuters, just specifically on Gaza, the strike that happened and the execution of these journalists. That again is just a violation of international law. Again, this is like the same. Again, like they have a tendency to target Al Jazeera journalists. Okay, same thing with Shireen Abu Akleh. Like they pretended that it wasn't at first they said, she was caught in the crossfire, and then they said, it was a mistake, an accident. Even though they still sent police to break up her funeral, it's just crazy, man. And she was an American too. Like, she was an American citizen, and then they just killed her. And actually, multiple American Palestinians have been killed in the recent weeks in the West Bank. And it's nothing. They don't care. It's just crazy, man. If Iran killed as many Americans as Israel has, like, we would have nuked them by now. Like, it's just crazy. Like, it's just so fucking crazy. Oh my god. Anyway, so I'm going to read from Reuters, okay? So here, this is an article. Honestly, I keep forgetting to read the authors of the article, so that's, my, like, unprofessional tendency, so I need to fix that. So I'm going to read from Reuters. This is by Nidal Al-Mughrabi and Mayan Lubel, and this is the article, Israel strike kills Al Jazeera journalists in Gaza. So this is from August 11th. So this is Reuters. A prominent Al Jazeera journalist who had previously been threatened by Israel was killed along with 4 colleagues in an Israeli airstrike on Sunday in an attack condemned by journalists and rights groups. Israel's military said it targeted and killed Anas al-Sharif, alleging he had headed Hamas militant cells and was involved in rocket attacks on Israel. Al Jazeera, which is funded by the Qatari government, rejected the assertion, and before his death, al-Sharif also denied such claims by Israel. It's actually crazy too, like on his feed, he was basically like posting videos and just saying like, yeah, I hear drones, I'm probably going to be killed. And then he had a will prepared, that's just, wow, man, it's just crazy, man. The thing, like, I can't even think about writing a will at my stage in life. And this guy is like, and this guy's a hero, man. Like, it's just crazy to think about how sometimes, you don't always have to pick up a gun and fight, you also fight with a video camera, right? That's the real war in instance, the public opinion. Just wow, man. Like, this guy's a fucking hero, and they fucking killed him. And, we can't forget them. So yeah, here, quote, Anas al-Sharif and his colleagues were among the last remaining voices in Gaza, conveying the tragic reality to the world, end quote, Al Jazeera said. Al-Sharif, 28, was among a group of 4 Al Jazeera journalists and an assistant who died in an airstrike on a tent near Al-Shifa Hospital in eastern Gaza City. Gaza officials in Al Jazeera said. A hospital official said 2 other people died. A 6th journalist, local freelance reporter Mohammed Al-Qaldi, was also killed in the strike, medics at Al-Shifa Hospital said on Monday. Calling Al-Sharif, quote, one of Gaza's bravest journalists, end quote, Al Jazeera said the attack was a, quote, desperate attempt to silence voices in anticipation of the occupation of Gaza, end quote. So, they killed him just, like, literally right after they announced their plans to go into Gaza City. They just bombed him. Yeah, man, it's just crazy, man. Because, obviously he's going to record what's happening, and they don't want that. Which is also kind of stupid, too, because we're still getting videos, but now it's, like, straight from Hamas. That's the thing, too. Like, Hamas doesn't need a journalist to get their word out. They release their own videos all the time, and it's incredible, honestly, the way that they're able to, like, ambush these Israeli dickheads. Like, it's just, wow. Like, again, they don't need journalists like that. They don't need that. Like, whatever. Yeah, to think that, like, this guerrilla force needs, like, an Al Jazeera journalist to, like, coordinate and, they're very, again, like, it's just so ridiculous. And people just eat it up because they don't respect the intelligence and the military capacity of these troops and these forces, because, like, even with the devastation that's in Gaza, like, they still have command and control, they still have like a chain of command, communication lines. Like, again, this is just, again, it's so crazy how people disregard the guerrilla operation that's happening here. This is straight up the most intense guerrilla war in history. There's no comparison to this. A captive population being actively exterminated and fighting to the end. And they're still having command, and they're still able to scout, and they have their own drones from, like, like the Israelis, like their drones will, fall, and then Hamas takes it, repurpose it, hacks it. Okay, let me get on track. Okay, I'm just like, again, like, they try to paint this journalist as a Hamas militant. He was aiding the terrorists, and it's like, they don't need his help. Anyway, so the other journalists killed were Mohammed Kreki, Ibrahim Zaher, and Mohammed Noful, Al Jazeera said. Quote, the deliberate targeting of journalists by Israel in the Gaza Strip reveals how these crimes are beyond imagination, end quote. Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani said on X, the UN Human Rights Office condemned the killings, saying the action by Israel's military represented a, quote, grave breach of international humanitarian law, end quote, as Palestinians reported the heaviest bombardments in weeks. Its post on social media platform was accompanied by photographs of flattened blue tents next to a bullet-ridden wall in Gaza City. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is, quote, gravely concerned, end quote, about the repeated targeting of journalists in Gaza, his spokesperson said. Again, it's like, you see these Western leaders, Keir Starmer, right, Labour Prime Minister, but then, of course, they still train them, they still train IDF troops, they still send, like, spy planes out of Cyprus. Like, it's just, again, it's so stupid. It's just, wow, man, you can't believe these people. Yeah, so the Israeli military said in a statement that al-Sharif led a Hamas cell and, quote, was responsible for advancing rocket attacks against Israeli civilians and Israeli troops, citing intelligence and documents it said were discovered in Gaza as evidence by which it did not disclose. So it's like, we found evidence, but we're not going to disclose it. It's like, what? Oh, he helped advancing rocket attacks against Israeli civilians. Which specific attack? Like, anyway. Israel denies deliberately targeting journalists, saying many of those killed in Israeli airstrikes were members of Islamist militant groups working under the guise of the press. Again, like, these militants don't need journalists. Like, they don't need them. They have their own PR, department. Like, come on. Israeli military spokesperson Avichai Adari posted undated photos on X that appeared to show al-Sharif with Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind of the Hamas October 2023 attacks on Israel, and other Hamas officials. Reuters could not verify their authenticity. It was not clear when the purported images were taken, nor how the military acquired them. Adari wrote that only a terrorist would be seen with Hamas officials, without providing any context as to why al-Sharif, a journalist, had allegedly met them. And again, I kind of saw it too, so I didn't really know what to think of it. It's like, okay, like, he's a journalist. Like, why wouldn't he talk to Hamas officials? Like, come on, like, he's a fucking journalist. Like, anyway, I don't get it. I don't know, man. It's just, how did they even get that? And again, that's the thing too. It's like, we have AI nowadays. And Israel is definitely a country that would use AI, weaponize it, to try to smear journalists and say, look, he took a selfie with Yahya Sinwar. Like, that's a thing they could do. I mean, I don't know if they specifically said this photo was AI, but it's like, nowadays I see stuff and I'm just like, is that AI? Like, I don't know what to believe anymore. It's so gaslighting, man. Holy shit. Anyway, so people gathered at Sheikh Radwan Cemetery in the heart of the Gaza Strip on Monday to mourn the journalists. Friends, colleagues, and relatives consoled each other, many wiping away tears as they bid farewell. Al-Sharif was previously part of a Reuters team, which in 2024 won a Pulitzer Prize in the category of breaking news photography for coverage of the Israel-Hamas war. The war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza is the deadliest on record for journalists, according to Watson Institute for International and Public Affairs Costs of War project. The Hamas-run Gaza government media office said 238 journalists have been killed since the war started in October 7, 2023. The Committee to Protect Journalists said that at least 186 journalists have been killed in the Gaza conflict. A press freedom group and a UN expert previously warned that al-Sharif's life was in danger due to his reporting from Gaza. UN Special Rapporteur Irene Khan said last month that Israel's claim against him were unsubstantiated. And here's a pre-recorded message. So Al Jazeera said al-Sharif had left a social media message to be posted in the event of his death that read, quote, "I never hesitated to convey the truth as it is, without distortion or misrepresentation, hoping that God would witness those who remain silent," end quote. Israel's military had named al-Sharif in October as one of 6 Gaza journalists it alleged were members of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, citing documents it said showed lists of people who completed training courses and salaries. Quote, Al Jazeera categorically rejects the Israeli occupation forces' portrayal of our journalists as terrorists and denounces their use of fabricated evidence, end quote, the network said in a statement at the time. Again, if Al Jazeera is willing to come out and say this was fabricated, and I'm pretty sure Al Jazeera, they would vet, people pretty thoroughly. I mean, a serious media organization like Al Jazeera, okay, especially one that's state-linked to Qatar, they would do their due diligence to make sure that somebody wasn't affiliated to a group like this. Again, maybe something slipped through the cracks. It's very likely. I mean, he probably could have been, okay, he's not a militant, okay, he's not a combatant. That's the other thing too. He has to be a combatant, but he's not. They're saying that he offered support. I mean, what kind of support would that be? I mean, even if he was what is he, intelligence gathering? Okay, were all the other journalists also gathering intelligence? And I don't know. It's so odd. It's so odd. Obviously, there's the real reason was because they want to, invade, and they don't want journalists recording their actions, which isn't going to matter because Hamas is going to fight, and they release their own videos all the time. So, that's how we're able to tell how these Israelis are being hit. And they're being hit pretty hard. yeah, man, I just don't get it. I mean, it's just wild to see this. It's so open, right? And the precedent that sets, like now journalists in combat zones are basically, it's a free fire, because eventually what's going to happen, say the United States, like we're going to start shooting journalists, right? If a journalist works for Al Jazeera, right? Which is crazy too. Like Qatar is somehow like a member of Hamas and a puppet of Iran, but also we have a military base in Qatar. And it's just like, what? I don't understand the logic. Anyway, so let me read further. Yeah, this is just last bit here. The Committee to Protect Journalists, which in July urged the international community to protect al-Sharif, said in a statement that Israel had failed to provide any evidence to back up its allegations against him. Al-Sharif, whose X account showed more than 500,000 followers, posted on the platform minutes before his death that Israel had been intensely bombarding Gaza City for more than 2 hours. Palestinian militant group Hamas, which runs Gaza, said the killing may signal the start of an Israeli offensive, which is ongoing now. So, yeah. So the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said he will launch a new offensive to dismantle Hamas strongholds in Gaza, where a hunger crisis is escalating after 22 months of war. Quote, the assassination of journalists and the intimidation of those who remain paved the way for a major crime that the occupation is planning to commit in Gaza, in the Gaza City, Hamas said in a statement. Anyway, it's just ridiculous, man. It's so open. Obviously, I want to have it, like, my faith is very much, stalwart, right? In terms of like the resistance, and I don't think that Israel is going to succeed ultimately at the end of the day, but I don't know, man. It's just like, it's hard. It's hard to really hold, steady in this faith that one day it will fail. And I don't know, man. It's just hard. It's just really hard. I still have a lot of faith in the resistance. I don't think that Israel can sustain this for much longer. And I'll also point to another. I'm going to speak now specifically on like the actual like institutional friction that's happening now. But man, it's rough to watch this, and also to see like Zionists not suffer any consequence. I mean, again, when they have to fight, a real war, they obviously can't handle it. That's why, like, when Trump was saying like, "Oh, I'm going to make a decision in about 2 weeks." Well, we don't know. Nobody knows what I'm thinking. Obviously, like he made that strike, like the weekend of that, of that war, was because Israel couldn't last for 2 weeks. Like, everything was falling apart, and they were getting hit hard, man. Like, those missiles were fucking hard, man. Holy shit. Like, that's scary. Like, again, I saw one video where it's like basically like point blank, like missile strike, like a hypersonic, just like you see like a little dot in the sky, and then suddenly it's like a lightning bolt from Zeus, man. Like, just holy shit. Again, the technology is incredible. Like, honestly, Iran doesn't even need nukes. Like, that's enough deterrence. Wow, man. Anyway, so I'm going to speak now on this operation, the Gaza City occupation, and the friction that's going to occur now between the military and the political establishment. Because the military doesn't want to do this. Like, they want to get out of Gaza. They can't handle this. The attrition losses, the casualty losses. Again, like the so-called official release has been about like over 7,000 casualties. So like that's killed and wounded. But then also there's the consideration of like the mental health losses, because there's a certain point where like you get so much PTSD you just can't function, right, as a human. And I mean, again, so it doesn't matter how deep the Zionists may be, how enthusiastic they may be for the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. There's a certain point where your mind just breaks, right? Like the trauma. Like, again, like you suffer as a genocidaire, you suffer trauma as well, because like your own, like, obviously though, like you're not as important as the victims of the genocide, but it's like you kind of have to reprogram your brain, because that empathetic side of you that tells you this is wrong, you have to kill that basically. And you have to, and this is like a form of self-dehumanization.
And obviously, like, there's a certain point where you're so dehumanized, again, self-dehumanization, right? Where it's like you can't live with yourself and you have to kill yourself. You know, that's why a lot of Zionists have been killing themselves. These soldiers that get put on leave. I mean, like, one, like, literally set himself on fire. Like, it was just like, again, these stories are coming out. It's all self-inflicted. And it's like, I have no sympathy. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Again, it's very much like the war on terror veterans who come back and, like, they just like, they saw what they did in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then clearly it was for nothing, and the government throws you away, and it's like, what's left there for you to do? You kill yourself, sadly. But then again, you know, it's like you chose to go there, so again, anyway, I don't want to get on that, because obviously people get more sensitive about American mental health, you know, veteran mental health issues, but it's like, it's just like, what did you expect? You know, again, it's like the Zionists, it's like these soldiers. Again, when I see those videos of Israeli soldiers getting sniped, it's not satisfying. I don't like it, but at the same time, it's like, what did you think? You know, it's like you have a baby that was born, and you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, I hope that Israelis love their children, you know. But of course, they raise their children in this racist, fascist ideology because it's a war machine. The country is a war society. So it's like, you love your children, but then you're going to condition them to be a future soldier. And then suddenly they end up on like a Hamas propaganda video with a red triangle over their head. And that's it. Done deal. They get sniped and that's it. Boom. Your son is dead. Or at the very least, you know, their leg gets blown off, right? And then of course they have like the weird like semen extraction unit. Like, what the fuck? It's so weird, man. Like, what the fuck, dude? God. Anyway, let me get to this article, because like, again, you know me, I will talk shit about Israel all day, and that's what this podcast is basically turning into. So here I'm reading again. You know, I don't want to read too much from Israeli sources, but sometimes it is important because they actually, surprisingly, at this stage, have a freedom of press. So it's a way to get some insight into the Zionist propaganda machine, and also the internal strife that's, you know, getting worse, and which ultimately is going to undermine the ambitions, the genocidal ambitions, and their expansionist ambitions, right? Because they also have to contend with Syria. Again, you know, in Syria, there's been, you know, some recent flare-ups of ethnic tensions. Like, the Alawite communities have been suffering like retaliations from the Syrian government, so-called democratic government, right? And then also there was in Sueda, the Druze. So there's also now ethnic strife with the Druze and the Alawites. And even what was occurring was that there were Druze Israelis in the occupied Golan Heights fleeing, you know, like crossing into the border to fight. Again, that's a whole other thing. And I'm not going to focus on this episode because there's a lot that I have to discuss. But maybe in the next episode I could fit in Syria. But anyway, so I'm going to get to this article. Okay, this is the Times of Israel. And this is the article. Headline, IDF chief says dissent is vital ahead of fateful meeting on Gaza occupation plan. And the subheader, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, who reportedly said Netanyahu's plan would drag Israel into a black hole, set to warn security cabinet as hostage families sound alarm on risks to captives. So this is an article from Emmanuel Fabian. Again, this is Times of Israel. So again, it just goes to show, because like the military is always fascinating, especially in like these fascist systems. Like the military, they just want to work efficiently and to like make sure all the operations go well. So if they're saying we can't do this, don't do this to the political establishment, and they're still being forced ahead, it really goes to show that this is going to turn into a clusterfuck. So that's what keeps me hopeful, is that the political leaders in Israel are going to fumble the bag so badly, especially for the military, that it just ultimately backfires, and then hopefully internal collapse in Israel. Hopefully. Because without a military, Israel's nothing, right? Honestly, yeah, it's just an air force. That's really all it is. Like, the military gets all the glory, the army, but it's just the air force. Like, that's all it is. So yeah, so here is the Times of Israel article. So the military chief on Thursday touted a culture of open debate in the Israeli Defense Force amid preparation for a security cabinet meeting that evening, in which he is expected to warn against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's proposal to conquer and occupy the entire Gaza Strip. Again, this initial plan, however, is the Gaza City, like the northern half. The plan is reportedly aimed at destroying what remains of the Hamas terror group, pressuring it to free the 50 hostages still held in Gaza, 20 of whom are believed to be alive, after negotiations for a ceasefire deal broke down. Many of the hostages' families have decried the proposal in recent days, pointing to warnings by IDF brass that it would put their loved ones at risk. As part of their protest movement, some relatives briefly set sail in the direction of Gaza on Thursday, demanding, quote, international assistance, end quote, to rescue their loved ones. So this is an interesting display, right? A protest, so-called protest. Like, it's very much supposed to mirror the so-called, the Freedom Flotilla. Not so-called Freedom Flotilla. Like, it was. Like, they were trying to get in with aid. You know, they had, like, Chris Smalls, who was beaten, apparently abused, and kept in detention. Again, the only one, right? The black, activist and a labor leader against Amazon. So you can imagine that a lot of this was targeted, being beaten, whereas there was like a member of parliament from the European Parliament there. Also, there was, again, I forget his name, is like Jacob Berger, like, he's an Instagram comedian, Jewish comedian, anti-Zionist. So yeah, so there was plenty of people there, just like with, Greta Thunberg. Again, though, she has like far greater like international recognition, so Israel couldn't do much with them. But then this second one, they were, again, they don't want to hurt them, right? Oh, they want to, but they couldn't. But then, of course, they just felt that they could abuse him, even though he's like a major like labor leader in America. Anyway, so, and it's fascinating too, like AOC. Again, I don't mean to bring her up all the time, but it just was interesting how she had no comment for that either. Like, she has no comment at all that Chris Smalls, like one of her constituents, right, so-called socialist, right, she didn't say anything about it. Fascinating. So yeah, let me go back. Let me focus. So yeah, they were talking about the hostage family protests, and of course they sailed, and they probably didn't even sail like actually into Gaza. Like, they just kind of sailed like around it. Anyway, okay, let me get back. So right, the Netanyahu-backed occupation plan would reportedly begin with taking over Gaza City in the north of the Strip, as well as camps in the central Strip, driving around half of the enclave's population southward toward the Mawasi humanitarian zone. Despite a few ministers potentially opposing the plan, reports have said Netanyahu will likely secure a majority within the high-level security cabinet to support the proposal when it convenes at 6 p.m. Thursday. Speaking during an assessment with the military's top brass on Thursday, IDF Chief of Staff General Eyal Zamir said, quote, "A culture of disagreement is an inseparable part of the history of the people of Israel. It is a vital component of the Israel Defense Forces organizational culture, both internally and externally," end quote. Again, it's just like, it's so weird how they try to make them, and I don't want to speak too much on like Judaism or anything or Jewish culture, but it's just like they try to make it sound so unique, like, oh, only we Jews like to debate with each other. It's like, relax, dude. Like, anyway, it's so self-centered. So yeah, quote, "We will continue to express our positions without fear in a substantive, independent, and professional manner," end quote, he added. Zamir has reportedly clashed repeatedly with the cabinet in recent days over the government's move to expand the war in Gaza. According to Hebrew media reports, he warned that, quote, "occupying the Strip would drag Israel into a black hole, taking responsibility for 2 million Palestinians, requiring a years-long clearing operation, expulsion soldiers to guerrilla warfare, and, most dangerously, jeopardizing the hostages," end quote. Sources in the Prime Minister's office have suggested that if Zamir objects to their plan to occupy Gaza, he can resign as IDF chief. Quote, "We are not dealing with theory. We are dealing with matters of life and death, with the defense of the state, and we do so while looking directly into the eyes of our soldiers and citizens of the country," end quote, Zamir said during the Thursday morning assessment, the army said. According to Zamir, the IDF is, quote, now approaching the final stages, end quote, of the military offensive against Hamas that was launched in May, which was more limited than the proposal now on the table. Quote, we have met and even exceeded the operation's objectives, and we continue to act to ensure long-term security for the communities in the South, end quote, he said. Quote, we intend to defeat and collapse Hamas. We will continue to act with our hostages in mind, and we will do everything to bring them home, Zamir added. So now they're going to speak now on the hostage family members. So hostage's mother calls for protests outside cabinet meeting. Einav Zangaker, whose son Matan is being held hostage in Gaza, called on Israelis to protest outside the cabinet meeting Thursday night, saying Israel is reaching, quote, the point of no return, end quote, for a hostage release deal. The captive's mother, one of the most prominent figures in the protests calling for a deal, wrote on X that Netanyahu promised her he would pursue a deal to free the hostages, quote, but took advantage of my pain, of the families of the whole nation, of the whole hurt nation, and killed the deal, end quote. Quote, someone who talks about a comprehensive deal doesn't go and conquer the strip and put hostages and soldiers in danger, end quote, she wrote. Quote, Netanyahu and his partners are about to condemn Matan to death, end quote. She added in a video statement calling for protesters to, quote, flood the streets of the nation starting tonight, end quote. Again, it's just so fascinating how whenever they say these things, and it's not that I don't think the family members shouldn't, of course, work to release their family members, but it's like, hey, you know, there's far more important things than your son, right? Like, of course, you're a mother, you want your son released, but it's like you could also add in, and also the Palestinians who are starving and are being actively exterminated. It's like, you know, like they really need to start, like, I'm sorry, man, like these Israelis, whenever they protest, it's so self-centered. It's like, we don't want a war, we don't want to go to war. But hey, what about the Palestinians? And there are some people speaking out against the Palestinians, but it's such a slim majority. Like, it is, like, again, they showed the recent survey, 82% of Israelis support the operations in Gaza, okay? And they want the hostages released. So it's like, they're more upset that, obviously, the state government of Israel doesn't want the hostages out. The hostages are more valuable as hostages, so then they can say, oh, we need to release them. It's like, oh, why can't you negotiate and release the deal? Yeah, it's just crazy. Again, the hostages, again, also are more valuable dead, because then they can milk that and be like, oh, look, our hostages have died in captivity, and Hamas is, you know, keeping them away from us. Or, you know, remember when they released the actual remains one time, and they do like an actual procession, because, wow, surprisingly, Hamas does actually display respect for their enemies. No, again, they just try to say, oh, this is a mockery. Like, it's so crazy, dude. Anyway, yeah, so in a separate statement, the Hostage and Missing Families Forum urged Zamir to stand up against the plan, but stop short of joining Zangaker's call for protests. Quote, Chiefs of Staff, we are asking you to stand strong. You are the Supreme Commander. Don't consent to endanger our loved ones, end quote. It said in the statement, the group said public sentiment supports a deal that will free all 50 hostages, including at least 28 confirmed by Israeli authorities to have been killed by Israel. Yeah, Israeli bombs killed those hostages, okay? Or they're starving because of Israel's blockade of supplies. So, quote, any other decision will be clearly inhumane and spell disaster for the hostages and the whole of Israel, end quote, the group said. Quote, the families of the hostages call on IDF commanders at all levels not to act in a way that will endanger hostages' lives and block the possibilities of the return of the bodies, end quote, the statement read. And then here they're talking about now the sailing toward Gaza, but not really. Like, they didn't actually sail in Gaza waters. So hostage families briefly sailed toward Gaza. Meanwhile, some hostages' relatives briefly set sail on Thursday in a flotilla that said they would allow them to approach the Gaza Strip and get close to their loved ones. Quote, a boat carrying families of hostages has just departed to sea, heading south to get as close as possible to their loved ones, the Hostage and Missing Families Forum said in a statement. More than 20 people boarded several sailboats that departed from the coastal city of Ashkelon, carrying yellow flags and posters bearing the images of the hostages as they shouted their names. Speaking in English through a megaphone, Yehuda Cohen, whose son Nimrod is being held captive in Gaza, shouted, quote, Mayday, 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 We need international assistance to rescue the 50 hostages who are nearly 2 years held by the hands of Hamas, end quote. Again, when they talk about international assistance, they want troops invading Gaza. Like, that's what they want. That's what they're saying. Yeah. Quote, please, we need international help, end quote, Cohen added. According to Marine Tracker data, for one of the boats in the flotilla, the vessel sailed some 2 nautical miles away from Ashkelon before turning back and never reached closer than 5 nautical miles from Gaza's waters. The ongoing war in Gaza started with the Hamas-led October 7th, 2023 massacre, in which some 5,600 terrorists invaded Israel, killing 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and taking 251 hostages to the enclave. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says more than 60,000 people in the Strip have been killed or presumed dead in the fighting so far, though the toll cannot be verified and does not differentiate between civilians and fighters. Israel said it has killed some 20,000 combatants in battle as of January, and another 1,600 terrorists inside Israel during the October 7th onslaught. Israel has said it seeks to minimize civilian casualties, civilian fatalities, and stresses that Hamas uses Gaza civilians as human shields, fighting from civilian areas including homes, hospitals, schools, and mosques. So, of course, again, this is an Israeli newspaper, so they're going to make all the points that they have to. But I think it's important to display this because it shows the friction that's in the military and the political establishment. You know, it's not like the army doesn't want to go in and take out Hamas. It's just like they just want to do it right, you know? And like they can see now that they're not ready. So it's like, hold on, like, don't rush us, because if we're not fully prepared for this could turn into a bluster. Yeah, man. You know, I feel that with Gaza, it's like this gangrenous wound for Israel and their military, because it's just going to fester and fester and fester and just get worse. And not just that. It's like, as he said, it's a black hole, right? So there's going to be so much logistical dedication just for Gaza that these other fronts that they have are going to be undermined. Like, again, with Lebanon and Syria. Yeah, man. Which is crazy, because they want to expand in those areas too. But it's like you barely have control over Gaza, and you want to start fights elsewhere. You want to start fights with Iran. And again, like Yemen, right? Like, Yemen still strikes them with missiles, and they make their own strikes back against the Yemen Houthi control government. Yeah, man, it's just again, they're really like just wildly like swinging punches left and right, because, you know, they're cornered, and this is what they're going to do. Obviously, like, just cause as much mayhem, kill as many people, and they don't care what they have to do, right? You think about the pager attacks. Again, it's just crazy how, like, more people don't fully understand the consequences of that, right? The pager attacks, that's crazy. That's actually insane. That's like some sci-fi James Bond shit, and that just happened, and now it's like a joke. Like, you got people who say that now. It's like, oh, these so-called college kids, you know, we'll send them a pager, you know? Like, yeah, again, Netanyahu gave Trump a golden pager, right? It's so weird. Like, what the fuck? They're so weird, man. Ugh. And it's crazy too, because I actually know some personal, like, I know, again, I've hinted at this before. I know Zionists in real life, and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, oh, like, everything about them makes sense now that I actually kind of like know Zionism more, you know, intimately, right? Like, it just makes so much more sense that they were like this with me. They're Zionists, and of course, you know, now it's like with, I don't mean to, again, I need to stop bringing up family drama, because now I've been threatened with like litigation, even though it's like nobody knows who you are. But it's like, you know, now obviously there's like sides being taken. Of course, like, you know, I'm the problem for even starting this drama in the first place. But it's like, no, this is serious. Like, this is not a minor disagreement, and I'm not going to let them off easy if they think that they can continue to support this country. And it's not like they like like what's happening. I don't personally believe, and this is for the record, if anybody wants to like pursue actions against me, it's like, I don't believe that they actually like seeing dead Palestinians, but they still subscribe to this notion that Israel must continue as a Jewish state, must, you know, continue, right? Like, oh, we must return to the land. Again, it's just the Lebensraum, that whole ideology. You know, they get offended when I make Nazi comparisons, but that's what it is. You know, imagine if you met a German in World War II, and then they're like, no, I don't like what Hitler has done for Germany, but Deutschland über alles, you know, oh, we must continue the Aryan, you know, supremacy, and, you know, it's just like, huh? Like, that's what it sounds like when you're dealing with a liberal Zionist. Like, that's just, wow, man. And there's a lot of liberal Zionists just in our own personal life, you know, family life. Again, I don't know if any of you are dealing with Zionists in your life, family life, but it's like, I just have to pull the plug. I'm like, nah, enough, okay? Because I have to deal with all this disrespect around them, and you support this, and you tolerate this? No, I'm sorry. You're not getting off easy, okay? Especially when the historical record's going to show what Israel has truly become. Anyway, let me get back. I need to stop talking, as I said, I need to stop talking about my personal life, but you know, I also do it in case any of you are dealing with that, because it can be very isolating, you know, it sucks. And then it's like, of course, normal Americans don't care about it because Zionism doesn't affect them personally. So it's like, you know, it's like, oh, this is my friend, my relative, you know, but like, hey, man, they kind of support a dangerous ideology. Anyway, so let me get into this article again. So, as I was pointing out, right, the friction between the military establishment and the political establishment. You know, the military obviously wants an effective operation. Meanwhile, the political establishment's they're mainly focused on their careers, so they have to look good for the public. So, yeah, let's start more war, right? Because Netanyahu doesn't want to go to jail. Which, again, like, that was the whole thing about the Iran war. Like, oh, coincidentally, he just started bombing Iran because he had to make a testimony in court, and then he had to declare a security emergency. And then even now, again, like they even fired like an attorney general, like some attorney who was in charge of the investigation. It's so open. It's so open what's happening, what they're doing, the corruption. Again, just like Trump with Epstein, right? Man, that's crazy. And I'm just reminded, too, I totally forgot to mention, right? Remember the Nelk Boys podcast? Like, it's so crazy. Like, obviously, it does show how far they've fallen, that they have to go into some, like chud, like, podcast. Like, again, I never heard of the Nelk Boys before this podcast. And I'm just, like, aghast. And, of course, like, you got these, like, two, like, again, like, they're in their 30s. Like, what the fuck? They're just, like, yeah, honestly, I don't think we're prepared for this. Do you like Big Macs or Whoppers? Like, it's just like, oh my god, we're living hell. Oh my god. Like, sometimes I hope the world is ending because I don't know how I'm going to explain this to, you know, if God willing, I have grandchildren. Like, how am I going to explain this? Anyway, so let me get back to this article because I want to talk now on the actual operation that's happening. As I mentioned, there's the friction between the military and the political establishment. And now the actual phase of assaults are beginning. So I'm going to actually now like just focus on that because obviously I'm going to ramble. So this is NBC, and this is the most recent article because these articles were a little older. This one is from yesterday, August 20th. This is Israel. The headline: Israel enters first stage of planned assault on Gaza City. Subheader: Israel gave final approval Wednesday for a settlement project that would effectively split the occupied West Bank in two, possibly destroying hopes of a future Palestinian state. So that's the other thing too. They're moving forward. I mean, it's annexation. That's what it is. They're moving forward with full annexation. All these like countries like the UK and not Germany. I almost said Germany, but not Germany. Australia. So many different countries. France. They're announcing the recognition of a Palestinian state, and it's like a consolation. It's like a oh, we're sorry, we're sorry for supporting the genocide, so we'll just give you it's like a participation trophy, right? Yeah, we'll give you a statehood, medal. So, as your people are being exterminated, you could say that you accomplished statehood. It's just, God, it's so stupid, man. Yeah, man. Again, right, Keir Starmer, right? Oh, I'm deeply concerned. Oh. I might recognize a Palestinian state, but I'm going to still fly my spy planes. All right. So this is the embassy article. This is from Paul Goldman and Chantal Da Silva. Here, so Israel entered the first stages of a planned assault on Gaza City on Wednesday after approving a plan to take it over that includes calling up 60,000 reservists for an expanded military operation in the besieged Palestinian enclave. So as I pointed out, before they had mobilized around 40,000 troops. So they're mobilizing an additional 60,000 just for Gaza City, okay, the northern half. So quote, we have begun the preliminary actions and initial stages of the offensive on Gaza City, and already now IDF forces are holding positions on the outskirts of Gaza City, end quote. Israeli military spokesman Efi Defren told reporters Wednesday. He added, quote, we will intensify the strikes on Hamas in Gaza City, the political and military stronghold of the terror organization, end quote. Defren also said that to, quote, minimize harm to civilians, end quote, IDF will be warning civilians to allow them to evacuate. Obviously, an indefinite evacuation. Oh, how coincidental. Quote, we are continuing to allow humanitarian aid for the residents of the Strip and are even expanding it with additional central aid distribution points, end quote, he said. The U.S. ally appeared to be pushing ahead Wednesday with a new phase of its war despite international opposition and in the face of a renewed push for a ceasefire with Hamas. And again, this comes at the cusp of Hamas. Again, I don't really keep up with the negotiations anymore because obviously Israel's lying. But yeah, Hamas willingly accepted the terms of the recent negotiations, but then Israel's still going to occupy Gaza City. Again, it's terrible. Defense Minister Israel Katz has authorized the plans for the major new operation. A spokesperson for the military confirmed to NBC News. It will also see an additional 20,000 reservists have their service extended, the Israeli military said. So 60,000 reservists and an additional 20,000 extended service. Yeah. Here, so the assault is expected to force thousands of Palestinians in northern Gaza to the south of the Strip, which is suffering an intensifying hunger crisis under Israel's military offensive and aid restrictions. In a statement Wednesday night, the Prime Minister's office said, quote, ahead of approval of the plans for the operation in Gaza City, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has directed that the timetables for seizing control of the last terror stronghold and the defeat of Hamas be shortened, end quote. Quote, the Prime Minister expresses his great appreciation for the reservist fighters who have been mobilized and their families and all IDF soldiers, end quote. The statement added, quote, together we will win, end quote. Hamas criticized the Israeli military announcement and said in a statement that the Israeli government, quote, insists on continuing its brutal war against innocent civilians, escalating its criminal operations in Gaza City with the aim of destroying it and displacing its residents in a full-fledged war crime, end quote. The United Nations also denounced the military operations Wednesday, quote, Israel's reported decision to take full control of Gaza City and to forcibly displace its population will lead to mass killings of civilians and destruction of infrastructure vital to the survival of the population, end quote. The UN Human Rights Office for the Palestinian Territory said in a statement. President Donald Trump supports Israel's efforts to disarm Hamas. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee told the Associated Press on Wednesday, quote, Israel has to make this decision and has to live with whatever decision they make, but President Trump is fully supportive of making sure that Hamas knows that from the U.S. perspective, they have to disarm and they have to give up and let all the hostages go, end quote. He said, quote, whether it takes 60 days or 60 minutes, that's the ultimate end result, end quote. Scores of people in Gaza have starved to death in recent weeks, including dozens of children, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry in the enclave. In addition to mounting global outrage, sweeping protests have increasingly dominated Israel's streets, with growing numbers demanding an end to the offensive in the enclave. Hundreds of thousands staged furious demonstration last weekend alongside a general strike, fueled in parts by fears that the planned Gaza City assault could endanger the lives of remaining hostages. Israel also gave final approval for a widely contested settlement project in the occupied West Bank that had effectively split the territory in two. Palestinians and rights groups have warned the move could destroy plans for a future Palestinian state. Huckabee said that recent announcements for European leaders recognizing a Palestinian state would be, quote, counterproductive, end quote. Quote, if they believe that unilaterally calling for a two-state, a Palestinian state recognition immediately brings them closer, the sad truth is it's taking them further away, end quote, he said. And here now they're talking about the ceasefire negotiations underway, which is odd. You know, it's like you debate what you negotiate with Israel, and then they just stab you in the back later. Might even kill your whole family just for shits and giggles, you know? So Katz, who replaced Yoav Gallant as defense minister last year, was holding a discussion Tuesday to approve, quote, strike plans in Gaza, end quote, with Israel Defense Forces Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, and other senior defense officials. The Defense Ministry has said. The announcement of the expanded military operation comes after Israel appeared to shrug off news that Hamas agreed to the latest proposals from Arab mediators for a ceasefire deal in Gaza that would free the remaining hostages. So again, it's like, well, we need to come to and negotiate. And then it's like, okay, let's negotiate. Oh, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Like, it's just, yeah. Yeah, so Egyptian Foreign Minister Badr Abdelhadi told NBC News on Tuesday that the deal was based on a proposal by Trump Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff for a 60-day ceasefire, during which some of the remaining 50 hostages, both alive and dead, would be released with plans to negotiate a lasting ceasefire and the return of the rest. Quote, the ball is now in Israel's court, Abdelhadi said, adding, quote, we would like a positive response from them as soon as possible in order to deal with the disastrous situation in Gaza, especially the starvation and killing of civilians, end quote. Asked about the development, a spokesperson for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office referred NBC News to a statement the Israeli leader made on Monday, suggesting he was determined to push ahead with the plan to assume full control of Gaza, and noting that Hamas appeared to be under immense pressure. Asked if they could confirm reports that Israel would provide a response to international mediators on the proposal by Friday, the spokesperson said, quote, no, end quote, and did not provide further clarification. And right, this is just further details about the devastation in the city, because they have thoroughly wiped out the city. It is a wasteland. Just on this alone, the desolation that Israel has wrought, it is like, that alone deserves condemnation. But yeah, it's just so inexcusable. Like, even with because like with the airdrops like they've been having, they even would tell the journalists in the plane, don't film outside the window. It's so ridiculous. Like, you can see this on Google Maps. Like, that's what's gonna happen. Watch, this is what's gonna happen, okay? Like, Google Images and Google Maps, they're gonna hide, they're gonna censor what happened in Gaza. Like, because, you know, sometimes you can, like, look at satellite images by years, but, you know, when you get to that Gaza Strip area, you're not gonna see anything. You're not gonna see anything. You're just gonna see like a blurred out area, and or like maybe it's just the photos won't be there altogether. I mean, it's gonna get scary how much they're gonna try to cover this up, and that's why we have to do our work. And again, that's why, like, especially with people in my personal life, I have to call them out now, because 20, 30 years from now, when people are going to try to whitewash this and be like, oh, this was all terrible and this and that, it's like, no, man, like, you didn't say shit. I was there, and when I asked you about it, all you did was get upset and start yelling at me. So it's like, you know, we really got to make sure people know their place in this issue now before they try to, you know, whitewash and try to clear their name, right? You know, it's like, I see you hanging out with Zionists all the time, and you don't say anything to them, and they support this, even if they do see Palestinians as human beings. It's unacceptable that they still sympathize with Israel and that you tolerate that. But me calling you out and saying, hey, this is fucked up, what's happening? Yeah, anyway. So let me get back to this. I'm sorry. So right here, no safe place, right? And the satellite imagery. Again, look, we got to document everything because they're going to censor this and wipe this out. Like, really. So new satellite imagery suggests that a number of people have already begun to flee the area of Gaza City in recent days of Israel's advance, with the country's plan to push civilians living in the area into the enclave south, condemned by rights groups. Imagery captured on August 16th shows that sites just south of Gaza City are seemingly barren, having been packed with what appears to be tent camps just days before. Yeah, so you can see like the camps have been moved. I mean, dude, some of these satellite images are crazy. I saw one where it was a satellite image of an aid convoy surrounded by hundreds, potentially thousands of people. So you just see like a blob, like literally like ants. Like, I'm not joking, like ants like going after like a piece of cheese on the floor, you know? Like, it's just, wow. Like, it's so, it really just makes you think how small we are. Wow, man, it's just, again, this is just one of those like existential moments that this conflict brings out. Yeah, so here, just again, further with the satellite imagery. Mohammed Abu Sharia, a father of three, said he and his family had been forced to leave their home in Gaza City again, just months after returning from another round of displacement due to Israel's offensive. Quote, "Thank God we found our home almost intact and habitable despite the theft of all its contents and a lack of doors or windows." Again, you know, Israeli troops, they regularly will go into their homes and just break everything up and raid the panties, right? And do all kinds of sick shit. Like, these guys are fucking assholes. And they record it. And then again, like, these things are just so open, but hey, you know, you gotta agree to disagree, right? Unbelievable. So, Abu Sharia, 48, who ran an internet distribution company before Israel's assault began, told NBC News on Wednesday. The family was able to live in their home for the past 6 months, but with Israel planning to take over Gaza City, they were now seeking some semblance of refuge in western Gaza. Quote, "There is no safe place, neither in the north nor the south," Abu Sharia said. Quote, "My concern is to save the family's life, as we are suffering from food shortages and lack of any belongings with us." End quote. Quote, "Further displacement and an intensification in hostilities risk worsening an already catastrophic situation." End quote, the International Committee of the Red Cross said in a statement. Quote, "With more than 80% of Gaza already impacted by evacuation orders, it is unimaginable that civilians could be compelled to move to an even smaller area." End quote, it said. Yeah, and that's just, you know, there's further details, but it's just the same, like, oh, Israel launches offensive, so I'm just gonna stop there. But yeah, man, again, you know, they're gonna move in. Of course, you know, they killed all the journalists in Gaza, or the Al Jazeera journalists, I mean. So there's very limited images and footage that we can get. But that's the thing too, because Hamas, with their operations, they're always recording it. Like, again, that's the weird thing when they're like, oh, well, these Al Jazeera journalists were coordinating with Hamas. It's like, what do you mean? Like, Hamas records their own videos, and they do their own like scouting. Like, why would they need a journalist? They have their own intelligence, you know, and scouting operations. It's just so silly, so unserious. Yeah, so that is Gaza, the operations ongoing, and I wanted to get that out of the way because that's, of course, the most recent and consequential news. Now, obviously, I'm going to go back and do a further drawn-out discussion on the Iran-Israel war, or at least this first phase of it, because they're still at war. Okay, it's like I'm seeing it now as like a boxing match, right? So each round, you know, there's a back and forth, right? So obviously this is the third round that just occurred, right? True Promise 3. It's just like a franchise, right? It's like Fast and Furious. True Promise. Like, that's gonna be like, yeah, okay. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. So why did I say that? So, okay. So here's a PBS. I'm gonna read now the adjustments that Iran has made in the wake of this conflict, because this is a thing too. And as I said, strategically, Israel failed. Okay, like, I shouldn't say they've been defeated because they accomplished some goals, but their overall strategic goals with this operation, because they want everything. They want every war to be the 6-day war. You know. They want it to be quick and bloodless, on at least on their end, and they want total devastation of their enemies. So they really planned to kill off these important officers and scientists in the hopes of, one, destroying their nuclear research operations and the facilities, which they didn't. They damaged it, surely, especially with those B-2 strikes. And again, it just goes to show, like, they had to drag in the U.S. to do that, you know? Like, they knew from the start they couldn't get, what was it, the Nance? The Nance site that's, like, deep under the mountain. They knew they couldn't touch that without the B-2 strike. Yeah, man, it's ridiculous. So who knows, maybe Trump was in on it the whole time, or he gave the green light hoping Israel could accomplish it. And then once, you know, things got hot, it was like, oh, okay, I'll just jump in and do it now. Anyway, and again, also the enriched uranium wasn't destroyed. They still have it. They just moved it. And even if they did destroy the enriched uranium, this is the thing, like the research and the science behind it is so open. Like it's like, who is the West to tell Iran, oh, you can't have any nuclear technology, energy technology, because we don't trust you, because we think you're, yeah, it's just ridiculous, man. It's just so stupid. It's actually interesting. I was taking an Uber ride, and I had this guy, just typical white country guy. You know, I don't really think much. You know, he seemed pretty chill, but also pretty like stern and quiet. Like he gave me cop vibes. You know, he's maybe he isn't a cop, but he's like cop coded. You know, like that kind of white guy. No offense, you know, but as I'm talking, you know, we kind of just slightly brushed up on the war because, like, it's a big deal, you know, Iran, Israel, and the potential consequences to the global economy, you know? Like, everybody was talking about it, right? So I'm just talking with this Uber driver, and he's just like, it's like, you know what? I don't really care if Iran has nuclear energy. Like, who cares? They're a country. I'm just like, whoa. I'm like, oh, really? Like, I don't know if he likes nuclear weapons per se, but just the fact that he's okay with them having nuclear energy, it's like, wow. And this is just like a regular white dude, small town Texas, you know? Like, wow, holy shit. I mean, hey, you know, I don't want to judge anybody off their looks, you know, but still, it's just surprising how certain people don't really care, and they just don't want war, you know? He might be a veteran himself, honestly. Like, you know, he gives me that sort of vibe, you know? And he's an okay guy. He's a good driver, you know? I like talking with him. But, yeah, man, it just goes to show people don't want this to escalate. They don't want this war to happen. And I think, like, we need to be on message with that, especially the Democrats, you know? You didn't really see that, you know, the Democrats saying, like, this is unacceptable, no war, no escalation. Like, of course, you got Chuck Schumer, right? He's like, I think that the president, he's going to chicken out. Yeah, he's just like, he's just like, well, he's a pussy. That Trump, he's a pussy. Like, that's like what he's trying to say. Anyway, okay. So I'm going to talk now about PBS, this article, and their adjustments in their defense council, right? Because, you know, Israel, like, they hit them hard, you know? It's crazy. It's ridiculous how the way that they handled that, in the hopes of, like, just decapitating their government in one fatal swoop, right? Yeah. So here, this article: after attacks by U.S. and Israel, Iran creates new defense council. So again, they learned their lesson, right? Again, like, we vastly underestimate Iran's capacity, and that's going to bite us in the ass, Israel and America, which, hey, you know what? Great. Honestly, who cares? Actually, there was a recent YouTube video or YouTube channel that went big. Y'all have probably seen by now. It's a Chinese high school professor, crazy high school professor in China. Predictive history. I forget his name, but you should check out his channel. He does pretty good analysis, and he has other like video like lectures. And it's just like, this is a high school class. I'm like, holy shit! Like, I want to teach classes like this, you know. Anyway, so this is from PBS and the adjustments that have been made for Iran. So right, Iran founded a new defense council after attacks in June by Israel and the United States. Iranian state media reported Monday. Iran's Supreme National Security Council, the country's highest security body, made the decision to establish the Supreme National Defense Council, which will be headed by President Masoud Pezeshkian, the report said. The council will handle defensive plans and improve capabilities of Iran's armed forces. Members will include the Speaker of Parliament, the head of the judiciary, and the chiefs of military branches and related ministries, the report said. The defense, intelligence, and foreign ministries are expected to be council members, although the report did not provide those details. Iran's decision follows a 12-day air war by Israel and the United States that led to the deaths of nearly 1,100 people, including military chiefs and commanders. A ceasefire has been enforced since shortly after the strikes targeted Iran's major nuclear facilities. Iran had a similar council during the 1980s war between Iran and Iraq that left nearly 1 million casualties on both sides. It's alright, so that was a short article, because I'm reading it on the PBS News website, but it's also by Associated Press. So that's just a quick thing. But that's the adjustments that they made. This is a far more in-depth article from Al Jazeera. Because again, Iran is making moves. It's a real, Israel has to fight a real war, and it turns out, oh shit, we need Daddy US to step in because I'm getting bombed. Oh no. Again, I'm just thinking about if I was living in Israel and having to deal with these missile alerts and having to go in and out of shelters and the stress that would come with that. And there was reports of fighting and people, basically having breakdowns, or what would happen is because I guess some buildings have their own shelter. So if somebody off the street tried to come in, they would just push them out. I'm just what a great society you got there. Yeah, man, you got each other's back for sure. Wow, man. Again, it's just a matter of time. They can't last like this. Anyway, so here, this is Al Jazeera. So Iran, ready for war with Israel, will not halt nuclear program. Again, this is from the president, Pezeshkian, and this is the interview that they had. But again, this is just further details in this article. So here, Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, I hope I'm saying his name right, so has said his country is prepared for any war Israel might wage against it, adding he was not optimistic about the ceasefire between the countries, while confirming Tehran is committed to continuing its nuclear program for peaceful purposes. Pezeshkian made the comments in an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, aired on Wednesday. So this is an older article. This was released on July 23rd. So anyway, Wednesday, one of his first since the end of the 12-day conflict with Israel last month, in which the United States intervened on Israel's behalf, launching strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. The comments come as Western nations say they are seeking a solution to Iran's ongoing nuclear ambitions in the wake of the conflict, amid reports that strikes on its nuclear facilities were less damaging than claimed by Washington. Quote, "We are fully prepared for any new Israeli move, and our armed forces are ready to strike deep inside Israel again," end quote, Pezeshkian told Al Jazeera. Iran was not relying on the ceasefire that ended the 12-day war to hold. He said, quote, we are not very optimistic about it, end quote, said Pezeshkian. Quote, "That is why we have prepared ourselves for any possible scenario and any potential response. Israel has harmed us, and we have also harmed it. It has dealt us powerful blows, and we have struck it hard in its depths, but it is concealing its losses," end quote. Again, they struck a power plant, which I think hasn't even been fully rebuilt and reopened. So they did a lot of damage. Okay, construction in Israel, either it's totally halted or substantially undermined, especially because it's all foreign workers that do construction in Israel. But yeah, man, they can't really repair the damage the way that they did, and also it's the psychological damage that these Israelis have to dealing with a real war, because Israel's just basically a tourist country. That's all it is. They're all tourists. And that really tells you how depraved they are. A lot of them, because of what happened, right? They closed the airspace so nobody could fly out. They just went on boats to Cyprus, and there were Cypriot users saying that all these tourists are coming in and it's starting to feel like they're going to occupy us. It's just so crazy. How are they going to try to spin taking Cyprus? What? Oh, this is part of the Judea-Israeli empire. It's just what? Again, it's so stupid. Anyway, let me get back to this article. So, Yeah, so here he added that Israel strikes, which assassinated leading military figures and nuclear facilities, nuclear scientists, and damaged nuclear facilities, had sought to eliminate Iran's hierarchy, quote, but it has completely failed to do so, end quote. More than 900 people were killed in Iran, large numbers of them civilians, and at least 28 were killed in Israel before a ceasefire took hold on June 24th. That was crazy, though. It's like it's my birthday, and I'm watching Israel get bombed. I'm like, this is a nice birthday. Like, I had the day off, too, so I was just like, let me put on some live streams, and yeah. Anyway, I don't know. Because I don't want to treat, like, I obviously I take it seriously, like it's a war, so I gotta have some respect for the situation. But it's Israel, man. I'm just like, finally somebody's doing something. Of course, Iran isn't doing it in defense of Palestine. So yeah, that's, of course, we have to be realistic about it. So yeah, now they're going to talk about the enrichment program. So here, the enrichment program will continue. Pezeshkian said Iran would continue its uranium enrichment program despite international opposition, saying the development of its nuclear abilities would be carried out, quote, within the framework of international laws, end quote. Quote, and this is in reference to Trump. So U.S. President Donald Trump says that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, and we accept this because we reject nuclear weapons, and this is our political, religious, humanitarian, and strategic position, end quote, he said. Again, it's a fatwa, okay? So the Ayatollah would not issue a fatwa and then secretly go behind and like develop nukes. Like that's serious. They take that seriously. If they swear by Allah not to build nukes, they're not doing it. So, again, this is like, it's like honor really means something to these people. So when they swear to God, that they mean it. Again, it's just, we're so cynical and postmodern in the West. So it's like, we're always having our fingers crossed whenever we make a deal behind our back. That's just the way we operate, but not everybody else. And we project that onto others. So, quote, we believe in diplomacy, so any future negotiations must be according to a win-win logic, and we will not accept threats and dictates, end quote. Again, like, it's like you see the way Iran handled the conflict and the way U.S. and Israel handle it. And it's like you can tell who is the adult in the room, except, the children have fucking nukes. So it kind of, changes things. Oh, man. So continuing, he said the claim from Trump, quote, that our nuclear program is over is just an illusion, end quote. Quote, our nuclear capabilities are in the minds of our scientists and not in the facilities, end quote, he said. Again, like, this knowledge is just so open. Like, it's just like, you can't stop it. It's just like, man. It's just going to continue to build and build, Pezeshkian's comments echoed earlier remarks by Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who said in an interview with U.S. broadcaster Fox News, aired Monday, that Tehran would never abandon its uranium enrichment program, but was open to a negotiated solution to its nuclear ambitions, in which it would guarantee that the program was for peaceful purposes and response for lifting of sanctions. Man, could you imagine if we had a deal, like a nuclear deal, to like manage, the enrichment capabilities? If only we had one. Man, it's just, of course, Trump is just like, we need to negotiate. Iran needs to come to the table. It's like, you just bombed the table. Oh, man. So, continuing, Israel sought to overthrow the leadership and by extension create, further collapse of state. So Pezeshkian also addressed an attempt by Israel to assassinate him at a meeting of the Supreme National Security Council in Tehran on June 15th, which was reported to have left him with minor injuries. Asked about the assassination attempt, he said it had been part of a plan by Israeli commanders to target Iran's political leadership in the wake of its assassination of senior military figures, in a bid, quote, to put the country into chaos in order to overthrow it completely, end quote. Again, this is the president. The president. They were going to kill him. But the plan had failed, he said. He also stressed that Tehran's strikes on Qatar's Al Udeid base is in the wake of U.S. attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities, had not been an attack on Qatar and its people. Quote, "We do not have a thought or imagination that there should be hostility or rivalry between us in the state of Qatar," end quote, he said, adding that he had called Qatar's Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani on the day of the strikes to explain his position. Quote, "I say clearly and honestly, we did not attack the state of Qatar, but we attacked the base for America that bombed our country, while all our intentions toward Qatar and its people are good and positive," end quote. So again, with that specific strike, obviously it was symbolic, but it's like Iran has to do that. They have to respond. Like, what do you mean? Like, oh my gosh. It's like, it's like Trump bombs you with like the most advanced like stealth bombers in the world with like bunker busters that only those planes can fly. And like, and then right after he's just like, okay, I want peace. Like, those are nuclear capable carrying bombers. Like, it's crazy. Right. So here, talks with European powers to resume. So further details. So Arakshi said on Monday that Iran's Atomic Energy Organization is still evaluating how the attacks last month had affected Iran's enriched material, saying Tehran would soon inform the International Atomic Energy Agency of its findings. Right. He said Iran had not stopped cooperation with the IAEA, adding that any request for the IAEA to send inspectors back to Iran would be carefully considered. IAEA, again, that's a lot of vowels, I'm sorry. Inspectors left Iran earlier this month after Pezeshkian said a law suspending cooperation with the agency. Meanwhile, talks are set to take place between Iran, France, Germany, and the UK and Turkey on Friday. The three European parties to the former Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which Tehran signed with several world powers in 2015 before the US pulled out in 2018, have said Tehran's failure to resume negotiations would lead to international sanctions being reimposed on it. Right? Yeah, so again, wow, look at that. We had a fucking deal and then Trump threw it in the garbage. And then surprisingly, Iran, even still, through all those years, was trying to abide by it. They get the rug pulled under them. It's like, hey, we're not building nukes. Here's all the inspectors saying that we're not building nukes. Here's a religious decree that we're not going to build nukes. We're not building nukes. You're building nukes. Like, it's just like, oh my god, dude. Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. Like, I was like talking now, because now I work with like younger people, young 20 people who didn't live through the Iraq War. So I was trying to explain to them, it's like, this is like what happened in Iraq. Like I was trying to explain, like, because like we were serving dessert, we were serving yellow cake, and I was trying to explain the Dave Chappelle like Black Bush, bit where he's like a black President Bush, George W. Bush. And then they bring the scene where he's like, the dude was buying yellow cake. Like, again, for those who've seen it, it's like, it's a classic comedy sketch, but she's just like, what are you talking about? I'm just like, nah, man, like that's what they're doing right now. They're saying that Iran has the yellow cake. Don't drop that shit. No, I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm recording late. I'm sorry if I'm like weird with this recording, but it's late, but I need to get this in. But yeah, man, this is what I wanted to highlight on with the war. And I mainly wanted to focus on like the after effects. And it's just like, it just goes to show, even with Israel doing the damage that it does, strategically, because again, like, there's of course tactics and strategy. And strategically, that's the larger outlook, right? And what they wanted was to totally destroy the nuclear program, kill all the scientists, and decapitate the leaders, the military heads, basically throw the state into chaos and cause total collapse. That's what they wanted. And they failed. Turns out Iran is actually a pretty stable, well, somewhat stable, I should say, because they still have a lot of problems. But it turns out, when you have a country like Israel bombing the people of Iran, even if they might hate the theocratic government, they hate Israel so much more. And of course, that's what you saw. Like, look at when they made the ceasefire agreement, the celebrations that were in Tehran compared to Tel Aviv. People weren't really celebrating in Tel Aviv, like, yay, we won, yay. Like, but in Tehran, people were out in the streets celebrating. So that kind of that shows you how, like, the public opinion, right? Because that's a major factor in wars. How dedicated the population is. Dude, man, I'm just thinking about some of the videos I saw out of Israel. And again, like, it got to a point where they had to, like, tell people to stop recording because, like, these strikes were very precise, It's like they really hit. And, these missiles were so advanced. And, that's the thing, too, that they do is, like, they send a lot of the older, slower missiles to saturate the air defense system, and then they send in the hypersonic missile, and it's just like a lightning bolt, man. And it's a heavy payload too. Heavy. Again, they don't need nukes, really. Like, they don't really need nukes. But yeah. So that's at least what I want to say on Iran and Israel. Primarily the 12-day war. And of course, U.S. involvement with that operation using B-2 bombers. And again, like, it's just so funny seeing Trump post about those bombers. Like, he really likes those bombers, and he must have felt so strong and powerful in that moment. Like, I'm a big boy now. I bombed Iran. Who can say they bombed Iran? Like, that's his main thing that he can brag about. Yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting. Because they're gonna do some new stuff. That's their plan. So we'll have to see. But I'm going to now focus on Russia. I mean, obviously, I spoke about the summit that Putin and Trump had in Alaska. And of course, Trump and Zelensky also met with European leaders. So that's obviously a continuing discussion because they want to supposedly meet. Trump wants to set up a meeting with Zelensky and Putin. Who knows if that will happen? It's gonna be wild. Sometimes I do feel bad for Zelensky. I'm like, damn, like you're being dog walked, buddy. Like, yeah, but that comes with being a proxy state. I don't know, man. It's just like when this is all settled, and if Trump somehow does accomplish peace with Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine, like, Ukraine is gonna be a total like devastated state, and it's like, was it really worth it? I mean, obviously, I don't want to blame them because, like, they have some legitimate concerns in terms of sovereignty with Russia. Obviously, that's a big concern. But it's like, you had the Euromaidan revolution, and then, of course, the civil war that grew out of that, where you have Russian ethnic separatists backed by Russia wanting to split away. But, like, those Euromaidan revolutionaries were pretty right-wing themselves. And, like, straight up, like, nationalistic Banderites, like just straight up Nazis, right? The Azov battalions are like a huge force in the military. Yeah, man. And it's like your economy is devastated now. Your infrastructure is destroyed. You got, like, basically a whole generation of young men, like, either dead or disabled from the war. And then now you went from, like, losing these two provinces, like Crimea and Donbass. Now you've lost basically a fifth of your country. I mean, was it really worth it? I don't know. And they got sold this bridge by the West that, we'll defend you, we'll train you with NATO tactics, it was all for nothing. It was just a racket so they can flood it with weapons and, defense contract spending. Again, war is a racket. They just create these wars so then they can send, supplies, right, aid and such. They need a constant stream of war so that they can justify manufacturing more weapons and more supplies. It's wild. It is wild. That's why they're looking at stuff like Iran and Israel, and they're sort of like just salivating, like, yes, like, just escalate it further, like, yeah, it's wild. So here I want to read from NBC News because there's been major developments tactically, okay? Because like I'm talking about these meetings between Putin and Zelensky and Trump and all that, blah blah blah, whatever. But there's a real war on the ground. Like it's a real war. So I do want to talk about some tactical developments. So here they're talking about this breakthrough in the I hope I'm saying this right, Pokrovsk region. Russian troops have punched through. I think, however, they've said that like certain forces have been encircled. I mean, it's a constantly developing situation, but yeah, it's wild because there's the fears that the Ukrainian lines are going to collapse, and there's a very real possibility that it could be underway, especially with this winter that's going to come up. Like that's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard winter, at least for the Ukrainians. Yeah, so let's talk about this breakthrough, this frontline breakthrough, and also along with like the summit negotiations that Trump and Putin had. Because again, Putin will meet with you, and then he'll order again, like just like yesterday, actually, there was a huge drone and missile strike in Ukraine, like just waves of missiles and drones. So like it's still happening. In fact, they've been intensifying. Yeah, so it's just, it's Putin's not going to stop. He isn't going to stop. I don't doubt that he's going to try to take as much territory as he can before these negotiations can go underway. But yeah, I mean, anyway. So let's talk about this article. So here, NBC News, possible Russian frontline breakthrough risks boosting Putin ahead of Trump summit. Analysts monitoring open source intelligence say Russian advanced units appear to have broken through the Ukrainian town of Pokrovsk. So that's what I've said before. This is by Alexander Smith and Darnia Mayer. So here, Russian forces may have punched a small but significant hole through Ukraine's front lines. Kiev supporting military analysts warned Tuesday, a development that could give Vladimir Putin a boost ahead of his Alaska summit with President Donald Trump. Advanced units have pushed further into Ukrainian-held territory in the Donetsk region, creating two narrow 10-mile prongs near the battlefield hotspot town of Pokrovsk. According to watchdogs, including Ukraine's Deep State and Washington's Institute for the Study of War, two of the top open-source teams tracking the war's battlefield developments. Expert observers, supportive or at least sympathetic to Kiev, are deeply worried that these forays could expand into a full-scale breakthrough for the Kremlin, already claiming he is winning this war and refusing to stop fighting unless Ukraine surrenders. Putin could use such a development to lobby for an even more favorable peace deal in Alaska. Quote, guys, we're in real trouble here, end quote. Rima Ziruitis, an American enlisted as a medic in the Ukrainian Armed Forces, posted on X, quote, while Putin and Trump keep everyone distracted, Russia has broken through our lines in Pokrovsk. The situation is critical, end quote. Yeah, man. It's so jarring sometimes. Again, like when you see this footage, again, it's a fucking war. Like it's wild, man. Like it's like some true like World War I trenches, like, no man's land moonscapes that are being created here. And then you see stuff like Bakhmut, Denivka, like some of these like fighting Mariupol. Like it is hard. It is hard. Wow, man. So here, though small, the Russian breakthroughs represent a far quicker land grab than either side has managed in months. The concern for Ukraine is that Russia would be able to expand outward into poorly defended parts of Donetsk. The advance may have also cut off crucial resupply highway to Ukraine's fortress city of Kramatorsk, according to those watching the troop movements. Pasi Paroinen, an analyst with Finland's Blackbird Group, which tracks the conflict, told NBC News that if the Russians do break through and consolidate, quote, it could be very bad for the Ukrainians, end quote. This push may have been timed ahead of the Putin-Trump summit. He added, quote, the Russians have had a tendency to intensify military operations in support of ongoing negotiations, so the current events would fit into the picture quite well, Paroinen said, adding that, quote, we don't have enough information yet, end quote, to be sure. The next 24-48 hours will likely be crucial and whether Ukraine is able to stanch the Russian advance before Moscow reinforces those advanced units. He said to X earlier, quote, "Clearly the Ukrainians have a crisis underhand," end quote, he wrote. I do believe that prong, because it's like literally like a fork, like the way that they expanded. So I think in a way that they have overexpanded themselves, but they've reported that somehow they've encircled those advanced units. So it's an active, ongoing battle, you know. But again, there are troops. It's kind of like in Hoi 4, right? You make a gap, and then you have to send troops, because you don't want to send those troops too deep, because then they get encircled. So you have to have reinforcements. Anyway, it's not to bring a game into this, but yeah, it's just Russia is able to take those losses, and they're able to grind themselves longer than Ukraine has. Is what, you know, it's just the fact of the situation, you know. I mean, I don't know how true this is, but supposedly these Russian hackers, they released like details saying that like Ukraine has suffered 1.7 million casualties. Again, that's crazy. I mean, again, that's like, you know, kind of hard to believe. I don't know, man. It's just crazy to think about this is happening in Europe. People really aren't, you know, thinking like there's a fucking war right now in Europe, and this could escalate to a point that people are not ready for. Yeah. So yeah, here a Ukrainian military spokesperson told NBC News that breakthroughs were being made only by small groups of Russian infiltrators who are being quickly found and destroyed rather than larger units capable of taking and controlling territory. Viktor Chugobov, spokesperson of Ukraine's Dnipro strategic group of troops, downplayed the severity of the maneuvers. Quote, "Of course, the situation there is and remains difficult, and the fighting in this region is the most intense compared to other sections of the front line," end quote, he told NBC News. Quote, "However, the Ukrainian troops are making every effort to ensure that even those groups of Russians who manage to infiltrate through the front lines are destroyed as soon as possible, which is what happens," end quote. The severity of the situation was made clear by the 1st Azov Corps, seen as among the most adept fighters Ukraine has, announcing Tuesday it has deployed to the region. Again, even if they do manage to like deal with that breakthrough, the fact that the breakthrough happened kind of shows that like there's, you know, like they're not as capable as before. And again, like it's like you see the map for Russian, like it's like they take an inch, they take an inch, they take an inch, and then Ukraine can't take it back. Ukraine tried to invade Kursk. That's already been like, you know, swept up. I mean, I don't know what the plan is. I really don't. Like, there should have been negotiations years ago, and they said, no, we want every Russian out, and now you're losing more territory, and now I mean, honestly, what they've said is that they're mainly deploying, like, older men to the fight, because if they start pulling into the younger, like, 20-year-olds, that will really, like, destroy them demographically. That's what they're concerned about. So it's like we haven't really seen the full, like, mobilization that needs to happen. And, of course, that would require, like, you know, losses of their younger generations, which is going to affect them long term, you know? I mean, like, their population was already in decline before this war. So it's like, I mean, again, it's really sad for Ukraine. But yeah, man. Yeah, so here, now they're going to talk now about the summit in Alaska. So here, all eyes on Alaska. The question of who is winning the war will be a key point in Trump's summit with Putin on Friday. The American leader who told reporters in the Oval Office on Monday that he would know probably within the first 2 minutes whether his Russian counterpart wanted peace or not. Quote, so Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has not been invited. Quote, he wasn't a part of it, Trump said. Quote, he's been there for 3.5 years. Nothing happened, end quote. Creating Europe-wide panic that its and Kiev's interests will be disregarded by Washington and Moscow. Putin claims he is winning the conflict, that he has been using this as a basis for his extreme demands for what it would take him to stop fighting, effectively asking for a full Ukrainian surrender. Indeed, Russia has been making slow, grinding gains, but only while throwing masses of soldiers into its so-called meat grinder war machine, with 100,000 kills since the start of the year. according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio last month. There are experts who follow this war who believe that if Ukraine can hold out into next year, Russia's war machine might not be able to continue with such extreme losses. In fact, they're saying now that the Soviet stockpiles have been exhausted. So it's like kind of wild to see that happen. Right. So here, a breakthrough of the Ukrainian lines would allow Putin to present to Trump a case that he has the forward momentum and thus must be recognized as such in terms of any deal. The situation, quote, continues to rapidly develop to the detriment of the enemy, pro-Kremlin war correspondent Yuri Kotenuk wrote on his Telegram channel Tuesday, quote, whether the enemy's feverish efforts to stabilize the front will succeed, we will see. Yeah, so it's kind of wild to see. And of course, we had the summit, so Trump, it's like Trump was just like, I just have to make a phone call and it's all over. And of course, he's finding out that Putin has their own national interests, right? Russia has their own national interests, and Ukraine has their own interests. And it's, it's the art of the deal, You just got to make a deal that both sides are happy with. And it turns out nobody's happy because that's war. Yeah. So anyway, that's crazy. I'm sorry. It's just so wild to see. But that's, talking at least about the tactical developments in relation to these negotiations and summits. And of course, they want to get Zelensky and Putin in a room, which is going to feel more like The Interview. You remember that movie with James Franco and Seth Rogen? It's gonna feel like that, where it's like, like Putin is going to try to do some. It's like, oh my god, you can make like a small like Looney Tunes bit out of it, Zelensky and Putin just finding like ways to try to kill each other, like Tom and Jerry. That would actually be funny. But yeah, like just like The Interview, it's just like, oh, here's like a patch on your skin, so you shake his hand and make sure that cyanide patch, gets through his skin, like, or something stupid. Anyway, man, isn't that crazy? Like, North Korea was really like, we're gonna nuke you if you release that movie. Nah, it's stupid. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It could really happen. I mean, if Trump manages to pull that off, then that's actually like history making. Like, wow, that's crazy. I deserve the Nobel Prize. I negotiated peace in Europe, the largest war since World War II. That's crazy. Even Hillary Clinton was like, I might nominate him. Wow, it's just ridiculous, man. So here I wanted to speak now. There's the geopolitical developments with Russia, Ukraine, but that also affects, say, NATO and the European dynamics, because now, of course, with the ever-present Russian threat, these countries now are having to beef up their military. Germany is beefing up their military, Poland, France, right? And obviously this is going to cause some divisions in NATO, because there's certain sides that want to support Ukraine fully, and other sides that kind of see that this isn't maybe as productive as everybody's pretending it is. And I'm not that I'm saying that I'm a fan of these figures, but yeah, here I'm going to talk about Viktor Orban, who's also like, Trump has a pretty close, like, I don't know why, like he really likes Viktor Orban. He always brings him up. Like in the debates, he kept saying, Viktor Orban. He sounds like Gru. He really does, though. You should listen to him. He's hilarious. But I mean, he's actually pretty corrupt and like just straight up anti-Semitic. Like, I don't know what goes on in Hungary, but yeah, it's like one of those. Again, it's weird. So here, this is from Viktor Orban, because Hungary is a part of NATO, and it's important to follow these developments because there are, divides happening, and like this is going to cause further rifts, and the EU hasn't had to face these issues for some time. Like this is like serious developments and divides happening. Right. So here, this is from Reuters. So this is Viktor Orban. His comments: Russia has won the war in Ukraine that he's declaring. So here, Russia has won the war in Ukraine, right-wing Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban said on Tuesday ahead of a summit between U.S. President Donald Trump and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin on Friday. In power since 2010, Orban has been criticized by some European leaders for his government ties with Russia and opposition to military aid for Ukraine, while his cabinet is struggling to revive the economy from an inflation shock. Orban, who has maintained close ties with Putin even after Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, became the only European leader on Monday not to endorse a joint summit, saying Ukraine should have the freedom to decide its future. Quote, "We are talking now as if this were an open-ended war situation, but it is not. The Ukrainians have lost the war. Russia has won the war," end quote, Orban told the Patriot YouTube channel in an interview. Again, it's so funny. Again, like you see these world leaders, right? Corrupt world leaders having like weird discussions on YouTube or podcasts. It's like, what? It's like, you're a head of state, dude. Like, what the fuck? Here, yeah, quote, "The only question is when and under what circumstances will the West, who are behind the Ukrainians, admit that this has happened and what will result from this," end quote. Hungary, which gets most of its energy from Russia, has refused to send weapons to Ukraine, with Orban also strongly opposing Ukraine's EU membership, saying it would wreak havoc on Hungarian farmers and the wider economy. Orban said Europe has missed an opportunity to negotiate with Putin under former US President Joe Biden's administration, and now was at risk of its future being decided without its involvement. Quote, "If you are not at the negotiating table, you're on the menu," end quote, Orban said, adding that he partly opposed the EU's joint statement on Ukraine as it made Europe look, quote, "ridiculous and pathetic," end quote. Quote, "When two leaders sit down to negotiate with each other, the Americans and the Russians, and you're not invited there, you don't rush for the phone, you don't run around, you don't shout in from the outside," end quote. So yeah, that's just, basically like, I mean, in a way he kind of has a point, because it's just like, it's Russia and the United States, like, obviously, they're the big boys, they hold all the cards, so it's like, you kind of, especially considering, like, you got NATO and all these European countries who are vassal states of America, like, whatever America says, they just got to do it, because it's like, what, you're going to go to Putin? Yeah, man. But again, a lot of it's self-inflicted, too. It's like, what do you think was going to happen, It's like, they didn't learn anything from Bush, right, when he tried to pressure NATO and all these European nations into invading Iraq. They didn't learn their lesson then, and now it's like their comeuppance here, So yeah, man. So that's sort of like the main bigger details. And a lot of this is like military developments, right? A lot's happening, and I was gonna talk about the recent like border conflict between Cambodia and Thailand. That sort of broke out for a minute, and everybody was like, "What's happening here?" And it was strange because it's like, it's a border dispute over this claim to a temple. So it's like kind of like a weird thing that happened, but they've made a deal, so there was like about, a couple days of fighting, and then they made a ceasefire agreement. The tensions are still high, so there could very likely be further escalations and border conflicts. Honestly, if anything breaks out further, I'll touch on it again, because like, again, it's all geopolitical, right? And like, it has to deal with like Thailand being closer to the West and Cambodia being closer to China, and that, theater, escalating, right? Because like Southeast Asia, Indochina, right? That's it could boil over if it's not taken carefully into consideration. So I was going to talk on that, but then I saw this article, or at least these developments concerning the U.S. and their movements, and I've mentioned before that if Trump is going to have a war somewhere, it's probably going to be Venezuela. And now we're seeing some movements of warships and troops in the Caribbean region, which are obviously meant to, encircle Venezuela. And actually what happened recently also is that they put a $50 million bounty on Maduro. It's like, it's so wild. Like, Osama bin Laden had 25 million. Okay? So Maduro, supposedly, the head of a cartel, right, is worse than Osama bin Laden. I guess, in the eyes of the U.S. Or maybe they're adjusting for inflation. I don't fucking know. Not that they're going to pay that out. It's just like you call in, he's like, yes, he's in Caracas. Like, yeah, he's in the palace, the presidential palace. Where's my money? Like, And like, I'm not a fan of Maduro, but it is funny to see the way that he responds. He's like, "Estoy aquí, mira." Like, he's just, anyway. My goodness, man. Anyway, it's just wild, And again, when it comes to like Venezuela, I don't want it to sound that like I'm making excuses for any real like issues there that are happening. Again, it's just like I don't support the U.S. going in there, bombing them, right? For the sole purpose, they're going to claim, right, because of drug trafficking and cartels. And that's another thing, too. Like, they're making strike plans to bomb cartels in Mexico. Like, this is crazy. Like, what? Like, I don't know, man. It's so wild, man. Like, the last thing the U.S. needs is military activity in Latin America. It's like, you think there's a migrant crisis now? Like, yeah, let's bomb and destabilize these countries and actually straight up invade them. You know how many Venezuelans are going to come over the border because of this war? Potentially. Oh my gosh, dude. And then not only that, like, I actually know people who are part of the Venezuelan diaspora who are, they're like the middle class, upper middle class people who fled Chavez, right? And then anytime you talk about like healthcare or anything like it, I remember like being like pro Bernie Sanders, and they would just be like, "Well, I come from a socialist country," and it's just like, dude, like Bernie Sanders, like really, like it's just so crazy, man. Again, it's just like the Cubans in Miami. It really is, So again, I just want to talk now about these troop movements, warship movements. Again, it's not really a major concern. I don't think he's gonna invade them right now. Like, what you got to be concerned about is like a carrier strike group. If they start moving a carrier strike group, then holy shit. So yeah, here I'm reading from CBS News. So U.S. warships to sail off Venezuela as tension soars between Trump and Maduro regime over cartel accusations. And actually in Venezuela, they've mobilized militia forces. Like, they have like over 4 million militia forces. I mean, who knows? It's mainly just like farmers with like rusted AKs. But yeah, man, like Venezuela is very rugged terrain. I mean, they might take like the coastal areas like Caracas and all the major cities, but then those mountains, it's like mountainous jungle. Yeah, man. Of course, nowadays we got drones, so that's the main thing. But even then, like, we had, Afghanistan, right? And that didn't change anything. Like, once we installed the puppet government and left, it collapsed. Like, that's the plan here. So yeah, people don't learn. So here, the United States is deploying, just the article, right, from CBS News. The United States is deploying 3 Aegis-guided missile destroyers to the waters off Venezuela as part of President Trump's effort to combat threats from Latin American drug cartels. A White House official confirmed to CBS News on Wednesday, confirming a report by the Reuters news agency. The USS Gravely, the USS John Dunham, and the USS Sampson were to depart for the region over the next few days, the official said. The Defense Department official confirmed to the Associated Press that the military assets had been assigned to the region in support of counter-narcotics efforts. The official, who was not authorized to comment about military planning, said the vessels would be deployed over the course of several months. The deployment of U.S. destroyers and personnel comes as Mr. Trump pushes for using the U.S. military to thwart cartels he blames for the flow of fentanyl and other illicit drugs into the American communities, and for perpetuating violence in some U.S. cities. Mr. Trump has also pressed Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum to cooperate more on security than her predecessor, specifically by more aggressively pursuing Mexico's cartels, but she has drawn a clear line when it comes to Mexico's sovereignty, rejecting suggestions by Mr. Trump and others of any intervention by U.S. military. Mr. Trump in February designated Venezuela's Tren de Aragua, MS-13 in El Salvador, and 6 groups based in Mexico as foreign terrorist organizations. His Republican administration has also stepped up immigration enforcement against alleged gang members. The terror designation is normally reserved for groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, which use violence for political ends, but not for money-focused crime rings such as Latin American cartels. But the Trump administration argues the international connections and operations of the groups, including drug trafficking, migrant smuggling, and violent pushes to extend their territory, warrant the designation. Earlier this month, the Trump government announced it was doubling to $50 million a reward for the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, accusing him of being one of the world's largest narco traffickers and working with cartels to flood the U.S. with fentanyl-laced cocaine. The press office of Venezuela's government did not respond to a request for comment from the AP on the deployment of U.S. destroyers, but without mentioning the ships, Foreign Minister Iván Gil, in a statement on Tuesday, dismissed the Trump's administration's drug trafficking accusations against Venezuela. Quote, Washington's accusing Venezuela of drug trafficking reveals its lack of credibility and the failure of its policies in the region, Gil said. Quote, while Washington threatens, Venezuela steadily advances in peace and sovereignty, demonstrating that true effectiveness against crime is achieved by respecting the independence of its people. Every aggressive statement confirms the inability of imperialism to subdue a free and sovereign people, end quote. The statement was followed by the government's decision to temporarily ban the purchase, sale, and operation of drones in Venezuelan airspace. In 2018, drones armed with explosives detonated near Maduro in an apparent assassination attempt while he was delivering a speech to hundreds of soldiers being broadcast live on television. Yeah, that was wild to see, actually. On Monday, Maduro said the U.S. had increased its threats against Venezuela and announced the planned deployment of more than 4.5 million militia members around the country. The militias were created by then President Hugo Chavez to incorporate volunteers who could assist the armed forces in the defense of external and domestic threats. Quote, the empire has gone mad and has renewed its threats to Venezuela's peace and tranquility, end quote, Maduro said in an event in Caracas without mentioning any specific action. Maduro was indicted in a New York federal court in 2020 during the first Trump presidency, along with several close allies on federal charges of narco-terrorism, conspiracy to import cocaine. The U.S. offered a $15 million reward for his arrest at the time. Yeah, so, again, they have to point to a guy like Maduro, and, again, I'm not a fan either. I'm not saying I like him, but it's just, ridiculous to, hear the things that they say. It's like they're trying to play the Saddam Hussein playbook, or Noriega. That's actually, Noriega's more closer to this, which is funny because Noriega was an asset at one point. Anyway, but yeah, with Maduro, I mean, I just don't believe anything they tell me. It's just I don't believe you. I don't trust anything the State Department says, and yeah, man, it's just wild to see how they can just lie and lie. Or maybe they're not lying. Either way, it's even if they're not lying, you want to invade Venezuela? How about maybe, lift the sanctions, okay? And maybe they won't have to resort to drug smuggling. I don't know, man. It's just, even then, it's if you really think about it, the problem is, the U.S. is, the largest drug market in the world. And if you really think about it, it's a lot of these elites, these WASP type people, like the Hamptons, right? They're party animals, they're the real ones buying, But of course, when they make it, a drug war, it's just to militarize the police to be deployed in these poor neighborhoods, right? In crack houses, right? A great show that I highly suggest is Snowfall. Snowfall is an amazing show. And it's still so relevant today. I mean, you see this show and you truly understand that, the crack epidemic was truly an apocalypse for these, black communities and, inner city communities. And then you consider, fentanyl and, opioids and, dude, it's crazy. Crazy, man. That's why, sometimes I get kind of worried, I don't, I some stuff like Tylenol, I don't, it's serious, man. You got to be careful. It's no joke. Adderall, Advil, I don't know shit about pills, okay? I don't mess with that, I always try to call my mom if I'm sick. I'm how many should I take? I want to be very careful because, It's so easy to just like take the wrong dosage and then like you're hooked, you know? Man. Like I remember taking a surgery. I had a surgery on my jaws, actually. Like what happened was the braces on my jaws created like this underbite, but also like it was like my chin was like jutting off to the left. So I had like this sort of like you know, like the troll face. Honestly, I had a bit of a troll face, right? Where like you're smiling and crooked. That's how my jaw was like. So they had to do a surgery to align the jaws properly. And so part of the recovery was that they gave me codeine. Like they gave me lean. And that shit knocked me out. Like I only took it for like a week and I'm like, I'm done. I can't take this. Like this is messing me up. But dude, man, it's wild to consider how pervasive like fentanyl is and all these drugs, and how like a lot of the times people get, you know, addiction issues because they had, you know, a medical, you know, issue, medical emergency, and then they got on these pills to recover. And then once the recovery was over, they're addicted to to certain opioids, and yeah, it's messed up. Wow, man. Anyway, like Venezuela, that is obviously a red herring, because the real goal is their oil reserves. That's what they want. It's the largest oil reserves in the world, and you know, say what you want about, you know, Maduro and Venezuela, and you know, they're having real economic issues there, but it's just like, you really think a U.S. invasion is gonna turn things around? It's like with like Syria, right? Like Syria got sanctioned to high heavens, and obviously their economy collapsed, and then now there's a new government and the sanctions were lifted. And then, oh wow, look at that, the Syrian currency is now more valuable because now it can be a part of the global economy, because the global economy is run by American dollars. Wow, crazy. So yeah, anyway, man, I think that's again, there's a lot of stuff that I missed. I mean, this is basically like 3 months of like international development, but those are like the main important details I want to touch on. And again, you know, a lot of it's military. There's a lot of military stuff happening, you know. I don't really consider myself a military, like, focused guy, but it's kind of impossible to ignore. I mean, we really are in a world war in many respects, you know. It's crazy to think about all the things that are happening, and that's the thing, too. Like, you see stuff like Cambodia and Thailand. It's like, what is happening? It's just, the more destabilized we become, the more you're going to see these sort of conflicts brew, and like, you know, like in random places in the world. Yeah, man. So yeah, that's the international, you know, geopolitical segment that I was just speaking on now. A lot of it with Iran and Israel. Again, that was just a big thing to watch unfold. Like again, and there's very likely going to be a new round of fighting. Like they're saying that there's a lot of movements happening. So very likely more bombing from Israel. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous too, because like the Israelis were saying, oh, we wiped out about like 3/4 of the missile launchers, and then like Iran's now saying, oh yeah, we already like repaired like all the like missile sites, right? Like we already repaired them, we already replenished our missile launchers. So it's like, yeah, man, it's like a boxing match. It really is. And you know, Israel is cocky, so they think, oh, we'll just bomb Iran and then they'll submit. But then Iran is just like, I didn't hear no bell. It's just like they just get back up, and you're like, okay, can you stop? It's like, I didn't hear no bell. Let's go. You want to fight? And they were holding back. They really were pulling punches. Like they were being proportional. They didn't shut down the Strait of Hormuz, not yet, at least. You know, they didn't like. Man, they I don't know what the U.S. and Israel think they're doing by stoking a fight with Iran, because Iran is really holding back, and all this war really showed is that they're restrained and they're willing to, you know, stay on the high road. Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. Because that was obviously like a desperate move by Netanyahu. So I don't know what they were thinking. But yeah, man. It's like there's going to be another round eventually. And this is what I think is going to happen. Because I was saying in the last episode about Trump that, you know, I don't think he's a committed Zionist. I really don't think he is. Like, he's just whatever, you know, gets him ahead. He'll do deals with Zionists so long as they do, as long as they give him money, right? You know, like the Adelsons, right? But like, you kind of saw it happening there. Like, you saw it when he said, "We've officially reached a ceasefire," and then like, you know, obviously Israel wants to get the last strike in, the last punch in, and then Iran hit them back. And they literally hit like an apartment complex. But at that point, it's just like, you know what? I don't care who Iran bombs. Like, I really don't care. Like, they hit like a Mossad headquarters that was right next to a hospital. And it's like, yeah, it sucks, but it's Israel, man. Like, I don't fucking care. And it was a military hospital too. So like, I really don't give a shit about that. Anyway, it's like, I don't want to be happy about anybody being bombed. And obviously war is terrible. Dude, it's just, there's something, and it really, you could see on social media, you saw how people were responding. People were like, finally, like people had like a moment of just like gratification that Israel's facing some real consequences. And I mean, I'm not going to disclose who, but people were definitely speaking on my end saying like, fuck yeah. Like, people are not happy with Israel, man. That's the thing, man. Israel has lost the court of public opinion. That's why they have to do like Netanyahu on like a No Boys podcast. It's so weird. And that made him look worse. But it's like, this is why I have to do my work. And that's why also, you know, with any personal discussions that usually don't end up well because people get, you know, they just go straight to yelling. Okay. Like, I'm not yelling or anything. I'm just telling them straight facts, like, hey, this is a ethno-state, a fascist ethno-state, and this is basically a Nazi country, a Nazi ideology. Like, I'm just trying to forewarn you that if you are going to continue this path, then don't be surprised when you're compared to Nazis. And of course, I get yelled at that. Maybe I should have worded it differently, but I'm going to leave that to somebody else to like try to like kill them with kindness, because me, I'm just going to kill him. Like, it's just like, you're like, this is not one of those issues where I have to like lightly remind you that genocide and fascism is bad. You should already know that. Like, I'm sorry. Like, why do I have to be sensitive to your feelings? You're not the victim here supporting a genocidal country. Oh my God, dude. Anyway. But yeah, as I was trying to say is that like Trump, you could sense that when he made that, you know, comment about the ceasefire, that he was getting frustrated with Israel. He even called out Israel. Like, he was just saying, like, I said there's a ceasefire, and then you bombed them. What the fuck? They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like I don't think I've ever seen a president drop an F-bomb like that. Just like straight up, like, they don't know what they're fucking doing. And he was also mad at Israel. Okay? So you kind of sense that, you know, because he doesn't really have that sort of like impulse control. You know, if somebody's pissing him off, he's gonna go at them. So I think that's gonna become a larger issue later on, where Netanyahu is gonna be talking to Trump and be like, Mr. President, we have them, we can bomb them and they will collapse. And then they don't collapse. And then Trump is like, what the fuck, Netanyahu? You told me they'd be done. This would be a quick done deal. Oh my God, I'm sorry for these voices, but yeah, man. It's just, yeah. But yeah, I feel like as this drags on, because Trump wants a quick and clean war. He doesn't want a dragged out war. But that's what's going to happen if they do start fighting Iran. It's going to be a slog. I mean, just think about invading Iran. Like, it's going to be a disaster. And then not just that, like, maintaining the occupation. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And if it does, it's going to be a disaster. And sadly, like, possibly thousands or millions of people displaced or killed. And then also, not only that, the global economy is going to collapse. It's just like, oh my god, dude. I don't know what they're thinking, and it's all for Netanyahu so he can stay out of jail, cause like he can just bomb Iran and then claim a security crisis. Crazy, dude, crazy. I don't know what their plan is. Like, wow, man, wow. People don't learn. Obviously, though, it's for the defense industry to create a new conflict so they can further justify manufacturing these weapons and then getting paid and bought by the government. Yeah, man, I don't know, man. Anyway, the 12-day war, right? That was crazy to watch. That was crazy, but it's not over. They're still at war. There's going to be a new round of fighting, and it's probably going to get much worse and more bloody. And we're going to see again, Iran. Now they're more prepared. Now they're on edge. So, which is going to put more pressure on Israel to do an even larger, wider scale attack. Maybe even U.S. involvement with that. But of course, if the U.S. gets involved, then all those bases in the region are going to get bombed, and all those it's just they're just going to shut down the strait. Like, that's what they said already. Anyway, I'm just going to wrap it up from that and the geopolitical segment, and then we'll dive into, after this, natural events, especially considering that I'm in Texas. I'm probably just going to mainly focus on the Texas flooding disaster and the state response to it, because, wow. In typical Texas fashion, right? Like, we're just fumbling the bag. But anyway, that's for later. So, thank you. And so, in this final segment, where I usually speak on natural events, natural disasters, or say like pandemic news, climate news, I wanted to specifically focus on recent events in Texas, as many of you have probably heard by now, the flooding that was in the Hill Country along the Guadalupe River, and just that Hill Country, and specifically Kerr County. Yeah, it was pretty significant, being that I'm from Texas, and many of us were just thinking like, wow, like that's crazy. Just reading about the news, especially with that summer camp. Those young girls that were unfortunately killed. It's sad. It's really sad just to consider how still now in this state, and I'm going to highlight on some news on like the unpreparedness in the state, and also just like the local county level. Still now for Texas, people aren't taking these climate emergencies seriously. Again, like it's difficult because, of course, it's weather, right? It's, a natural disaster, so there are some aspects that are unpredictable. So, yeah, I mean, obviously we can't stop everything from happening, but we've developed so much technology to the point that we can at least make some predictions and have some kind of system of communication in place. I believe the last episode I recorded, right, there was a tornado in St. Louis, I keep forgetting it, the right name. And there was like a whole like failure of communication to the point where, because like the story that happened was you had the emergency like commissioner like try to communicate with the fire department, just asking like, oh, are you able to I forgot the full details, but basically the commissioner, they called up the fire department just to let them know that there is a possibility of a tornado, but not that they had to declare a tornado emergency and to push the buttons for the sirens. So that there was that failure of communication. But then when they did check the button for the sirens, those sirens weren't working. So it's just, again, it's stuff like that it's just frustrating that this is, and that's like a major city. Okay. So imagine, some small town, country hillside, like county, it's just, yeah, man, it's just unfortunate. And I'm just thinking about like, I mean, we don't have the same kind of terrain and geography, but I'm just thinking about like flooding meters that they had for the river were showing like 30 feet of like flooding and like just like rise in the waters in like less than an hour, like 40 minutes or so. Like, it's just crazy to think about. Like, you had no chance in this sort of conditions if you don't have the proper communications and
yeah, man, those poor girls, like, that's all I can think about. Because, and you know, it's like a Christian youth camp, you know, like summer country youth camp. And like, you know, I'm not, if I had a daughter, I wouldn't necessarily have her go into like a Christian camp, and that's just me. But it's still nice, you know, like just to have like the girls go off and do some camping or whatever and sing some songs. It like, it's nice, obviously, but then, you know, it's like, again, you know, it's nice. I'm not judgmental towards like that sort of community. If they're, you know, obviously having a good time and everything is, you know, perfect, like, you know, perfectly okay, then great. It's just, you know, my exposure to like Southern, like evangelical, especially like that kind of youth camp, like culture. So it's just weird for me, you know, and I wouldn't have my child going to stuff like that. But obviously, you know, you don't want children dying in a flood under any circumstances. So it's tragic. And it's actually funny, like my sister, she did that sort of thing, you know, doing missionary trips, and she did a trip to Nicaragua. And what happened was she was in a bungalow, you know, at the camp, and this was like in some like mountain jungle, you know, countryside. And like, I'm, you know, obviously it's like a beautiful trip to go and see, you know, exotic parts of the world. But then, of course, what happened when she was there was a storm that hit. So they were staying in, you know, their bunkhouse. And you know, some of the trees that are in these jungles are huge. Like these canopy trees, they're ginormous. They're like the trees from Avatar, right? Like truly, like it's just like a branch from that is already like, you know, a thick like trunk. So what happened was, I don't know if it was like the whole tree or at least like one of the branches fell off and like basically caved in like the roof of their bunkhouse. Luckily nobody was harmed, but it was just crazy to like be like, holy shit, like my sister almost got squished. And like the pictures from it too were like crazy because it was a big branch. So yeah, man, you know, it's crazy, you know, like again, you obviously like you send your kids off to like a youth camp trip or a missionary trip abroad, and you're thinking, oh, they're in good hands, and then like anything could happen. So I mean, again, it's just crazy. Anyway, I kind of got lost there, but I just wanted to focus on that a bit for the, you know, just again the human angle of this, because obviously when I'm speaking on this story, and I'm gonna be very critical of the response and of the state system in place, because Texas is like already by now, it should be well known that flooding is like a serious issue out here, okay? And still there's like some like delay in responses, you know. Again, when you see like the press conferences from Ted Cruz or Greg Abbott, right? Like Greg Abbott, he's sitting up there and he's just like, well, you see in Texas, like they're like, you know, you have reporters asking, well, who's at fault? Like, how do we fix this? And he's like, well, you see in Texas, we don't ask loser questions. We like football in Texas. So I'm just like, oh my God, we're so fucked. And then Ted Cruz, he was apparently vacationing in Greece at the time when it was happening, and then he came back, and it's just like, wow, like, obviously, like, I'm not saying that, like, oh, he's at fault for the, you know, disaster because he was vacationing, but it's just kind of odd that, like, he's always gone. And then, I mean, again, you know, the whole the whole Cancun fiasco while we were freezing is just crazy. Again, it's so amazing how there are like a lot of leftists who speak on Texas on Twitter, and again, like I'm totally with any kind of like, you know, criticisms of the state, but yeah, I mean, I do live here, and like normally they try to say that like leftists are always talking bad on Texas, but at least leftists actually do have some concern for the working class people who are affected by the issues here. A lot of that like sort of finger wagging and like, oh, this is what they get, that's from like a lot of that comes from liberals, you know, especially like the K-Hive, like blue MAGA liberals, because their view of Texas is that, oh, it's a red state and they keep voting for those Republicans and this and that, and then their attitude whenever there's a disaster is to make fun of us. So again, like the actual serious leftists, okay, because again you have some people who are like, oh, I'm a leftist, but then it's like you listen to Vosh or something like that, like the real serious ones who are actually like cognizant of like the material like issues in the state, affecting working class people of color down here, and how these also climate issues are affecting communities of color, especially in Houston. That's like a major reason why I left Houston, because the flooding is just too much. Like, you could be in an area that's not affected by flooding, but like still like you have power grid issues, traffic is just paralyzed. There's no metro system, okay? Like, so everything is by car. So if roads are completely flooded out and you need to go somewhere, you just can't go because it's completely cut off. And then also like it's like I'm not like seriously concerned about crime or anything, but like there is a level of chaos that like is introduced in an urban environment, especially one like Houston that's like huge, big urban sprawl. That say like if there was a serious flooding crisis, like that could cause unrest. Like, really, I mean, that's a serious concern later down the line. It hasn't like when Harvey was happening, there wasn't anything serious like that. Although there was one like road rage incident. I don't know how related it was, but like there was a shooting like right in front of this YMCA and like this like suburban like it's Cinco Ranch. Okay, it's a very safe and like proper neighborhood. But yeah, when this flooding was happening, there was a shooting at this I don't know what happened, but still. Anyway, let me focus now on the story, because again, like this is sort of emblematic of like other natural disaster situations in Texas, and just how like there's a very short-term memory out here. And then the reason why nothing really gets fixed is because it affects primarily the working class, lower income areas, people of color, communities of color. The reason why this story is so like big is that like this was in the Hill Country. It affected this youth camp. Again, like it's a national story, obviously international story. This is like being reported in like BBC and stuff. So like people were really looking at this story. Again, like during Hurricane Harvey, a lot of the flooding did occur in like this Cinco Ranch area that I was living in, and like it was a huge scandal because we had to get flooded out by the Army Corps of Engineers, who controlled the Barker's Reservoir system. They had to flood our neighborhood to keep from the dam collapsing. So again, there's like a lot of wider implications here, because Texas is like really dropping the ball in terms of like climate preparedness. Like they just anticipate that like if a disaster happens, they'll go through their usual stories and like, oh, we're sorry, we'll get to the bottom of this, blah blah blah, and then nothing really gets fixed, and then people forget. Or if it does happen again, and if it only really affects like poor people, then it's like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, especially now because they're trying to get rid of FEMA. It's just crazy. So I'm just gonna read from real quickly from the Wikipedia, just to give y'all a brief overview again of the events, and also like the cause of this event, the weather system. So here, and again, it's so fascinating that this was happening on July 4th. Yeah, like there was like not just, this youth camp that was flooded out, but there was also, trailer parks and like basically like barbecues that people were planning, like just, out in the country, RV parks. It's crazy. This is truly like one of like the worst like flooding disasters ever. Yeah, so July 2025, Central Texas flooding. This is Wikipedia. In July 2025, destructive and deadly flooding took place in the Hill Country region of the United States, of the U.S. state of Texas. During the flooding, water levels along the Guadalupe River rose rapidly. As a result, there were at least 135 fatalities, of which at least 117 occurred in Kerr County. The flooding was caused by a mesoscale convective vortex with enhanced tropical moisture from the remnants of Tropical Storm Barry, a short-lived Atlantic tropical cyclone, and remnant tropical moisture from the eastern Pacific. Flooding began on the morning of July 4th after significant rainfall accumulated across central Texas. 6 flash flood emergencies, which include the cities of Kerrville and Mason, were issued the same day. The Guadalupe River rose about 26 feet That's 8 meters. In 45 minutes, it surged an estimated 29 feet, 8.8 meters, in the Hunt area, where more than 20 children were declared missing from a summer camp. July 5th saw more flash flooding for the Lake Travis area, which is part of the Colorado River watershed. In the span of a few hours, the equivalent of 4 months' worth of rain fell across the Texas Hill Country region, with the highest rain totals being 20.3 inches. The flood was the deadliest inland flooding event in the U.S. since the 1976 Big Thompson River flood, surpassing flooding from Hurricane Helene in 2024. On July 12th, the Weather Prediction Center declared a moderate risk for the same area in central Texas, with the potential for significant to major flash flooding throughout the overnight hours of July 12th into the next day. Several flash flooding warnings were issued, including a flash flood emergency in San Saba County, resulting additional rainfall, causing the Lampasas River to rise over 30 feet. After the disaster, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed a disaster declaration for several counties in central Texas, and U.S. President Donald Trump signed a federal disaster declaration for Kerr County. Over 2,000 volunteers arrived in Kerr County to help with the search and rescue. Numerous firefighters and search and rescue teams from around the U.S. scoured the Guadalupe River for survivors and victims. Various organizations responded to the area with food, equipment, and manpower. And then here's now some details about the Kerr County response. So Kerr County did not have a dedicated flood warning system despite prior proposals from local officials, citing the area's high flood risk for National Flood Insurance Program's purposes administered by FEMA. The floodplain or special flood hazard area is defined as the area that would be flooded by a base flood which has, quote, has a 1% chance of being equaled or exceeded in any given year, end quote, also known as a 100-year flood. The 2011 Kerr County flood insurance rate map showed Camp Mystic, a Christian girls' summer camp, as being in a special flood hazard area. However, following various appeals from the camp, several buildings were removed from the hazard area as the camp continued to operate and expand in and around the floodplain. Right, so again, it's a lot there to unpack. So as they mentioned here, the source of the flooding and like the weather came from this remnant that they're saying of Tropical Storm Barry. So that sort of went through Mexico, and that's the thing too. Like even when like the storm is done, there's still that like a weather system, like the low pressure system, and like the moisture also. It carried all that moisture and dumped it in this hill country in Texas, central Texas. And that's where we got this like massive flooding from. And, they did have a warning ahead of time, as they showed here. They didn't have a dedicated, in Kerr County, did not have a dedicated flood warning system. In fact, actually what they missed here also was that they were given a $10 million grant, right? But the county officials, and this is the thing too about these like red county, like especially hill country areas, they're very conservative, and they were basically like pulling up different comments. I'm saying like Joe Biden, he's like the most communist socialist president that we have, and like it's so crazy, man, so unhinged. They were basically like refusing the grant, and then when they were I forget. I don't know who specifically where they were getting it from, but it was for that flooding emergency to update their system. So when they were asked, okay, well, then will you return it? They also refused to return it, and they just like put it in like a bonus towards the sheriff department. Some like law enforcement. Like that's the thing too. Like they always like invest heavily in law enforcement because that's like the only like it's a racket basically. It's like the hill country, and they're talking about crime. It's like, what crime? It's like there's nothing here. There's like nobody's getting carjacked. I don't get it. But yeah, now they're coming under fire now, and they've done recent investigations about the disaster sort of commissioner, emergency commissioner. But yeah, and also they showed from this camp that they were already having their own legal disputes over the zoning, right? The zoning, that's what you have to do when you're, constructing in an area. And this is the thing too about like, and this kind of leads into like the abundance theory types. A lot of them want to deregulate zoning restrictions, and like, that was the precise issue that happened, as I was talking about, in Cinco Ranch that I was living in. A lot of those neighborhoods that were built on the floodplain didn't have flood insurance, and there was like a whole like legal scandal because they weren't required to like have that be because again, that's like a legal requirement. Like, you have to, like, whenever you're selling a home, you have to also push the flood insurance. Again, I'm not 100% on that, but that was like essentially with Texas, like specific zoning restrictions and regulations that made it so they didn't have to sell flood insurance to these homes that got flooded out. Again, that was part of the argument that, oh, well, it wasn't a natural flooding event. It was a result of man-made, intervention, or because again, like that was what the Army Corps of Engineers did. They flooded Cinco Ranch. But again, it just goes to show, like, a lot of this stuff, it just turns into people trying to like cut corners and not trying to spend the money that they need to keep people safe, to respect like zoning restrictions and not build, cabins for little girls in like an area that is obviously going to get flooded out. It's crazy. And again, like the water that comes through lifts the entire building up. So like you'll see videos of people, and like they even show like people like running around in the house, like with their lights flashing around, like trying to like figure a way out. And it's just crazy to see like a house just floating away in the middle of the night. It's so terrifying. So terrifying. It's like, I think about, would I want to live in an area that has fires or an area that has flooding? And I think to myself, I'd like to live in an area with flooding. At least I can just live in a higher spot and, not really worry about it. But man, it's just crazy to think about, like, you might just be at your place and you might think you have some high ground. And then next thing you know, you're getting flooded out still. You're like, what? Like, it's so scary. Wow. Like, you need to have like a strong, sturdy house. So yeah, so that was the flooding here, and I'm just going to go over again to certain casualty figures. So the fatalities, and I'm recording now, this is like August 25th, and I'm recording now with the fatalities. They say now 135 fatalities, 3 missing still to, after all this time, 3 missing. And also here, the damage costs is over $1 billion, so 1.1 billion. So yeah, a lot of flooding, a lot of destruction here. Now, because there's a lot of questions about Carroll County and the response, I did want to read here from the official Carroll County government website, the flood declaration or disaster declaration. Again, this is like the county declaration. So here, it doesn't really show me like what time this was released, but yeah, we'll just read it here. So here, Carroll County, Texas is currently in a local state of disaster due to extreme life-threatening flooding that occurred overnight from heavy rains that fell Thursday, July 3rd, and overnight into Friday, July 4th. Judge Rob Kelly signed the declaration of disaster that states the severe weather and flooding has caused widespread and severe damage, injury, and loss of life, and is an imminent threat of doing more of the same. The Carroll County Sheriff's Office has confirmed that there are multiple fatalities, but will not release any more details until a later time after next of kin are notified. Emergency crews are very active across the county, responding to calls and rescues. Reports put the Guadalupe River cresting at 39 feet or more, surpassing the county's second biggest flood in modern times in 1987. Residents are encouraged by the Sheriff's Office to shelter in place and not to attempt travel. Those who are near creeks, streams, and the Guadalupe River should immediately move to higher ground. Many roads are currently closed. Households along the river were evacuated. The community's Big Fourth on the River celebration has been canceled as Louise Hayes Park is under floodwaters that has risen to just under the Sidney Baker Bridge. The county judge signed the declaration because, as it states, he has determined that extraordinary measures must be taken to alleviate the suffering of people and to protect and rehabilitate property. Damages will be monumental to both public infrastructure and private properties, with estimates impossible to determine until floodwaters recede. First United Methodist Church, 321 Thompson Drive, has been established as a shelter for those displaced by the flooding. Carrollville Fire Department personnel are monitoring area nursing homes where residents are shelter in place at this time. Those who have a pet in need due to the flooding are asked to contact Carrollville Pets Alive by calling 830-200-0539 or emailing info@carrollvillepetsalive.org. Those with large animals will be directed to the proper authorities. And it just goes on to more donation information. But yeah, that's the Kerr County response, at least. Again, though, I can't really seem to find any like sort of prior warning, like release statements. Like the National Weather Service, of course, released their own warnings. But then, of course, the county officials have to make a response in time, or at least have some sort of like heads up. Oh, it's 4th of July weekend. Again, this happened on Friday. It was 4th of July Friday. So a lot of people were out having a good time. You know, he released a statement, oh, there's potential for rain. Please watch out. Be careful. That could have been a heads up for a lot of people. But then again, a lot of people also don't pay attention to weather alerts. So, yeah, that is what had transpired. And, of course, we saw the result. Also, I'm going to read here from Rob Kelly writing to the governor requesting emergency declaration. Yeah, here, this is the response from the judge. The county judge of Kerr County is Rob Kelly, and I'm sure his name will show up more. But yeah, we'll read here. So, Dear Governor Greg Abbott, Kerr County, Texas is facing significant threats to life, health, and property due to severe storms and flooding. The impact of this threat has damaged local roads and sewer systems, as well as flooded several homes, schools, and structures. I have determined that this incident is of severity and magnitude that an effective response is beyond the capability of Kerr County to control. Pursuant to, it's like Article 433, of the Texas Government Code, I am requesting that you declare a state of emergency for Kerr County and issue appropriate directives to deal with the emergency. Furthermore, I am asking that successive proclamations be issued and remain in effect until the threat of loss of life, injury, or damaged property is contained. A timely response to this request would be appreciated. Yeah, so this is just, again, further declaration from the Kerr County of state of emergency, and then appealing to the governor. And then, of course, to the governor has to appeal to Trump. That's the thing, too. Like, it can only be declared on, like, the local level. Like, oh, we need a declaration. Would you please declare it? And then the governor or the president can go on further. It's just fascinating, however, how they are so open about like wanting to dismantle FEMA, but then when a red state experiences natural disasters that they can't respond to, they need help like straight away, and they go straight to the president. You know, crazy. Yeah, man. It's just I don't. Again, obviously, you know, you want to get the help to people, but it's so fascinating how some people will straight up, like they were saying how like in California was experiencing the fire disasters. They were like, well, that serves LA right with their sanctuary city policies. You know, if they want FEMA help, well, then they need better control. It's just, again, they want to condition aid. In fact, now Trump has even declared that any sort of like city or like, you know, either local level, municipal level, like state level, like that has divested from Israel is not going to get aid. It's just crazy. Again, it's just so crazy how like, and I don't try to make everything about Israel, but it just keeps coming up. It's like, what the fuck, man? It's like you're making it very difficult to not like make it look like, you know, Jewish people control everything. It's just so crazy how, you know, I'm doing my work to try to make it about how Zionism is a, you know, product of this colonial capitalist venture into the Middle East, and also just like the interior, like, internal security system that they're trying to maintain. Again, at the end of the day, it's all about the capitalists and the imperialists and all that, and that's why Zionism is so pervasive. It's not, Jewish people controlling our political system. But then you see shit like this, and like it's hard to like make people understand and make them have that sort of consciousness to avoid that, actual like anti-Semitic programming. It's just, damn it. That's just like, those are the only two paths. Either people become anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist, and we have to make sure that they're anti-Zionist and anti-capitalist. So please stay aware. Yeah. So here, let me just get back, because again, it's just so crazy how like they're just like, oh no, you're not going to get FEMA help. You have to swear loyalty to Israel. It's like, what the fuck? So yeah, here I'm just going to read from a local Fox station about the cleanup efforts, because again, it's like, you see these videos and it's like they got wiped out, and it's just crazy to imagine like 30 feet of flooding, and it's like for like a wide area too. So like they just dumped a whole bunch of water. Wow, man. So here, county cleanup, Kerr County cleanup, with over 410,000 cubic yards of debris collected after massive flooding. So just crazy. So this is a quick little article here. So cleanup efforts in Kerr County are ongoing more than 7 weeks after devastating floods claimed the lives of over 100 people. According to county officials, as of Friday, more than 400,000 cubic yards of vegetative flooding debris has been collected. To put that into perspective, the amount of debris collected could fill 32 football fields, with each field having debris piles 6 feet high. Wow. That is crazy. That is crazy. Let me see. Is there any more details about this? This is another article that I'm reading from the same Fox station, because again, like it's because these sort of natural disaster situations that should be about helping people rebuild and like helping people move on from the loss of like maybe their loved ones, maybe the loss of their homes, right? Again, there's like a lot of trauma that comes from surviving these events, because there's some people that like had to cling on to like their beds, or they just like were able to grab onto a tree, and then like the water recedes, and then they look and they're like 30 feet in the air. It's just like, what? Like that's it makes you think about like before modern times how people lived in these sort of situations. But then again, like native peoples would have understood, oh, just build on the high ground because this area floods all the time. Now everything's about like districting and like maximizing your space, right? Yeah, anyway. So yeah, here they're speaking on the flood situation, and as we mentioned, the map redistricting efforts in the state GOP, which they managed to put through. So, I mean, we'll have to see. Obviously, the governor will sign it, but yeah, it's just they're making all kinds of moves, and how this redistricting effort also affects the flood victims here. So here, reading from, again, this is San Antonio Fox. Here, they're reading on the flood survivors being caught in this political crossfire. So here, Hill Country flood survivors are expressing frustration as the recovery efforts remain stalled due to a political standoff over redistricting. The survivors claim they are caught in a larger political game, with both parties accusing each other of delaying the flood relief process. Quote, "It's an insult that they're playing games and using us as pawns when we are real people who have a lot of trauma," end quote, said Kylie Nidiver, a survivor who lives in Hunt. Quote, "We deserve better," end quote. Their first special legislative session ended without action on flood relief on Friday, leaving residents like Nidiver upset that redistricting has taken priority. John Taylor, political science chair at UT San Antonio, says intertwining redrawing the congressional maps with flood relief is making things more complicated. Quote, "Had there been just a special session just on the aftermath of July 4th, it would have been a 1 or 2 day special session," end quote, Taylor said. Tensions have escalated over plans to redraw Texas congressional maps, prompting many House Democrats to leave the state in protest. This has led to political ads criticizing their absence, one from Texans for Abbott stating that State Representative Ann Johnson is, quote, refusing to show up for work to deliver the flood relief that Texas needs, end quote. Johnson was on a press call Friday morning expressing her frustration with that portrayal. She said there were several opportunities to address flood relief before the quorum break. Quote, I am offended, grossly offended, that the only bill the Texas House leadership brought up for a hearing was on redistricting, end quote, Johnson said. Democratic lawmakers, including Johnson, are urging Governor Greg Abbott to take action, suggesting that he could release funds from the State Disaster Fund. State Representative Armando Wally said he knows Abbott could do this, quote, because he's done it when the city of Houston, after Hurricane Beryl, fronted $50 million for debris removal, end quote. According to Abbott's office, the State Disaster Fund is currently around $70 million. Most of that is already earmarked. Another $150 million is coming on September 1st, but it has to cover the state's emergency response efforts for the next 2 years. The governor's office emphasized that the best way to provide relief to Kerr County is through funding bills, and the legislature totaling more than $200 million. Quote, the governor could ask for FEMA money. He could ask for other monies as well. More importantly, the legislation that will likely come up very quickly with the second special session, end quote, Taylor explained. On the Friday call, Wally pointed out that other times Abbott has released funds quickly, including during the pandemic and for the border wall. Abbott's office says when the legislature is meeting, as they are right now, lawmakers hold the purse strings. Governor Abbott has called on Democrats to return to Austin to pass these bills. Quote, since the days leading up to the devastating flooding, Governor Abbott has deployed all available resources and support to help communities respond and recover. Per the Texas Constitution, only the Texas legislature can appropriate funds. Governor Abbott continues to work on flood relief and recovery with state agencies and lawmakers working in Austin. If Texas House Democrats care about the Texans they abandoned, they will return to Austin and do their job they were elected to do. End quote, Andrew Mahalaris. And yeah, so just this last bit here. Some Democratic leaders plan to return but insist that relief efforts be addressed first. Quote, it is on the governor on what he wants us to do next. Does he care about you or does he care about his politics? End quote, Johnson questioned. Kerr County residents are urging for recovery efforts to be prioritized. Quote, we are trying to heal, but we need help and we need it now. End quote, said Nativer. So yeah, so obviously, they're trying to take advantage of, the situation. They didn't call a special session beforehand, but then they want to call a special session to redistrict the maps. And then, of course, when the Texas Democrats say, we're not playing ball, we're going to leave, then it's, well, look, now we can't do the flood relief because the Democrats left and they want to go to Chicago. And it's just like, again, it's crazy how things get taken advantage of, people get taken advantage of, and we're the ones that have to suffer. And then how, they can form a narrative around it. Yeah, man, it's ridiculous. But, that's to be expected, especially in a place like this, because they don't really care about flooding. Again, their homes aren't getting flooded out, so they don't really care. And of course, even in a place like this, in a red state, where a bunch of white girls, little white girls, Christian girls, were killed, to them it's just like, oh yeah, it's sad, okay, and they'll do their random press tours or whatever, just to keep up appearances, but nothing's really gonna change. Yeah, man, it's crazy. And again, that's the state level, and then now here I'm gonna read about the county level, some of these officials, and just the management response to this, because there's their own controversies, and again, I don't know if these articles will highlight on it, but they've also made comments about, Biden at the time, how oh, we're not, he's a socialist or whatever. It's just what you really have to understand about these really hill country areas, it's straight up just Facebook uncles running the county government system.
Like, you know, like those boomer uncles that you got that like just post random shit and you're like, what are you talking about? So that's who's basically running the show in Kerr County. Yeah, man, ridiculous. So here from ABC News, the emergency management officials that were questioned, one of the officials said here that they were asleep during the flooding. So yeah, here their findings from ABC News. So for the first time since catastrophic flooding killed more than 100 people in Kerr County, Texas, the county emergency management director conceded that he was sick and asleep as the water rose to historic levels on the Guadalupe River. William W. Thomas, the Kerr County emergency management director since 2015, detailed his whereabouts during the crisis to the Texas House and Senate Select Committees on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding on Thursday in Kerrville, Texas. Thomas said that after working a full day on July 2nd, he went home sick. He said at the time no concerns had been raised about an elevated weather condition, quote, beyond what is typical for the region during the summer, end quote. Thomas said he stayed home sick on July 3rd and did not participate in 2 meetings dealing with the Texas Emergency Management Coordination Center. Thomas said his supervisors, including the Kerr County Sheriff, were aware he was out sick. He said he briefly woke up at about 2 p.m. on July 3rd, but there was no rainfall at the time and no indication of the pending change in the river. He said he went back to sleep. Quote, I was awakened around 5:30 a.m. on July the 4th by my wife following a call from the City of Kerrville EMC, that's the Emergency Management Coordinator, Jeremy Hughes, requesting that I mobilize, end quote, Thomas said. He said the call was the first time he realized that an emergency was unfolding. Quote, by approximately 6 a.m., I was coordinating our county's response in close contact with the sheriff, the Emergency Operations Center, and Mr. Hughes, working together under rapidly changing and difficult conditions, said Thomas. But other Kerr County officials said by that time, summer camps along the overflowing Guadalupe River were already underwater. Thursday's hearing was the second hearing held on the flooding by the Texas House and Senate Select Committees on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. Quote, we received no alerts suggesting an extreme weather event was imminent, referring to July 3rd. For context, we received hundreds of alerts during the summer. This past July, we had over 80. My first indication that this storm was different came when I woke up to texts and calls from Chief Kidd, Sheriff Latha, and Dalton Rice, end quote. Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly testified. Quote, we now know that by that time, the flooding had already overtaken Camp Mystic, part of the hills in La Junta, and several other upriver camps. Something I could have never have imagined. This extreme weather event was not forecast by the National Weather Service in a timely manner. Based on the volume and the tone of the messages, I recognized that something more serious and potentially tragic was unfolding, end quote, Kelly continued. Quote, Kerr County commissioned an independent hydrology study from Waterway Engineering. It confirmed that this was a 1,000-year flood, and I've attached a copy of the hydrology assessment to my remarks there at the back, end quote, the judge said. Kelly claimed during his testimony that there were no imminent extreme weather events forecast by the National Weather Service prior to the catastrophic flooding. Some of the 18 lawmakers on the panel pushed back, saying that the NWS had issued multiple flood watches and flood warnings prior to the major flood, some issued on July 3rd. The NWS said it sent out a forecast on July 3rd for a level 2 of 4 risk of excessive rainfall hitting the area. Many of the children who died in the flooding were at Camp Mystic. The camp owner was also killed in the tragedy. That of the 19 camps along the river, 6 of them had an emergency response plan filed with the county. Committee members asked Kelly why an evacuation order was not issued. Quote, it was too late, end quote, he said. Kelly also said he was not in Kerr County when the flooding hit. He said he was at his lake house near Austin preparing for a family gathering. He said the storm stalled over the South Fork watershed of the Guadalupe River in Hunt and Moe Ranch in a remote area of Kerr County where there are few rain and flood gauges. Quote, this storm sat, it did not pass through and it overwhelmed the watershed, end quote, Kelly said. He said more than 12 inches of rain fell in under 6 hours, and that the river exceeded 220,000 cubic feet per second. He said the Guadalupe River rose more than 20 feet per hour during the storm. Quote, and by the time the flooding became visible downstream, upstream communities, multiple youth camps were already underwater, end quote, Kelly said. Kelly said the first 911 call came at 2:53 a.m. on July 4th from the River Inn, a resort far upstream on the Guadalupe from Kerrville. He said the initial report from the River Inn was that water was rising on a small dam it maintained. He said that by 3:30 a.m., floodwaters had overtaken multiple river crossings in the Kerrville area. Quote, we were facing a historic event, end quote. The flooding killed 108 people, as of now 135, including 37 children. In Kerr County, many of the children, that's 108 people in Kerr County, many of the children were staying at the 19 summer camps along the Guadalupe. Sheriff Latham told the lawmakers that one of his deputies was almost swept away in the floodwaters while checking water levels in low-lying areas. Quote, my deputies on duty had no idea, no warning that there was going to be a major tsunami-like event on the South Fork of the Guadalupe. Latham said, quote, we have no idea that a 30 to 35 foot wall of water was going to be coming down the Guadalupe that morning, and it came with a fourth speed and devastation that no one has ever seen before in this county, end quote. Again, that is crazy because it's again, flash flooding. And some of the videos that came out showed just like a whole wave of water just overwhelming the area. It is crazy. Yeah, he said that in the first few hours of the storm, a 2-person team of dispatchers handled more than 650 radio transmissions and more than 100 emergency calls, while also mobilizing fire crews and rescue teams. Quote, one dispatcher remained on the line for 24 minutes with 2 young children whose cabins were filling up with water, Latham testified, adding that the dispatcher stayed on the line with the children until rescue crews arrived. Wow, man, that's so scary. Kerr County officials recommended that the lawmakers help by funding a better system to alert residents of flooding, including installing sirens along the river and improving broadband and internet systems in the rural areas. Kerrville Mayor Joe Herring Jr. told the lawmakers that he wants to see a flood warning system in place along the river by next summer. Quote, we are grieving, we are shaken, but we are not broken, end quote, Herring said. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who attended the hearing, said 3 people remain missing in Kerr County, including a child and a volunteer fire chief. Quote, that day will haunt me for the rest of my life, end quote, said Patrick, who was serving as governor at the time of the flood, while Governor Greg Abbott was out of the state. Some of the most emotional testimony on Thursday came from residents who lost loved ones in the flood. Alicia Parker, shaking with emotion and holding back tears, described the horrors of losing her daughter and parents. Baker told the committee she had spent her summers on the Guadalupe River since 1990, and her parents owned a cabin there for nearly 20 years. Baker described the harrowing hours of not knowing the fate of her daughter and parents. Quote, I waited there for over 12 hours for news, and literally no one could tell you anything at all, Baker said. Quote, literally no one was in charge, end quote. She added, quote, we need to do better for the people in this community, for the people that are suffering, end quote. So that was quite a long one, but of course we want the full details of the officials and their assessments here, you know, their testimony. And one of the testimonies that they were saying was that, we didn't get the proper warnings ahead of time from the NWS. So, you know, that is, of course, being pushed back because they're saying here, actually, the National Weather Service was releasing warnings and, you know, making their own assessments, floodwaters assessments. So here I'm reading from a local Dallas-Fort Worth NBC article station. This is from Frank Hines from NBC DFW. And they're writing here on the National Weather Service and the timeline of alerts. That's the good thing about these sort of government agencies.
is that there's like a record, right? There's a timeline record of what was written, and these alerts that were issued. So if a county official says we didn't get this in time, then National Weather Service has the receipts and say, no, actually, like, we're the National Weather Service. This was our alert at this time, so you can't blame us. Yeah, man, it's crazy. So here, so this is NBC, Dallas Fort Worth. Right, so here the National Weather Service shared a timeline of alerts sent ahead of catastrophic flooding in Texas after a New York Times report questioned whether staffing shortages may have made it harder for forecasters to coordinate responses with local emergency management officials. The NWS said that on the morning of July 3rd, the office in Austin, San Antonio held forecast briefings for emergency management and issued a flood watch that afternoon. The NWS said flash flood warnings were issued on the night of July 3rd and the early morning of July 4th, quote, giving preliminary lead times of more than 3 hours before warning criteria were met, end quote. So here's the unedited timeline provided by the NWS. So here, the National Water Center Flood Hazard Outlook issued on Thursday, July 3rd morning, indicated an expansion of flash flood potentials to Kerrville, Texas, and surrounding areas. So this is the morning of July 3rd. The flooding happens the night of July 3rd, early morning, July 4th. So plenty of time, at least more than 12 hours of time before the weather system hits. Because again, there's only so much forecast that you can predict. But of course, this here was like a flash, sort of downpour. But again, there was like time. At least there was that warning. So here, a flood watch was issued by NWS Austin, San Antonio at 1:18 p.m. Central Time on Thursday. So again, 1:18 flood watch issued in effect through Friday morning. So 1:18 Thursday. The Weather Prediction Center issued 3 mesoscale precipitation discussions for the excessive rainfall event as early as 6:10 p.m. Thursday, indicating the potential for flash flooding. Okay, so again, from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., they're making their assessments, and again, they're issuing their alerts. The National Water Center Area Hydrologic Discussion, number 144, is issued 6:22 p.m. on July 3rd, 2025. Message locally considerable flood warning for areas north and west of San Antonio, including the city of Kerrville. So again, they're issuing alerts and they're communicating. Here, the first flash flood warning for the event was issued at 11:41 p.m. Thursday for Bandera County. So again, not Kerrville, but Bandera. And then here now we're into Friday morning, early Friday morning at 1:14 a.m. Friday. Flash flood warning with a considerable tag was issued for Bandera and Kerr counties. Flash flood warnings with the impact-based warning considerable or catastrophic denote high damage threats and will automatically trigger wireless emergency alerts on enabled mobile devices, ensuring only the most life-threatening flood events prompt urgent public notifications. All alerts are also sent out over NOAA weather radio. Honestly, I need to look up and get a weather radio. Never really think about that, but I need to do that. So first reports from Kerr County Sheriff's Office of flooding at low water crossings had 201 minutes of lead time. So from 1 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. And again, these alerts were issued from like 1 p.m. Thursday, like early morning to 1 p.m. Thursday, some preliminary reports. And then, of course, the actual flood warnings are coming in the middle of the night, 1 p.m., Yeah, here flash flood warnings was upgraded to a flash flood emergency for South Central Kerr County, including Hunt, as early as 4:03 a.m. Friday, 5 a.m. July 4th, National Weather Center Area Hydrologic Discussion, number 146, including concern for widespread considerable flooding through the day. Flood hazard outlook was upgraded to considerable and catastrophic. And here, the flash flood emergency issued for the Guadalupe River Friday morning, 5:34 a.m. So again, it's just crazy. And, you of course, you have to consider the national sort of communication system. So you have the National Weather Service, and then you have the local Carroll County office and sheriffs, and yeah, man. So again, there should have been, I don't know if they can even show here, like Carroll County issuing like earlier like warnings about or advisories at the very least, like, oh, heads up, tonight there's going to be flooding, potential for flooding, I don't think they show any of that. It's just the National Weather Service mainly issuing their alerts, but then that county level communication is not being issued. So of course that's what they're going to try to go back and forth on. And of course there's like wider discussions about the staffing and the weather system. Like Carroll County has no flood siren systems. Of course, they've been discussing about cuts towards the NWS and saying, oh, there was short staff, oh, there was extra staffing, blah blah blah. Of course, you have Kristi Noem as the head of FEMA, but her main concern with FEMA is like just supporting ICE and not really like dealing with weather. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, we're now starting to actually get now on the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, right? And there's many people now thinking back on that legacy, because the real reason why Katrina was so disastrous wasn't really even like, of course, like the flooding and the engineering issues with the levees. That was, of course, an issue. But just like the failures and the breakdown of communication, of organizing, like, they issue like an evacuation order in New Orleans, but a lot of people there are like broke and they have no means of transportation. Like, how was it that they didn't mobilize the National Guard and just bus people out, clear out those hospitals, right? There are many hospitals that were stuck in this disaster, like, floodwaters, and it's just like crazy. And still we've learned nothing. Or actually we've learned a lot, but the government, of course, is super expensive to do these sort of things, to take care of people in natural disasters. They just wait until the last minute, until we're like literally like drowning, okay? And these young girls, they drowned, and like they're not going to learn anything from it. They're going to just memorialize it. Oh, it's just thoughts and prayers, and then just leave. Like, this very much reminded me of like the response to the Uvalde massacre. Like, very much like the state response and like the Texas like government officials and like these big like cowboy hats just being like, well, we don't like losers. Texas football, am I right? Like, what is this place? I don't get it. What is this place? If people don't learn, I don't know, man. And in this area too, does flood out sometimes. Like, I've seen some flooding before. It was actually ironic. I organized like a climate protest at one point in the university, and then literally midway through the protest, we got hit by a flash flood. Like, we got stormed out. It was like kind of ironic, but at least it was in retrospect good that happened, because many of the people that I was working with were like, oh wow, like this isn't just like, because people get stuck on like hurricanes, right? Like major weather disasters. No, just like a regular downpour even, right, can cause flooding, So that's something to consider now. Especially now, like, we just had some hurricanes now. Hurricane Erin was just like declared like the first major hurricane of the summer. Of course, now that has passed on. So there's some like weather systems to keep an eye on. But at least, because this summertime, we've had some rain over the summer, so it hasn't been like too hot. I mean, it's still hot, but it's not like drought level, like, 105, 106 degrees, like just completely dried out. Because last summer was like that, and that was making me nervous, but now we have some rain at least, and it's projecting to cool down. So it will be nice to get back to walking, because like I don't want to keep paying for Ubers for work. So yeah, we'll see. But also like hurricanes to keep an eye out for. And I have my like gallon water bottles, so like, if I can stock up on water, I can get that.
And my roommate seems to be also on like the prepper side of things, so that's also good. Because like that's the whole thing about disaster preparedness is you need community, you need friends to survive. So at least I have somebody here that I can work with, and yeah, so it's whatever, But that's at least what I wanted to speak on here. Just a lot on like Texas and this flooding situation. And there's still more that's going to be unpacked. And obviously we're not out of the woods yet in terms of weather disasters, because we could very likely get another hurricane very soon. And again, I talk about Houston, a place like Houston. They were talking about Hurricane Beryl and like the response that was made there. Like, they were saying that like, oh, he's not making like, they're talking about Abbott not releasing the funds, trying to make excuses. But obviously when Houston was hit by that, he had to release the funds because it's Houston. And of course, if you delay, repair efforts, it's going to make, the situation worse. I don't know, man. I think about Houston. I think about a Hurricane Katrina level disaster. Cause like you think about Harvey, and luckily with Harvey, like once the flood and the raining stopped, things were able to like get back in control, back to normal. But I'm concerned about like, if say like we get a direct hit from a Hurricane 5, like Category 5 storm, and like because again, like the repairs that would be required for something like that, because when Beryl hit, that was a Category 1 storm, and that knocked out the power for some areas a couple weeks. So a proper like major hurricane, Category 4, Category 5 hitting Houston, the power breakdown that's going to happen. Because I think about back at Hurricane Beryl, like people were coming up to Huntsville. They were going, because we're like I-45. So we're along I-45, and that goes all the way up to Dallas-Fort Worth. And we're basically like the last like sort of like somewhat major sized town. I mean, it's a town of like 40,000 people, but like outside of that, it's all country like gas stations all the way to Dallas. So all the people that were living along like Spring and Conroe and the Woodlands, even, because I saw the power maps, it was knocked out. All the power was knocked out. So they came all the way up to Huntsville, and those gas stations were like filled up. People were lining up, and no police had any control. I didn't see any cops like directing traffic. It was kind of scary. So, I think about something like that in Houston, a major like infrastructure, power grid breakdown, and gas supply breakdown. Dude, it's scary. It's just like, what the fuck? Anyway, but that's a concern for another time. But it just goes to show that this state is not ready. And of course, what's going to happen with that sort of breakdown is you're going to see the police and National Guard crack down even further, which is what happened in Katrina. Because they talk about like, oh, all the violence. It was just the cops and the National Guard just like playing war. Because it was like the war on terror, Iraq, Afghanistan wars. So they just wanted to bring that home, which is going to happen more and more, especially in disaster situations, especially ICE. You consider ICE in like a national disaster situation. They're going to be checking people's documents. And like imagine a person of color, a black or Hispanic person who lost their documents in a storm, and then some ICE motherfucker is going to be asking for documentation and they don't have it. This is like, do you see what's happening? Like, this is like their real, like, Alex Jones, like, FEMA camp, like, conspiracy bullshit. But, of course, it's going to happen to poor people, black, Hispanic people. Then who cares? Nobody gives a shit, right? Anyway. Okay, so I need to close it. I think I've discussed enough for now before I get off the rails. But I do appreciate y'all tuning in. And, again, there's a lot that I have to consider with my production schedule, working full-time. Still like getting somewhat settled in my new place. Like, I'm being honest, like I have to record on like a coffee desk. I don't have the proper like desk setup. So, I'm kind of like having these weird like posture, like positions recording. And this is like a major concern in terms of like research, recording, editing. Like your posture is a major deal. Your like your desk situation. So that's why I do apologize for any like setbacks in my recordings. I'm going to try to stay more consistent now. again, it's the summertime, so it was nice to take a little break. But I'm going to start getting more consistent and pay attention to events and try to stay in touch with research and such. Yeah, man. But, hopefully now with a couple more months, I can have a little more saved up and start really making some upgrades. So that's just something to keep an eye out. But I do appreciate y'all tuning in and sticking around this long. And it's nice that I can make these long form episodes so I can keep y'all busy for a couple months, however long, or a couple weeks or months, however long it takes me to record a new episode. But yeah, I do appreciate y'all. So as I said, check out my other platforms. I mainly stick with Twitter, although now I'll be posting somewhat on Instagram whenever I can, and YouTube as well. Check out my Patreon if you want to support me for $1 a month. That's highly appreciated. Leave a like or review, and yeah, stay together. We're in it. Thank you. See you next time.